Chapter 201, Gary. Stop. Gary commanded in a firm voice after he hurried inside of the room, making Victor stop his assault and then smile as he looked back. This idiot finally realized that his girl was getting taken and came running. Victor wanted to shake April a little to make her more malleable later, as she tended to be very stubborn. Another one? You sure have a lot of lovers. Victor told April, who looked at Gary with sparkling eyes, this time I will cut a piece of him, otherwise people would keep interrupting us. He added, making her gasp. Gary leaves us. He is dangerous. She said firmly as tears welled in her eyes. Gary was a regular who attended this club every day and she knew him well. He didn't pursue women and just drank in the corner. And usually defended her when some perverts tried to approach her. At first, she liked him for his looks, but as time progressed she realized that he is a very good guy who helped those in need. He was 100% her type. And she secretly fell in love with him. He tried to ask her out a few times before. Although she was very happy, she refused, not wanting to involve him in her troubles. And she felt inferior and didn't want him to know about her bad family history. Maybe she should have accepted back then and given him her first night. Don't worry, I will fix this. He told her with a confident, reassuring smile, then looked at Victor. My name is Gary Goldman. May I know your name? He asked Victor. Oh. Von Geldstad. Victor asked, making Gary surprised. The Goldman sure name is the one usually used by the von Geldstad family, like how his family used the White surname. But Gary didn't expect to be found out so fast. Yes. You are a von Wise? Gary asked, noticing the purple token and the purple hair. Yes, Victor von Wise. The most charming elite heir in the family. Victor said shamelessly, as April watched their exchange. Was Gary also a young master? Did he like to be low-key? She wondered. Gary frowned. He had heard that name, Victor, before. Isn't he the one who humiliated his B*TCH sister of his, Charlotte? Gary was not a fool. He quickly realized that Victor was probably here on purpose. And that was to get close to him. If Victor was here to talk, things would be easy, as April was just a secondary matter. Let's talk, Gary said as he sat down, then invited Victor to do the same as if this place was his own. I was wondering why a pretty flower like April was still unplucked in a garbage dump like this. You were the one protecting her. Weren't you? Victor asked as he relaxed back. Gary didn't answer, he just glared at Victor while April gasped. What? He was protecting her? No wonder that greedy bastard leopard didn't sell her before. Oh. Don't tell me that you were secretly in love with her and wanted her to love you back without revealing your background, ha ha ha. I heard of fool young masters like this before, but this is my first time seeing one. Victor said with a shocked face as if looking at an idiot, then began to laugh as he saw Gary's annoyed face. April opened her mouth wide, then covered it with her hands as she looked at Gary, who sighed. She didn't know that he felt the same as she did. The poor girl was so shocked by Victor's assault earlier that she didn't consider the fact that Gary was also fooling her. Yes. I had it enough with dirty girls claiming to love me for my money, so I wanted to fall in love with April naturally. That's why I paid Big Leopard to keep her safe. But you must have paid him more to make him break my deal. He said to Victor. While trying hard not to look at April. He was a little embarrassed. Oh. What an idiot. You have been just keeping her safe for me. Victor said with a smug face. Should I make her a woman in front of you? Are you into this NTR stuff? Victor asked, making Gary wish to punish his dirty mouth. Set your price, Gary said sternly, ignoring Victor's previous remarks. Oh. A businessman. How about this? I don't mind making friends with you over her, but I have 3 conditions. Victor said, making Gary squint his eyes. He had a feeling that Victor knew about her before coming here. He must know that she meant a lot to him. But how did he know? Gary made sure not to reveal anything when he came to see her. State your conditions, Gary said as he looked at April and smiled. No matter what, no one can touch her without her permission. He said, making April's eyes tear a little. No one has taken care of her since her mother died when she was a child. Victor smiled, that's what he wanted to see. In his last life, April only knew about Gary's love when he got broke and couldn't cover for her anymore. That's when Big Leopard tried to sell her, but she was saved by Victor back then, who told her the full truth. She decided to stay with Gary back then, and she was the one who kept his hair as the memento that helped save Victor's life. Too bad someone killed her a few months later, probably Charlotte, who discovered that she was pregnant with Gary's child. Victor could do nothing to save her. Now Victor wanted those two to get together faster. It would be safer this way, considering the worsening power struggle in the von Geldstadt family. My first condition is that you will become my little brother from now on, Victor said, making Gary squint his eyes. He quickly realized that Victor was looking for allies and he wanted him to be one of them, and he didn't mind at all. Is this about my sister targeting you? Gary asked. Yes. That slut sent an assassin after me, and I suspect she made an idiot try to crush a helicopter in my room. But I have no evidence. So my enemy's enemy is my friend. You're her enemy, aren't you? Victor asked, making Gary nod as April frowned, not understanding what those two were talking about. Yes, I don't mind being your big brother, Gary said, correcting Victor. He was a businessman after all. That works too. Victor chuckled. My second condition. I will be participating in the auction tomorrow, so I will be needing 3 anonymous rank Z tickets. He explained, making Gary squint his eyes again. The Z ticket has many rights and VIP privileges, and the holder doesn't have to pay the commission when buying things at the auction, making him spend 20% lower on everything, and would not require the holder to undergo a prior assets check to bid. 2 tickets. Only one of them will be anonymous, Gary interrupted. An anonymous ticket grants complete secrecy to the buyer, even the family has no idea who would be using it. Too many of those would raise unnecessary questions. Fine. Victor only wanted one, but a second one would be good for Alpha. Your final condition? Gary asked as he relaxed. This negotiation was going smoother than he expected. Giving April to you like that is not good for my image as a domineering young master. So my third condition is that you must win her over in a bet. Victor proposed. Making April nervous again. She is not a property. I will never do that. Gary interrupted. Now he was sure that Victor was just messing with him. It's just a game. If not, you would have to pay me for her, and I heard that you needed every penny for your business lately, Victor said, making Gary frown. True, he had no money for now. It's okay, April said she didn't want Gary to suffer for her. What is the game? Gary asked coldly, failing to comprehend Victor's thought process. 3 bets. 1 by me, 1 by you, and the last by her. Victor said, pointing to April, whoever wins 2 of 3 will take her home tonight. Victor smiled. Of course, I will not touch her, but you will have to pay me double the price if I win, Victor explained, making Gary relax a little after realizing that Victor was probably just messing with him. This should be easy. Let's do it then. My bet first. Arms wrestling. Gary said after some thinking. He put his arm on the table and invited Victor to do the same. He had heard before that Victor became a player a month ago, so he had faith in his strength as a player who conquered 3 dungeons. He wanted April to witness his strength too. Are you sure? Victor asked with a frown. Gary nodded. Victor sighed, then crossed his hand with Gary's and grabbed his fist. The next moment Gary's hand was pasted on the table under his amazed eyes. He couldn't resist Victor at all. WTF. My win. Now it is my turn to choose. Victor said quickly, making both Gary and April nervous. How about this? I will bet that April thinks I am more handsome than you, Victor said, looking at April. Tell the truth, who is more handsome? If you lie, I will cancel the deal. Victor said, making Gary realize for the first time that Victor Knight was helping him. He wants April to confess. Why was he helping him though? Does he in desperate need of their alliance? April hesitated. She looked at Victor's handsome face and then at Gary, who was handsome too. I think young Master Gary is more handsome. She told the truth with a heavy blush, not daring to look at Gary. In her eyes, Gary was more handsome than Victor. That's why she fell in love with him at first sight. Oh. I am hurt. Victor said as he chuckled, making the atmosphere a little lighter. Now then. You choose the last bet. He told April, who relaxed a bit seeing his reaction. She had just realized that this entire bet was made to make her confess. No, she must make Gary confess first. Let's do a drinking contest. She proposed. She could see that Victor was a little bit drunk and knew that Gary was a good drinker as he would order a lot of drinks when he came here before. He was probably here to see her. She blushed, not realizing that both Victor and Gary were frozen in shock. They both knew a very disturbing fact. Gary had zero alcohol tolerance. When she saw him drinking before, he was just acting to make her only serve him and not the other guys. He was dumping the drinks in the pot behind him when she was not looking. "Let's do it." Victor shook his head, said, then grabbed a glass and gulped it in one shot. Then collapsed on the table. "Young Master Victor?" Gary asked. But got no response. He quickly realized what happened. Victor was helping him. He smiled first before a shiver ran through his back. How much Victor knew about him. How did he know about his habits and alcohol tolerance? "Is he okay?" April asked with a frown, making Gary ignore his previous thoughts for now. "He just can't handle any more drinks. Let's leave before he wakes up. I won the bet anyway. And you are mine," Gary said with a smile as he looked at April, who blushed. "What does that mean?" "It has nothing to do with me," she said as she looked away, but didn't resist when Gary caught her hand. "We will find out about that later tonight," he said as he walked out of the room with her and nodded to the chicks, who nodded back, then entered to check on their young master, who raised his head a minute later and smiled as he looked at the lovebirds leaving the club. His debt to them can't be repaid in a lifetime. "Let's go back to the hotel," he told the chicks. "I have my own girls to attend to." With that, Victor quietly paid his bill and left the nightclub, only to be stopped by the same young man who tried to help April before. This time he had a gang outside waiting for him in the empty parking lot. It was already 2:00 a.m. and most people were either asleep at home or busy inside the nightclub. "That's him, Big Brother Tiger. He was the one who stole my woman." The young man pointed at Victor, who was too sleepy to take care of this mess. "Are you the one who stole this brother's woman?" Brother Tiger asked as he approached Victor with a metal bat, but was stopped by the chicks who blocked his path. "The young master is tired. Please make way," Chick 9 said in a threatening voice as he lifted his very tight black t-shirt to reveal a gun in his belt. Brother Tiger froze with a frown. He was not paid to deal with guns. But he can't step down now, especially after he was ordered to follow this young man's commands by his boss. "My little brother here only wants the woman and an apology." "Just an apology would work too," Tiger said, not backing down. As long as he kept blocking the way and didn't attack them, they would not have an excuse to use their firearms. But the young man began to make trouble, but was grabbed by one of Tiger's men, who shook his head. Tiger planned to blackmail Victor to pay some kind of compensation at the very least. Most young masters would spend money to avoid trouble. He was mistaken. And it was not a small mistake. "Number 9, number 17, move away," Victor ordered Chick 9 and Chick 17, who were covering him with their burly bodies, to move aside. So they did, and by doing that, they revealed that their young master was holding an MK-48 big machine gun with only one hand. The gangsters were shocked but began to laugh quickly as they realized that a heavy weapon like this can't be held in just one hand, it must be a fake. They quickly discovered that their assumptions were inaccurate when Victor began to fire at them without saying anything. It took the gang, and especially Brother Tiger, 3 seconds to realize what was going on, and another 5 to escape. Luckily for them, Victor only targeted the ground in front of them. Some of them were hurt by the ricocheting bullets nevertheless. "Didn't I teach you before? We are not on the same level as those commoners. We shoot, then ask questions later," Victor scolded the chicks as the parking lot became empty again. A moment later, Victor shot one more bullet in a certain direction where the chicks only saw a blood pool begin to form from behind a corner. It was that young man who bought the gang. Victor had already forgiven him twice. This time he didn't. "Let's go," Victor commanded, heading to the car where Paul, who was supposed to be, was spending his night in some other nightclub. He didn't know that Victor would finish this quickly. And this was a big mistake. Chapter 202, Robin. It was 5:00 a.m. Lily, who was hiding atop a tree, watched as the van left the heavily guarded mansion heading to Tetraquad City. Troy had just left. "Confirm," Nora said. "He is in the car," confirmed. Sky replied. "Nora, you follow the car, Sky. Contact Archie, then begin the infiltration operation." Lily commanded as she watched a man flipping a newspaper on the opposing building balcony. Damn it, the spies are still watching her. Hopefully, they will not interfere. According to her young master, they were only here to watch her and protect her life in case of emergency. It was 2:00 p.m. when the lazy Victor woke up the next day. He was alone in the hotel room. He could hear Margaret's sound outside. She was showing Alpha her new dresses. She got them in her morning shopping, where she overspent 3 of Victor's credit cards. Good morning, young master, Theta, who came to check on him, greeted. Does the young master need to eat here, or shall we go out? She asked. You didn't eat lunch yet? Victor asked. No. Margaret dragged us shopping all morning. She replied. Then let's go and eat. I know a good restaurant, Victor said as he jumped from his bed and began to change his clothes. Young master. Some man came earlier with these tickets, she suddenly said, giving Victor 2 golden envelopes, one with his name on it and the other with an X. Victor quickly took them and made sure that those were the auction tickets. Alpha, he said as he walked out of the room, interrupting Margaret's fashion show. He was only wearing his pants and showing his muscular chest. Yes, Alpha asked as she looked away with a blush. She didn't know why she felt that, but he was really hot. Take those, today you will act by yourself at the auction. I will command you using the communication talismans inside, and you will help me manipulate the auction. One talisman lasts for 5 hours, so make sure to activate it only when you sit down. He said, giving her 2 talismans. Why don't we use a normal communication device? She asked. The auction will be jammed to protect against spies and the press. He said as he put a ring in her hand. This ring contains many artifacts that I decided to auction off. Go now and add them to today's auction. And make sure to hide your identity. He added. Alpha nodded as she watched him put on his shirt with Theta's help. I will need you to bid against me to raise Hannah's price, Victor said. And if you found anything worth buying, feel free to do so, he added. She glared at him and then walked out without saying anything else. She knew what she needed to do. What about us young masters? Margaret asked. Dress up. You 2 will accompany me to the auction. Don't you want to see how arrogant and domineering this young master can be? He asked with a chuckle. We already know how arrogant you are. Margaret replied. She was wrong. At 3:00 p.m. Victor left the hotel with Margaret and Theta. Paul, who was used as a luggage carrier by Margaret in the morning, was not happy at all. Victor could tell from the poisonous glares he was shooting at Margaret, who was now dressed in a very revealing red dress. Why are you looking at my woman? Victor scolded as he smacked Paul's head. Go prepare a car quickly, we will be going to the Morning Star restaurant for lunch. And don't even think about skipping again or I will call the elders this time. Paul could only nod and run to get the car. Damn it, who made Victor an elite family heir? Yesterday Victor called him when he was about to score a goal with a woman, then after scolding him for 15 minutes he punished him to clean all the hotel's toilets. He barely slept 2 hours last night before the slut Margaret woke him up to work as her private mule. Let's go, Victor said as he took Margaret's and the blushing Theta's hands and then followed. They reached the restaurant 30 minutes later. It was one of the best restaurants in town and featured an excellent view and many unique dishes. Sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter at the door asked. No. Get me your best table. Victor replied, showing his token. Making the waiter frown. He had seen tokens, but this was his first time seeing this one. What an idiot, do you think you can get in here like this? A man scolded from behind before the waiter could reply. Stop wasting our time and kick this man out. He told the waiter, who was secretly calling his manager. Husband. How can beggars come to this place? They don't know that you have to make a reservation 3 months in advance. A slutty woman clinging to the young master added. Making Margaret shoot her a glare. Sir, please wait for a moment. I already called the manager, the professional waiter said respectfully to Victor. Most of the people who come here are VIPs and he didn't dare to make a decision. After that, the waiter turned to the young man, who quickly showed him the reservation ticket on his phone. Making sure that Victor saw it too. That's how you. The man began to speak, then froze when he saw Theta's face. Robin. He said in surprise. Aren't you dead? He asked unconsciously, making Theta, who was trying hard not to be seen, flinch. This man was her cousin. He was no one important in the family, but he knew her nonetheless. She didn't know what to reply, but feeling Victor's touch on her shoulder she felt courageous again. I am now young Master Victor's maid, please don't speak to me, you filthy commoner. She said, clinging to Victor's arm. You. Who do you think you are to call me a commoner, you illegitimate child? Do you think you whore mother? He didn't continue as Victor decided to break his jaw just as the manager entered the room. Young Master Irwin. He said as he ran to the man's side, then looked angrily at Victor, then froze. May I inquire about the young master's name? He asked as he noticed Victor's token. This restaurant belonged to the von Geldstadt family, and they knew what the tokens represent. The one and only Victor von Wise, Victor replied arrogantly. Now where is my room? He asked as if he didn't just knock off half of the teeth of someone a moment earlier. Maria. Get young Master Victor to the golden room and answer all his requests. The manager ordered as he gestured to the other waiters to help him drag young Master Irwin, who was trying to say something but failing, to a side room. Victor silently followed the waitress as he squeezed Theta's little hand. The golden room was not the most luxurious in the restaurant but was the highest available at this peak hour, and Victor didn't mind, he was just here to eat. So after placing some orders, he looked at Theta and Margaret, who really wanted to hear Theta's story but didn't dare to ask. Do you want to talk now? I don't mind waiting. Victor said, making Margaret shoot him a glare. She was dying out of curiosity. I will tell you. Theta said after collecting her courage. That guy just now was my cousin Irwin Bloodflint, my real name is Robin Bloodflint. She said, making Margaret gasp. That Bloodflint family? She asked in shock. The Bloodflint is a very famous family that is considered one of the richest in the world. The commoner's world. They were giants in the beauty and fashion industries, owning about 60% of the global market share. Yes. Theta replied, I am just a concubine daughter though, so no one cared about me. That was until all my elder brothers died in. She didn't continue as she blushed. They were having an orgy on a plane which crashed due to all of the shaking. The report mentioned something about a resonance frequency, Victor said casually to the surprised Margaret, who might have read something like that in some tabloid. Victor looked back at Theta. You became the oldest heir after that, he said. Yes. In my family, the oldest has the right to inherit regarding their gender. She said, but I was just a concubine daughter and the main wife already had 2 sons younger than me. She added as she looked down in depression. They tried to kill you. Margaret guessed. She had seen too many TV dramas. Before that, I was just an insignificant girl living in the mansion and waiting to be married off to some other noble family. But after the incident, I became the main heir, and no one liked that. Not my stepmother who wanted her children to take my place, not my grandparents who didn't like someone with dirty blood like mine taking over the family, not even the servants who always bullied me and didn't want to see me at the top. She said, my father who always hated me because my mother died after giving birth to me, just ignored me, not stating his opinion, and he kept delaying the inheritance declaration. They didn't have to try to kill me. I would have given up the family heir position if they asked. She said as tears welled in her eyes. Victor slowly stood up and hugged her, hoping to get that skill. Not this time. What happened? Margaret asked as she glared at Victor, who was rubbing Theta's back with an evil grin. He was a real scumbag who knew perfectly how to take advantage of girls in need of a hug. They tried to fake an accident when my stepmother took me shopping, but I was lucky and overheard them, so when she stepped down from the car to just grab something, I sneaked out behind her. I didn't expect the car to explode, the entire street was burned off. But luckily a truck stood in front of me at that same moment and that saved my life. She said. I never heard of anything like that, Margaret said. No. You did, a year ago when they assassinated some unfortunate minister. Victor said. Yes, they killed that man to use as a cover, Theta said, making Margaret gasp. After that, I lied to the police who came there and claimed that I was an orphan. So they took me to an orphanage where Titus kidnapped me. She clarified. Don't worry, now that you are with me, even if your stepmother grew some balls, she would never dare to touch you. They might appear big and do have a lot of connections in the political arena. But in fact, they are just a fallen former power who nowadays only lives on the scabs left by the big powers. They might even hurry to give you back your rightful position when they hear that you are my maid. Victor said, making her smile a little and nod. As long as I am with you, young master, I don't care about any of that. She said just as the waitress who brought their food entered the room while securely wiping her tears. What a good girl. A woman was sitting like a peacock, having dinner amongst her envious overly decorated friends when her phone rang. And it's me, a man said on the phone with some difficulty. Who? She asked as her maid poured some wine into her glass. Urban, he replied. The janitor? Where did you get this number from? She asked, intending to hang up. No, not that one, Irvin, I am Carlos's son, Irwin replied. Oh. Irwin. I didn't recognize your voice. How is your father? Why are you talking like that? She acted as if she cared. Someone broke and shattered all of my... He didn't continue, and... I just met Robin. She is alive. He said, seemingly talking with some difficulty. What? She asked. Are you sure? She stood up from her table, knocking some dishes off and surprising the women at the table. She didn't care about that. She was thinking about her stepdaughter. After the accident, they never found Robin's body, and that always made her uneasy despite the fact that nothing could have survived that explosion. Yes. She is now serving some rich guy as a maid. He was the one who hit me when I recognized her. He said, and please send me some men. He said. Where are you now? Who is that young master? She interrupted. I am at Tetraquad City to participate in the auction. As for the man, let me think. He paused for a moment. He said his name is Victor von Weiss. He said. She gasped. Are you sure? She asked with a shaking voice. Yeah, some arrogant piece of sh*t with purple dyed hair. What a prick. He replied. You are forbidden from approaching them. Wait for your father's instruction. And don't tell anyone. She yelled, then hung up without clarifying. She was in trouble. Big trouble. If Robin was truly serving a von Weiss heir, doesn't that strengthen her inheritance right? Wouldn't the old patriarch change his mind? No. She needed to act quickly, that was what she thought, but too bad for her, Victor was at that same moment taking Theta to one of the most media-covered events of the year. Chapter 203, Xena. Unlike the relatively obscure auction in Vane City, the auction here in Tetraquad was a huge event, so any failure was not an insignificant matter. Gary made sure that every angle was fully covered and every situation was perfectly accounted for. The auction here is made into two parts, a public one for everyone who can afford an entry ticket and a private one, for the players. Victor arrived at the auction building and stepped on the red carpet with Margaret and Theta at precisely 7:30 that night. Paul was ordered to stay in the car as usual. Victor was dressed in a white tuxedo as the girls wore matching maid dresses that made everyone, including the attendees and those who were here for the fun, look at them with a frown. The way the girls were clinging to him made him appear like a pervert despite his charming look. Was he here to make trouble? Even the press, the live broadcasters, and photographers who were snapping photos of everyone hesitated to photograph him, but quickly began to snap some photos after a moment of hesitation. They would leave publishing decisions to the editorial department. Your ticket, please. The pretty receptionist at the door asked politely while trying hard not to show a disturbed look on her face. This was a public event, not a cosplay party. Why was he dyeing his hair purple? And what with the maids' dresses? They looked authentic. Victor casually showed her the invitation letter and the ticket issued in his name, and that made her quickly bow in respect after noticing the Z rank on the ticket. Please, this way. She quickly guided Victor inside as another receptionist took her place. Everyone who expected him to be kicked away was surprised. Who was this guy? The receptionist didn't even flinch when a big CEO entered earlier and just pointed him inside. With that thought, every member of the press began to ask around while sending the photos they took. A new headline would be published tomorrow, a new young master in town. Now, you two are publicly mine, Victor told Margaret and Theta as he hugged their slender waists and followed the receptionist. The girls just smiled but said nothing as they watched the auction venue from the big windows in the winding corridor. It was a big auditorium with hundreds of seats. And on top of that, many balconies are protruding from the domed ceiling base in 3 interweaving layers. The receptionist guided them up to a similar VIP private room with a balcony overlooking the auction stage directly. It had a big couch with a small table filled with fruits. The balcony's curtains have the function of obscuring the young master's identity, so the young master can freely close them if anonymity is needed. The receptionist said as Victor entered the room and was about to sit down when he noticed a shadow behind the curtain of another room on the other side. All this time he was appraising people around, and what he saw on that shadow made him frown. Despite the curtains being of an appraisal and detection skills blocking material, and despite the detection cancelling talismans around every room that the receptionist didn't tell him about, Victor's skill was not stopped at all, as his authority allowed him to use his skills uninterrupted. "I don't like this room," he told the receptionist. "It smells like someone defecated here before. I can't stay with my girls in such a dirty room like this. Show me another one," he said, making the receptionist freeze for a second before smiling again. "Of course, young master. What kind of view do you like?" she asked. She was not stupid and realized that he wanted some specific room. "Give me the one with the number 25. He said. "I can see it is empty," he added as he licked his lips. "Please follow me." She said nothing. Holder of the Z-rank tickets can kick lower tier ticket holders out of their rooms, let alone change to an empty one. She quickly knew why too, as the room right beside number 25 had a very pretty girl sitting there. She didn't close the blinds as she sat proudly in her shoulderless diamond-studded gown, watching the attendees finding their chairs downstairs with an arrogant look. Little did she know that the room below this one had a man that would suffer a very humiliating fate. The receptionist guided Victor and the girls to the new room quickly and watched as Victor nodded in satisfaction, then thanked her with a slap on her butt. She didn't mind it, especially when she felt the stack of money he professionally stuck in her uniform's pocket. "Tell Gary that I want to meet him after the auction," he told her, then quickly headed to the balcony and opened the blinds, then began to talk to the girl there as she expected him to do. "I am Victor White. I didn't expect to meet a mega celebrity like Miss Xena Zero here," Victor said to the woman, who looked at him coldly. "Please don't disturb me, or I will call security," she said coldly. "Sure, feel free to call them. You are worth the trouble," he said as he sat down, but kept his eyes on her body, checking every nook and cranny. This girl was a famous singer. That was her public identity anyway. She was secretly a free player that is not associated with any power. Victor knew that she was one of the 3 founders of the Free Players Association. She hated the families and anyone belonging to them, and was one of the extremists who wanted the families to be executed. In the future, after the reckoning, she would be one of the leaders of the revolution against the families. Of course, she would fail and be killed in a very ugly manner by the von Zwei family. The von Krone would use that accident to agitate the free players and get their help to destroy the von Zwei family after that. Name, Xena von Miller. Level, 63. Class, Songstress of Doom. Authority, 7. Strength, 125. Agility, 134. Intelligence, 101. Luck, 34. Charm, 39. Order, 41. Skills. Captivating Voice SS. Suicide Song S. Cleansing Wave A. Energy Shield A. Survival A. Bartering A. Singing A. Quick Steps A. Charm A. Sword Art A. Self-Defense Arts B. Shield Arts B. Dagger Arts B. Pain Resistance C. Composing D. Stun Resistance E. Poison Resistance E. Map Drawing E. Cooking F. Equipment. Augmenting Staff, S. Defense Talisman, A. Storage Ring, C. Fate Status. Fate's Power, B. Fate's Direction, slightly positive. Fate's Design, Greatness. Total, B. Victor felt strange. Her fate was greatness. Why did she die then? Did she achieve greatness by dying in a great manner? That didn't make any sense. Maybe some scion was involved in her death, and her last name von Miller was not the public one. Wait, wasn't that the same surname as his teacher Isabella? That one was in the Free Players Association too. Victor decided to make Kai investigate his background. Xena was now clearly disturbed by the way he looked at her while frowning as if he was inspecting some burned cookie, so she quickly called one of the employees and whispered something, pointing at Victor, who flashed them a wide grin while Theta began to feed him some grapes. The employee nodded and then went away before returning 30 seconds later with an uneasy face. "We are very sorry, we can't do it. We can get you another balcony if you want. But all of the balconies are already taken by now. So you would have to share it with someone else. You can also go to the auditorium. He said in a soft voice. Xena frowned, then sighed, I will stay here then. She said, then completely ignored Victor. This auction was too important for her to waste because of some perverted young master. Victor chuckled and activated his disguise skill, then gestured to Margaret to act as if he was still on the balcony before shifting using his ring to the room below his where a man in a black cloak was busy watching the crowd. Name, Toral Almir. Level, 49. Class, Wizard. Authority, 4. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 24. Charm, 27. Order, 41. Skills. Casting A. Fireball A. Survival A. Windball B. Survival Instincts B. Dagger Arts B. Water Ball C. Teaching C. Torture C. Phantom Steps D. Staff Art D. Self-Defense Arts D. Poison Resistance F. Equipment. Poison Dagger. A. Defense Talisman, C. Storage Ring, B. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, undefined. Total, C. The man was completely oblivious of Victor's existence behind him as held a hand-sized mirror and pointed to face the stage. This was the reason Victor hurried here. Zelator's communication mirror number 6101. This man was an agent of the Dark Chamber, as this was the same kind of mirror Dick had. Victor was intending to kill him, but after some thought he chose to stay here and watch. He might get some info. He was still close enough to his balcony to maintain the illusion there anyway, so he casually sat on a side chair and observed the rest of the auction as the man looked around with a frown. What? A masked man that suddenly appeared in the mirror said. Lord Third, I felt someone spying on me. It is my survival instinct. The man said. Use an S-concealing talisman. And another detection one. The Lord ordered, and the man did that. The feeling didn't disappear. The detection returned nothing. You are just worried, the Lord told him with a sigh. Don't be so nervous, you only need to release the poison at the end of the auction. Its effect would only work 2 days later, so there is no danger. Lord Third said. Yes, I know. The man said, but the feeling of a predator watching him didn't disappear. Lord Third. Why do we have to help that B*TCH Charlotte? She tried to seduce me the other day. I am as old as her father. The man said. You are always complaining like this. You should stop fearing your wife. She is just an old hag, damn it. The man in the mirror scolded him. And Charlotte is important for our plan, she must win the next patriarch position. That's all you need to know. He added, making Toral shake his head. If Lord Third met his wife, he would not dare to talk badly about her. Victor frowned. So Charlotte was the one behind this. She must have also been conspiring with the Dark Chamber in his past life. At that time, the poisoning incident happened a year from now. His actions must have sped things up. At that time, after a very important auction, all the VIP participants began getting sick one by one. Some even died. Gary, who was promoted after his many successful auctions, were stripped of his position to appease the public anger. This incident also played a part in his expulsion from the family. Victor decided to strike just before they released the poison, which will not give them any chances to make a comeback and would make him gain anything they buy at this auction. Now, he could only wait and watch the auction that was about to start. He began to inspect the other balconies. He could see Troy in one of them. He wanted to kill him here, but that would be bad for Gary, and his hands are now occupied with the Dark Chamber conspiracy, so he decided to give this task to Alpha. Looking around once more at the other balconies, Victor froze. WTF. He almost stood up and revealed himself when he saw one of the occupants of a balcony near his own. That guy was the last person he expected or wanted to see here. Chapter 204, Public Auction. Alpha was now relaxing on her VIP balcony. In the afternoon she had successfully placed the materials Victor wanted her to sell on auction. They were reluctant to take the materials at first as the auction catalog was already printed, but after they realized that the goods were all A-ranked, they quickly accepted. She had just witnessed Victor, who changed his room to follow that hot singer. He was definitely a pervert. An absolute pervert. She sighed, wondering why her luck was so bad, ending up in his filthy hand. Only if she didn't act like some badass and lick his blood back then. If she killed him first, none of this would have happened. The talisman in her hand suddenly shone. It was that pervert. Alpha, what is your room number? Victor said she could see him across the stage licking his lips as he inspected that singer. I am in room 37, she said. Good, I can see you. A change of plans. Stay there and put your mask on. After the auction, leave after I give you a signal and follow Troy. You will be responsible for taking him out. Victor said. What happened? She asked as she heard his disturbed voice. Sebastian is here. He is in room 22, Victor said, making her gasp and firmly close her curtain, then use her sky eye to look outside. Sure enough, that room's curtains were wide open with that bastard standing there with his hands crossed like a cute kid who was accompanying his parent. She felt like he needed a hug. Didn't you lock him up in that vault? Alpha asked as a shiver ran through her spine when she realized that she was somewhat attracted to Sebastian. What was she thinking? He was supposed to be locked, but as I told you before, SCIONs are like cockroaches, impossible to kill, and very hard to defeat. Do you see the other man? A member of the Von Sway. A fake blood. Victor said, making her gasp again and look at that man sitting behind. She didn't earlier as her eyes couldn't leave Sebastian. She knew what a fake blood was. After the Von Sway family destroyed her own, they realized that they needed their bloodlines to undo most of the locks and to use the resources stolen. For that reason, they used an artifact to change the bloodline of some of their weaker heirs into that of the Von Richter, turning them into fake bloods. Not only can those guys open all their vaults and learn their exclusive skills, they can also feel their presence. He must have opened the vault for Sebastian, Victor said. Don't worry about your safety, I will be using my skill to mask your bloodline. And as long as you don't use your skills and stay more than 10 feet away from him, his detection skill will not pick you up. Victor reassured as her hand involuntarily shook. Alpha nodded and squeezed her fist. What is that man's level? She asked. 99, Victor replied. Even if you can defeat him, you will make too much noise, and my hands are already occupied here. Remember that Sebastian is with him, that guy is a SCION. He knows you and is probably still holding a grudge over the spider incident, so you better keep a low profile. Victor warned again, making her nod as she activated her artifact eye to carefully check on them. That bastard is destined to get your family's legacy, don't make it easy for him. Victor reminded her in a soft voice. Anything else? She asked. I will be taking care of many idiots tonight, so I will leave Troy to you. He is in room 7, make sure to follow him when he leaves, you must kill him on his way back and not at the auction site. Nora is probably here following him too, she can help you. Victor said, making Alpha look at the number 7 balcony, which was covered by blinds. She could make out the shadow of a group of people through it. Through her eyes, she could see inside, a young master with 4 guards and 2 sluts. I understand. She said, just make sure to get Hannah and keep her safe. She added with a sigh. Master Evan, you must help me save big sister Hannah, Sebastian said to his new master, the super powerful man who saved his life and then took him as a disciple. I know, the man in black said. Are you sure she was the one who opened the vault back then? Master Evan asked again. I am not. But she knew its position and she was the one who dug the hole leading down. Sebastian said, making the man nod. Master, are you truly an elder of my big sister's family? Sebastian asked. Yes, how could I have opened the vault and saved you if I were not one? That lock is bloodline locked. I also want to save her. The man nodded while hoping that Hannah was a real Von Richter surviving heir. If she was, he can absorb her soul and blood to increase his strength. And maybe get a chance to make a breakthrough and increase his authority. A week ago, the monitoring device in the family detected a Von Richter bloodline signal from the Golden Waterfall town. Too bad that when he reached there the battle was already over and only this idiot was locked inside an empty vault while suffering from some backlash curse. Having no other choice, he tried to heal him, but too failed. Sebastian was suffering from a backlash where many evil souls were trying to invade his body, but for some reason, they couldn't eat his soul and were wreaking havoc on his flesh. After some thought, he decided to teach him how to control the evil souls that infested his body to gain his trust. And gain info about the true heir, then kill him. He expected the process to take some time, but to his surprise, Sebastian quickly learned to control the souls ravaging his body and began to use them to his advantage. And after regaining consciousness, he told his savior what happened that day, hoping that he will help him find and save his elder sister. Evan decided to keep Sebastian around after that, just to help him recognize that girl Hannah. He would not live long anyway, as the souls in his body were being forcibly controlled and would become berserk sooner or later. Having spent a few days with Sebastian, Evan began to notice some pattern, that after some thinking almost made him yell in surprise. Especially after Sebastian accidentally found a rare herb in the mountains that would help him fully control the evil souls. Sebastian was definitely a scion, he was pretty sure. As someone who read the entire von Richter archive, he knew things and knew what signs to watch for. And Sebastian fit them all. How else can someone survive the effect of evil souls erosion for 24 hours in a locked vault? It also caught his attention that the business that he was preoccupied with on that day, before coming to check the vault, was cancelled out of nowhere, forcing him to arrive earlier and save Sebastian's life. He was not 100% sure about his guesses, just 60%, but that was enough for him to decide to keep Sebastian around as his disciple. This is a perfect chance for him to rise. As if to affirm his guesses, the auction that he was planning to attend had the girl Hannah advertised as one of its merchandise. This can't be a coincidence. With renewed confidence, he came here with Sebastian. Luck was already smiling at him. As long as he keeps Sebastian happy, he can do whatever he wants. Victor kept an eye on Sebastian and Evan. Although he didn't know how he could have escaped, he had a few theories. But he really underestimated a scion's power again. He could only shake his head. He still didn't have enough info on how scions worked. All the knowledge he had came from some incomplete experiments, ancient books, and the top-secret letters that a certain hidden sect sent to the top powers after the reckoning, telling everyone about scions and that they should stop trying to kill them. The powers were not convinced at first, but after a few sects got obliterated by natural phenomena, they got the message. Too bad that the von Wise family was long burned to the ground by that point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual golden auction. A young pretty lady declared, making Victor look back at the stage. She stepped lightly on her high heels, heading to the center as the last arriving guests took their seats and the hall's door closed. First, allow us to welcome you all here and to thank our host, young Master Gary Goldman. She said, pointing to the highest balcony where Gary sat with a stern old man. The woman didn't know him, but if she did, she would be kneeling on the ground. Victor only heard of this legendary man, he never met him. He was dead when he came here in his past life. Harvey von Geldstadt. Level, 169. Class, Merchant Warrior. Authority, 16. Abnormal status, Poisoned, SS, 98%. Strength, 31/472. Agility, 21/405. Intelligence, 31/445. Luck, 45. Charm, 31. Order, 94. Skills. System Store Access, Level 9. Player Market Access, Level 2. Sword Arts, A. Spear Art, A. Mathematical Mind, A. Survival, A. Energy Shield, A. Endurance, A. Playboy, A. Poison Resistance, B. Corrosion Resistance, B. Tea Making Art, C. Brewing, C. Alchemy, C. Poison, C. Acting, D. Dagger Arts, D. Staff Arts, E. Instant Death Resistance, F. Shogi, F. Equipment. Dominating Sword, SS. Defense Talisman, SS. Appraisal Glasses, S. Magic Ledger, S. Von Geldstadt Patriarch Token, A. Hidden Storage Ring, S. Storage Ring, A. Illusion Talisman, A. Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, undefined. Total, D. This was the strongest man Victor met since he returned. He was Gary's grandfather and the current patriarch of the von Geldstadt family. Victor watched him carefully as the guests clapped their hands. This man was using a talisman to hide his sickly complexion. As far as Victor knew, this man would die in a month or two from now, and that would cause the troubles in the von Geldstadt family to explode. Victor decided to help him as he returned his eyes to the auctioneer lady. It is never a bad idea to ruin some people's perfect plans. Victor had the feeling that whoever poisoned him was probably the same one who targeted his grandmother before. I invite you all to take your seats. And I wish to remind you all to keep in order and that photography and filming are strictly prohibited. The pretty lady said as she took out a gavel and a stack of cards. For those attending for the first time, your lots would be delivered directly to you if you were in a private room. For those in the audience, you are free to go pick up your lots from the back at any moment during the auction. Or you can wait until we are finished. Just make sure to have your payment checks ready. She clarified. Now, we shall start the public auction. She added as the assistants began to bring the auctioned items. Our first lot today is an antique painting by Duke Ray. It depicts his burning of the old castle tower from which he kidnapped his first wife. She began to explain. Victor didn't care, he just casually watched the auction progress. This was just the first part, a show for the public. The real stuff would come later. The items kept coming one by one. Victor only bought some random jewelry for his girls every once in a while. In addition to that, he got himself a painting of a few naked pretty girls in an ambiguous setting. He was the only one bidding for it, and he felt that if he didn't buy it, people would suspect the genuinity of his pervertedness. Do you want to appraise this piece of art together later? He asked Zena, who glared at him through his illusion. She turned her head and completely ignored him. Margaret took care of the payments when the purchases were delivered to the room. As Theta acted as a maid who whispered some random things in her imaginary young master's ears every once in a while. Most of the attendees in the balconies were players, so they didn't care to participate in the public auction and just watched and picked some interesting trinkets every now and then. On the contrary, the commoner participants at the auditorium were losing their minds over the amazing treasures being offered. There was even a fight between two guys over an earring that some influencer girl on the internet promised herself to whoever buys it for her. Both lost in the end and were kicked out of the auction after Prince Troy got the earring. The public auction contained many lots and took 3 hours to finish. Victor bought no less than 10 items. And to his surprise, no one competed against him most of the time. Only one purple gold ring had some fierce competition, but Victor just increased the price by a few millions and directly crushed the competition as he felt that Lily would like this one. At last, the public auction was over with a famous painting that was sold to an old bald man who cried as the auctioneer declared his winning. "Thank you for your participation in our auction," the pretty lady said after the final transaction was done. After that, she stepped to the side as an old man in a formal silver suit entered the stage. "The public auction is now over. We invite those with the public tickets to exit the hall," he said in a firm voice as he looked around as the young lady bowed to him and gave him the gavel. Many of the attendees sighed. They really wished to attend the private auction just to watch. What kind of merchandise would be offered there? Too bad for them they didn't have the private tickets and didn't dare to stay, as they knew the consequences of making trouble here. So slowly, one by one, all the commoners made their way out of the venue. After making sure that all the non-players left the hall 15 minutes later, the doors were closed and a spherical artifact that was placed to the side as a decoration piece was suddenly activated. In the next moment, 4 individuals in the auditorium collapsed. Those were normal humans who didn't leave and used various means to trick the auction employees. This device only worked to knock out mortals and didn't work on players. Every year some idiots would end up staying, mostly aspiring journalists and troublemakers. The auctioneer quickly gestured to the guards, who grabbed the unfortunate unconscious attendees and dragged them away to become fish food. "Some people just never learn," he said with a chuckle, then cleared his throat after no one laughed with him. "Let's begin then," the old man said as all the players who were relaxed in their seats up until now sat straight. The real battle had just started. Chapter 205, Vibrate. Lily nodded after checking her watch. The auction should have already started. It was time for her to act. "Commence operation. Use formation Delta Bravo. Remember to stay hidden and to use the escape talismans if danger exceeds level 5. She ordered as the 6 girls accompanying her who evaded the patrolling guards and began to scale the wall of Troy's villa. Those walls were not typical for a mansion. They were so tall that it was obvious that whoever built them had many things to hide. She didn't know why Victor ordered her to keep extra cautious. Wasn't Troy just a semi-player? Nevertheless, she obeyed her young master's commands and decided to keep her team's safety her main priority, So they were advancing very slowly using the family's latest infiltrating devices. Reaching the top of the wall, Lily froze. The situation inside was super weird. At a first glance, it was just a normal mansion yard full of trees and shrubberies. That's what a normal man would see. But Lily was different. She quickly noticed that despite the heavily guarded outer walls, the gardens surrounding the mansion were empty. No, not just empty, but weirdly empty. Creepily empty. The dark paths surrounded by trees were not only clear of guards, but also of animals. Her inspection skill didn't even locate any insects at all. A shiver ran through her back as she looked around. She didn't know why, but she felt that this place was extra dangerous. Something is wrong here. Ivy's voice could be heard in her earpiece, accompanied by some static noise. There are no security cameras inside. There were precisely 427 outside the fence, she said, making Lily notice that too. It is as if someone didn't want anyone to know what was going on in here, Eve added in a somber voice. What should we do? Cora asked. They were very brave girls, but the situation made them uneasy. Lily really wanted to stand down and ask Victor what to do now, but he was at the auction right now, and all communications there were forbidden. That's why they are doing this now. No, she must make the decision by herself. Wait for my analysis, she ordered her sisters as she activated her area inspect skill one last time to its limit, but still no signs of life, but strange enough she could not even feel the trees this time. This must be an array, Lily said. How else no life signs could be observed? What should we do? Cora asked. Arrays don't stop gases, Lily said. Everyone, take an antidote pill, put your gas masks on, and prepare to put this entire mansion to sleep, she said decisively. But wouldn't that cost us a lot of sleeping gas to fill the garden too? Ivy asked. No. Look at the walls, they are as high as the mansion itself. If we pump the soul gas here, this place would be like a pot. The gas, which is heavier than air, will have no place to escape. The effect will be lighter, but without the gas escaping it will accumulate in a very short time, she said. Just make sure to secure the gates and keep them firmly closed, she added. She calculated the area of the mansion, and according to her calculations, the gas cans they had would be barely enough. After that, no matter what array was placed, they can take their time to bypass it without anyone shooting at them. In the auction hall, where only 20% of the participants remained after the unawakened left, everyone got ready for action as the old auctioneer began to explain the rules. This private auction is divided into two parts, he said. The first is for the normal grade items and materials. Those would be sold in normal currency and coins. Every coin will be calculated as equivalent to $60, he stated, causing many attendants to curse at him for being greedy. A coin is worth about $100 outside. But on the other hand, only idiots and poor players would buy with coins what can be bought with real money. The second half of the auction is for the A and S ranked lots. Those would be sold using only coins. Normal currencies would not be accepted. I ask our guests to cooperate and refrain from creating trouble, he said as he took the first card on his podium. Let's begin, he declared, adjusting his glasses as an assistant revealed the first lot. Our first item is an E-ranked golden goose artifact. It will lay a golden egg every morning when the first sunlight hits it, as long as you feed it enough gems the previous night. It needs 5 gems for 1 gram of gold. The egg, weighing 0.5 kilograms, will need 2,500 gems every day. The auctioneer began, making many who got excited disappointed. This is not efficient at all, as the lowest gem is worth about 1 to 2 grams of gold in the market. Do the eggs vibrate? A pervert young master suddenly asked, breaking the hall's silence. It was Victor. No, why would they vibrate? The old auctioneer asked, then froze as he realized what the pervert meant. He glared at Victor as many male guests began to laugh as others asked the same question as the old auctioneer. They do not. They are made of solid pure gold, the auctioneer corrected professionally as Margaret was holding her stomach hard, trying hard not to laugh while covering her mouth. Poor Theta frowned as she didn't get it. What about the goose? Victor asked. What about it? The auctioneer asked. Does it vibrate? Victor asked, earning himself many disgusted looks, especially from Xena, who didn't realize that she was as perverted as he was for figuring out what he meant. No. It is just a normal artifact, the auctioneer said. We will start with $10,000,000, he added. I will buy it, Victor said, raising his sign. Many things can be done with eggs and geese, he said with a perverted smile. No one else bid on it after Victor said that. This was just a waste of money as gems were far more valuable than gold. Although some people got interested, no one dared as they didn't want to appear like perverts after all. The goose goes to number 25. The auctioneer said with some spite as he glared at Victor, then looked up at the highest balcony, inquiring if he should kick Victor out. Gary gestured to him to continue without care. A minute later a servant brought the golden goose to Victor's room, where Margaret helped him pay for it and then store it in her ring after checking it with interest. This will make us rich later, so take care of it, Victor told her through his illusion. Margaret wanted to ask how but decided to keep it for later. The next item is a golden staff. An E-rank weapon found in an F-rank dungeon a while ago. The auctioneer said while hoping that no one will make any dirty remarks this time. No one did, and the staff was won by a pretty girl in the auditorium. Next we have this blueberry-eating slug. It is a very rare mutant beast that feeds on some dungeon plants. It is very good for increasing sexual libido, especially in old people. The auctioneer explained. I will take this. My grandma needs it. Victor quickly bid before the auctioneer declared the reserve price, making him curse silently again. Who let this pervert in? In fact, Victor didn't need this, but Kai used it as an excuse to tell him about the auction before, so he had to buy it. Maybe he would really gift it to his grandmother later. No, that's a bad idea. On the highest balcony, the one who let Victor in was shaking as his grandfather watched Victor with interest. This guy is really interesting. The old man who was sitting with Gary said. I think he is just a pervert, Gary replied with surprise. His grandfather was only here to assess his performance, he rarely takes interest in other family heirs. You shouldn't say that. You were the one who invited him with a Z-rank ticket. Harvey said, making Gary look down in embarrassment. A lot of his movements were being monitored by the family. How much did he pay for it? Harvey asked. For what? The ticket. I gave it to him for free, Gary said, swallowing hard. Oh, a little bird told me that you traded it for a girl. The patriarch said, making Gary begin to sweat. His grandfather knew all along. He was testing him. Don't be nervous, you must learn from him, this guy is a better trader than you are. Never leave your weak points revealed to others. His grandfather taught him. Gary nodded, he should have grabbed April the moment he decided that he wanted her. If Victor was really malicious, he would have demanded more. I understand. I will not make that mistake again, Gary said after a few seconds, but... Look at that guy, he is definitely a pervert. Shouldn't he hide his true nature? Isn't he revealing his weakness? Gary added, trying to appear honorable in front of his grandfather who was watching Victor harass the girl on the next balcony with a goose. He was inserting his fingers in the goose's anus. That's where the golden eggs formed. It was just a statue, but that didn't stop Victor from appearing like a pervert. On the contrary. This guy might be a pervert, but he is using it to cover his other weak points, like the shell of a tortoise. Hiding many secrets inside. Harvey said in a harsh voice, people who act like this are the real dangerous ones. He added then sipped some water. Because they are unpredictable. Gary asked. Not only that, but it is also because they have no shame. The old man said. Oh. So do I have to start acting like that? Gary said nervously, making the old man chuckle. If you do that, I will kick you out of the family. We have a reputation to keep. He said, making Gary freeze. You must find your own power, your own methods, not imitate others, Harvey said then sighed and stopped talking as Gary pondered on what he had just been taught. The auction continued with many items and an excited audience. Next we have an F-rank skill book. Sold. An E-rank skill book. Sold. Now, D-rank defensive skill book. Sold. Let's see. E-rank transparency talisman. Sold. Next we have this feather that was found in a lava dungeon. It was appraised as an E-rank feather of some mythic bird. The reserve price is 30.000.000. The auctioneer introduced the next item, a golden burning feather with strange red streaks. Does this one vibrate? Victor asked again, causing the professional auctioneer who was in full swing to almost stumble and fall. No, it does not. We don't have anything vibrating on this auction. The auctioneer stated as he wished to simply kick Victor out. Why would he ask that? The eggs were excusable, but this was a feather. Sure, it was big. But it's a fucking feather. It doesn't vibrate. Why do you want it? Victor turned to face Margaret and asked as if she were the one who wanted it. He had the looks of someone wondering why would anyone want anything that doesn't vibrate. Margaret suppressed her giggles. She knew that he was using her to make an excuse to bid for the feather, so she did her part. I like it, young master. I think it would look nice with my new costume, she said as the auction hall fell silent to hear what she had to say. The one with the fluffy feathers under the belly? Victor asked while pondering. Didn't I accidentally rip that one last night? No. The other one. The one with the strings and peacock tail you bought me last week. She corrected him in a slutty manner as Theta blushed heavily. She had the feeling that Margaret and Victor were made for each other, a couple of perverts. Oh. The one with that hole, Victor licked his lips. Then I will take it. Victor said as many young men in the audience began to have wild fantasies. The reserve price is $5.000.000. The auctioneer wanted to finish this quickly. $10.000.000. Victor quickly bid, causing many guests to shake their heads. Kids nowadays are all perverts who only think with their balls. Although Victor tried hard to act like a pervert hoping to snag the feather easily, his foolish plan failed quickly as the guests here were not fools. This feather had many uses, and they will not let him get it easily. The competition was fierce, but after the price reached 100 million, only two bidders were left, young Master Victor and an elder of some minor unimportant sect. The Flying Myth sect. Young man. Just leave this feather to us and we will be very thankful in the future. If not, the elder could only begin to make threats with his eyes when his funds began to dry up. Why don't you go F***ck yourself? Victor asked, this young master wants that thing. Do you want me to look foolish in front of my girls? $121.000.000, he bid while cursing at the elder in his heart. If this guy was not here he would have got this for half the price. Damn you pervert, $121.500.000, the elder wanted to scold Victor, but looking at the threatening auctioneer's eyes he didn't dare to make trouble and only increase the price. His sect was not strong at all. So he just kept shooting Victor some very dangerous glares. Why are you looking at me like that? I am not into old people. $122.000.000. Victor increased the price again. Hopefully, this elder would come for trouble after the auction. Victor really wanted to kick his ass. The elder was so angry that his face became purple and his hands began to shake. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have enough money and could only give up and sit down dejected despite his unwillingness. This feather could revive his sect as their awakening artifact requires mythical beasts' remains as a sacrifice. No. He will get that item one way or another. That was his wishful thinking. With that, Victor won the feather for $122 million. Little did anyone know that this was the main item he attended the auction for. He ordered Kai to keep an eye for it as he remembered it appearing in some auction but didn't know which one. The feather was quickly brought up to Victor's room where he was waiting for it this time, not stalking the idiot on the balcony below. This feather was very important. Celestial Fire Chicken Feather, E rank. Victor nodded with satisfaction as he checked it and then put it away. For the great powers, this item was not really that impressive. But for him, it was vital. With this, he can start with the blood awakening at any time. All he needed now was Lin's cooperation and some undisturbed time. The best date would be after the wedding when no one will ask unnecessary questions if he disappeared for a few days. As for the stupid elder and his disciples who were conspiring against him, he simply didn't care. If they come, he will get more green goo for his experiments. Next we have some bronze fighting gloves. They are D-ranked, the auctioneer said after singing in relief as Victor made no further trouble and continued the auction, not realizing that Victor's mischief had just begun. Chapter 206, You Lied. Lily sweated heavily as she looked at the black hounds that were sleeping due to the effect of the soul poison. Those things were 3 times her size. When she began to infiltrate the mansion 15 minutes ago after gassing the entire place, she encountered an illusions array that seemed to surround the mansion, exactly as she expected. Thanks to the SS-ranked talismans Victor gave her, She was able to quickly escape and proceed beyond it, where the trees and greenery disappeared and were replaced by desolate black soil, an entire death field that surrounded the mansion. There, next to every window, there was one of those hellish hounds. If she fell in the array while those things were awake, they would have surely shredded her to pieces by their teeth before she could comprehend what happened. SSH Lily, the con, Shin. SSH we. SSH. One of her companion's voices came over with a lot of distortions. Activate the communication talismans, Lily repeated 3 times. 3 minutes later, all the girls activated their talismans. They were entering the mansion from different points. What are those things? Eve's voice came clear now through the talisman. I don't know. Kill it by slitting its throat with the poison dagger, consider it a dungeon monster and be careful of any blood or miasma. Lily said as she proceeded toward the sleeping hound. It had a distorted face with stitches here and there, as if it were the result of some hellish experiment. Lily didn't hesitate as she slit its throat. The hound collapsed like an inflated balloon seconds later while a disgusting smell filled the air. Lily quickly used a general antidote pill as she stepped away after swiftly collecting a sample of its blackish tar-like blood. What the hell was this thing? She wondered. The auction proceeded from one item to another. Victor was not really interested in anything, he bid on a few treasures every once in a while to raise the price but won nothing. Alpha, on the other hand, bid on quite a few trinkets that might be useful for her newly formed team. Next we have some special merchandise. The auctioneer suddenly announced as 7 girls in chains were dragged to the stage. They had bare feet and were dressed in some very revealing semi-transparent dresses. Hannah, who was one of them, was shaking as she was pushed forward and watched the audience inspect her. She was wondering how she ended up like this. Victor was hesitant. The situation was a little risky as he didn't expect Sebastian to be there. He was pondering if he should just step away and leave her to him. That bastard was sure to save her from Evan, but she would surely be his after that. After some thought, Victor quickly made his decision. He really needed an alchemist. Also, Alpha would really hate him if he let Hannah go. And most importantly, he didn't want Hannah to end up as a Sebastian food. So he will fight for her. On the other side of the hall, Sebastian, despite his angry eyes, couldn't stop his tongue from licking his lip when he saw her in that dress. He was quick to squeeze his master's arm though. She is Hannah, he said, pointing to her, making Evan squint his eyes. The auctioneer coughed to silence the guests who began to stir at the girl's side. He could hear the sound of lips getting licked. Those are our newest finds, the first 3 are all players. A wizard, an archer, and an alchemist. The others are normal humans. The auctioneer said, they are all virgins and have unique bloodlines. He added with a knowing smile. The player girls here are under a power disabling and obedience curse, we advise their masters not to lift those as they are not probably trained, the auctioneer said, the normal ones on the other side are very sensible. He added, now, about. He began to speak but was rudely interrupted by another inappropriate interjection by the same very perverted young master. You lied to me. Victor suddenly yelled as he stood up, making the auctioneer pause after realizing that Victor was talking to him. What? The auctioneer asked while wondering what was wrong with this pervert now. That girl is definitely vibrating. You said nothing vibrated here, you lied to me. Victor continued to yell angrily, pointing at Hannah, making almost every guest look at him and then at the girl strangely. She was obviously shaking out of fear. Can that be considered vibrating? The auctioneer tried hard to keep his calm and suppress his anger as he looked at Gary and Harvey at the top balcony. Sadly, they signaled him to continue and ignore Victor. Yes. It was my mistake. The old auctioneer said as he looked back down after a light cough. He really wanted to kick Victor's ass at that moment. But his masters didn't allow it. How about we start with her? She is an alchemist with an unidentified bloodline. Lowest price is $25,000,000. He stated, wanting to appease Victor as soon as possible. $30,000,000. I want her. Victor quickly bidded. 40, some pervert on another balcony raised the price. 45, Xena bid this time, she was here to save those miserable girls. 50, this time it was Troy, although he was hidden behind the curtain, Victor could easily identify him. 55, 56, 57, 59. The bids kept getting higher. Elder, let me bid more, some sex young master begged his elder as he looked at Hannah. She was his type. Fool. Do you think our sex finances came out of your mother's tits? Your father might spare you, but he would surely kick my ass if I allowed this. That's enough. The elder scolded and forced his perverted young master to stop as the bidding continued. 60, 65, 67. 68, 69, a fat bald man bid as he licked his lips. There was a lot of lip licking tonight. 70, millions. Xena bid as she squeezed her fist. There were a lot of squeezed fists too. 80 million. Sebastian's master declared as he tried hard to feel any bloodline signs from Hannah. Too bad he felt nothing. But that's to be expected as the von Richter sealed their heirs' bloodlines before helping them escape. He needs to touch her to make sure. But he didn't dare to make trouble in this hall. 150,000,000. This time it was Alpha who had enough, and wanted to finish Hannah's misery quickly. The crowd was surprised by the sudden price increase, but they quickly forgot about her as Victor spoke. 300,000,000. He doubled the price directly again. Ah. Really? Is she worth all that? What does his father do for a living? SHHH, I will tell you later. Mommy, get me the one with the white hair. What a pervert. Yuck, you are drooling on me. Damn it. The audience was in shock as most people stopped bidding. Damn that perverted bastard. Xena cursed as the price far exceeded her budget. She was here to save those girls. And maybe convince them to join the Free Players Alliance. 500,000,000. Sebastian bid in anger, making his master grab his shoulder. He didn't have access to a lot of money from the family, and couldn't spend what he had this easily, as he only held coins and he wanted those to buy a very important item later using them. Hannah looked with some hope at Sebastian's balcony as she recognized his voice. She was worried about him for the last few days, thankfully he was all right. And now he will save her. 550,000,000. Victor stated arrogantly, this vibrator girl is mine. He added, shattering her dreams. 600,000,000. Alpha said while cursing at her perverted young master. 650,000,000. Victor stated again, making everyone gasp again. Was this girl really worth this money? Who is that guy? Sebastian's master asked a waitress who was bringing him some fruits as he placed some money in her pocket. Number 25 should be Victor von Wise. The waitress said as she glanced at her tablet. This man also had a Z ticket, so he had some rights to know who is who. And the other one? Number 37. He asked, pointing at Alpha's balcony. It is an anonymous ticket. The waitress replied, then slowly withdrew. What should we do, master? Sebastian asked. Bid until 800,000,000. The master replied. If the bidder was someone of a lower status or weak background, he would have let him win and then stole Hannah from his hand. Too bad Victor was a name he knew well. He was the new rising heir in the von Wise family, so he can't face him right now, fearing that he might disturb the family's plan. He could only grab Hannah legally for now. 700,000,000. Sebastian bidded. 710,000,000. Alpha said, trying to act as if she was nearing her limit. 750,000,000. Victor added while wondering if he should just give up on Hannah and take the money. 800,000,000. Sebastian stated directly as he sweated. 1,000,000,000. Victor said, making the crowd gasp. This time no one replied. This girl for 1,000,000,000. 3-2. The auctioneer began the countdown, causing Sebastian to squeeze his master's hand. Evan hesitated, then decided to risk it and sacrifice the coins that he wanted to use to buy the final item. Sebastian was a SCION, and surely pay him back one way or another. $1,500,000,000. Evan yelled, stopping the countdown. And making Sebastian breathe in relief. $2,000,000,000. Victor bid after a bid. He was really considering taking the money at this time, Victor decided that he would abandon Hannah if Evan bid higher. Evan didn't. He had no more money, coins didn't grow on trees. $2000,000,000,000. 321. Sold to young Master Victor. The auctioneer stated and sealed the miserable Hannah's fate with the sound of his gavel and a broad smile. At this moment, Victor became his favorite bidder. Ha ha ha. Bring the vibrating girl to me. Victor said lasciviously, causing Xena, who was looking at him, to feel disgusted, then look away to focus on saving the other girls. Margaret and Theta, who know about his plan, could only shake their heads, trying hard not to laugh. Why did he need to act as a pervert in every public event? At the same time, Sebastian was shaking in rage. He was about to storm the stage and save Hannah if not for his master's iron grip on his shoulder. The von Richter family didn't like people making trouble in their auctions. What Victor did was the limit. Maybe even exceeded the limit a little bit. But what he will pay them for the girl, they would surely forgive him. Keep calm. Do you want them to kill you? Do you want them to kill me? Evan asked as he shook Sebastian awake. I will go talk to that brat Victor after the auction. I will try to make a deal. He added while thinking that he will go to Victor and test Hannah. If she was really a von Richter, he would be able to ask the family for more finance or a treasure to trade. If not, too bad then. He will have to fool Sebastian somehow though. That would be troublesome. Sebastian took a deep breath to calm himself, then unwillingly nodded as he watched the auction assistants drag Hannah away to Victor's balcony. Chapter 207, Scamming Hannah. After making sure that all the hounds around the mansion were taken care of, Lily and her sisters began to infiltrate the mansion through the windows while keeping wary of traps. After entering, and to their surprise, the mansion was completely normal. It was a typical luxurious mansion with expensive furniture. The walls were all decorated with rare paintings. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. There were a few maids and servants collapsed in the kitchen and in a few corridors, but that was the effect of the poison. They were all semi-players. How could Troy afford an entire staff of semi-players? Lily felt strange. She quickly surveyed the whole ground floor but ended up finding nothing of interest. That was when Cora contacted her. We found Troy's room on the second floor, she said, so Lily quickly climbed there. Her sisters, who found nothing on the upper floor, also had already started tearing the place apart when she entered. It was a full suite inside the mansion. A sleeping room with a study with their own bathroom. It was as if Troy didn't want to be disturbed up here. Anything interesting? Lily asked. Just some usual business letters and work-related documents. This guy is casting a big network and businesses. Cora, who was checking the computer, said. The safe here has some nice trinkets, Ivy added as she began filling her brand new storage ring. Lily looked and nodded. Take everything in there, we don't know which thing is an artifact, Lily said. She wished she had an appraisal skill like her young master. I found some letters here. They are addressed to Levi von Sway, Eve said after going through some drawers. Show me. Lily quickly checked them. They were drafts for some letters containing a lot of bootlicking with reports about some experiments. They are beginning to get results. Troy was requesting increased funding and more experiment subjects. He wanted subjects with bloodlines for better results. Most of the letters were the same with different bootlicking statements. Was Troy trying different begging methods? Lily frowned. From this it could become clear that Troy was working with the von Sway family on something. This information needs to be transported to the young master, but first, they had a job to do. Let's go to the basement, Lily said as she stored the letters, making the girls swallow and then nod. All of them ignored that place on purpose and chose to do the upper floor first. They had a feeling that they would not like what they will find there. Gary was shaking while waiting for his grandfather to scold him. He had just caused the family to lose a huge commission fee because he gave Victor the Z ticket. Harvey said nothing though. He just sighed. Don't worry about it, he said after a few minutes of pondering. This would make a good advertisement. Always think like a businessman and learn from your mistakes, Harvey said as he looked at Victor. He was wondering if he was his grandson. No. He shook his head. He had secretly tested Theodore and he was not his son. How many men did and sleep with was a mystery that he didn't want to solve. But still, he couldn't stop liking Victor more and more. He reminded him of himself when he was young. He also had a feeling that Victor was executing multiple schemes at the same time, but he couldn't tell what they were. He was wondering about something else too. What was so interesting about that girl Hannah for Victor and that sneaky Von Sway fighting over her? That question made him very curious. Hannah was guided by 2 guards to Victor's room. With the curse placed on her, she couldn't use any of her powers. Victor, who secretly returned to his room, arrogantly paid for her using the family card, which would surely be confiscated after today's expenses. "I knew it was you," he told her as he checked her body, making her cover the important parts under the semi-transparent clothes with her hands as she glared at him. "You are that young master from before," she said coldly. She remembered him from Golden Waterfall Town. "And you were that hot driver. Did your young master get bored and sell you off?" Victor asked, making her shake her head but say nothing. She didn't want to talk about Sebastian now. The only thing she wanted to know was who was the bastard who drugged her then sold her here. She was also worried about Victor's actions. He seemed to be some kind of a super pervert. That's what she got from his actions earlier. "You don't have to worry that much." Jokes aside, Victor suddenly became serious after the guards who brought her here left and closed the door. "I didn't expect to get my hands on another Von Richter so fast. Why else do you think I paid that much money for you? For your beauty? My wives are 1,000 times prettier than you," he said, making her look at him again with shock this time. "How do you know that?" she asked in a harsh voice. She didn't eat well in the last few days. "I go to school with one of them. And beauty is a subjective matter. I am not saying you are ugly, on the contrary, but I meant about my family." "How did you know that I am a Von Richter?" she whispered as she wished to kick this pervert's ass. "Oh. Well, I know many things. Like how your beloved younger brother is now with the Von Sway fake blood on that balcony. He was the one bidding for you earlier." Victor dodged the question professionally by distracting her. "You are lying," she said as she looked out of the balcony. She could see Sebastian, who was looking back at her with angry eyes, and the man in black sitting behind him. Was that man a fake blood? She wondered, not realizing that Sebastian was now watching as Victor started spanking Hannah's butt. "I am not lying," Victor stated as he adjusted his illusion to make Hannah's image sit on his lap. She was smiling as she enjoyed his petting. "Don't be so stiff, I just want you to be my maid. And I am not an enemy of your family. If I were, you would be on the selling floor again with a new price tag," he said. She just glared at him. She would never be this pervert's maid. "You are lucky I was the one who bought you." If that man would have won the bidding, Victor made a slitting throat sign with his thumb. "I am sure that young Sebastian has no idea about your family. And that he was working for your enemies at the moment," he added. Her illusion was not blushing as Victor bit her ear. "How do you know Sebastian's name?" she asked. Her first priority was to protect her little brother. "Let me show you," Victor suddenly said, and used his disguise skill to replicate both Sebastian's and the man in black's status. He was showing her the info, with few adjustments. Name, Evan Von Sway. Level, 99. Class, Ghoul. Authority, 9. Abnormal status. Fake bloodline effect, 14% purity. Reduced lifespan. Strength, 335. Agility, 278. Intelligence, 309. Luck, 41. Charm, 11. Order, 30. Skills. Blood Drain S. Flesh Drain S. Soul Drain S. Regeneration A. Energy Shield A. Bartering A. Shadow Steps A. Charm A. Sword Art A. Alchemy A. Self-Defense Arts B. Bloodline Detection B. Shield Arts A. Dagger Arts A. Identification B. Survival B. Pain Resistance C. Stun Resistance C. Poison Resistance C. Map Drawing E. Cooking F. Equipment. Soul Plucking Dagger, S. Defense Talisman, S. Von Sway Family Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Hannah gasped, not because of Evan's status, but because of Sebastian's. Name, Sebastian Silver. Level, 52. Abnormal status. Eternal martial arts side effect, slow aging. Silver Lingering Soul's Curse, S. Soul Sealing Stigma, S. Class, Battle Mage. Authority, 6. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 92. Agility, 81. Luck, 35. Charm, 40. Order, 20. Skills. Minor Magic Creation SS. Eternal Body Defense SS. Fireball A. Fire Vortex A. Burn Resistance A. Spear Arts B. Water Ball B. Staff Arts B. Poison Resistance B. Dagger Arts, B. Mountain Giant Palm B. Poison Resistance B. Paralyze Resistance B. Charm C. Master Steps D. Illuminate D. Equipment. Defense Talisman, S, 1/3. Eternal Sect Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Your younger brother is amazing. Can you imagine someone with that level in his age group? I even suspect that he is an old man, especially with that eternal martial arts skill. Victor said, with a smile. He was considering showing her Sebastian's spider porn but decided against it. He would save it for later in case his first try failed. Hannah stayed silent. She was in shock. As far as she knew, Sebastian was level 23. A part of her wanted to call Victor a liar, but she knew about that eternal skill as her family had memories of it. That's why her mission was to infiltrate the Eternal Sect. Her family hoped she could get the skill, but she failed to locate its holder. That's what she thought until now. Certain things began to fit in place, like how her master always shrugged when she called Sebastian her younger brother and how her master forbade Sebastian from bathing with her, despite her being okay with it. He must have known. Sebastian always told her that he was older than he looked, but she always took it as a kid bragging. She met Sebastian 1.5 years ago when he returned to the sect from a mission. She was amazed by his bravery at that time but didn't consider the fact that she was at the sect for 10 years and never met him before. She was so preoccupied with Sebastian that she failed to comprehend how amazing Victor's appraisal was to be able to get this info. She would understand after she calmed down in a few days. It took her a few minutes to think. She thought about that man Evan. He had Yvonne's way token. And had that ghoul class. She knew from her family's memories what it meant. And the most important thing was the fake blood effect. This was the effect of an artifact that was stolen from her family. An artifact that had been used against them ever since. She knew that Victor was telling the truth as she could feel some ripples from Evan's bloodline across the auction hall. She has pure blood after all and could feel him if she focused hard enough. Thankfully he could not feel her blood, as she had her bloodline sealed. You are not selling me nor killing me. What do you want from me then? She asked coldly as she watched Xena succeed in getting one of the other girls. I want you. Victor said as he took out a contract. I don't care how you got here, but you are now in my hands. You will be my slave from now on, and in exchange, I will keep your little secret. Imagine what would happen to your sect if the world knew they hid you. He said as he adjusted his illusion. Hannah was now kissing him. Sebastian was about to jump out of the balcony. You even know about my sect? She said, then remembered that he saw the token on Sebastian's description. Her sect was hidden deep in the mountains, and they were forbidden from exposing it. She glared at Victor then at the contract with some hesitation. Imagine what would happen if I were to return you to Sebastian right now. That man would surely find out about you, then extract your bloodline and eat your flesh to extend his lifespan. He would also probably eat Sebastian, who would try to save your life. Victor said, making her frown. What do you propose? She asked. I have a way to hide you. And although I can't guarantee Sebastian's safety 100%, I can promise that I will make sure that his life will not be in any danger. You just have to sign the contract, then act as if you fell in love with me. That would make Sebastian lose hope of getting you back, and that man would not harm him. He seemed to have taken him as a disciple. Victor said, making her glare at him and then out at Sebastian, who was talking angrily to the man in black while that man was patiently explaining some things to him. He didn't seem to be planning to hurt him. You have 5 minutes to decide, Victor said as he casually bid on the last girl. In the end, he also lost it to Xena, who shot him some angry glares for raising the price. He didn't care, he already had a lot of girls, and didn't mind losing some who didn't have rare classes. And being with Xena was not bad for them. The Players' Alliance would be the best place for weak players after the reckoning. Finally, the 2 awakened girls ended up in Xena's hand with 1 normal girl. The other 3 girls were taken by Troy, who bid a lot for them. Your time is over, Victor looked back at Hannah and said as he glared at her. "Shall I sell you to the Vonsway family or will you work for me?" he asked, pressuring her. She was not thinking straight, and he was further using that to disorient her and make her sign the contract. "Add a condition not to make me fight against my sect and family members. And that you will keep my secret," Hannah said at last as she watched Theta and Margaret, who were sitting silently on the side. "And also, that you will never force me to do any perverted things." "As long as you don't want me to," Victor said, making her glare at him again. As if she would ever do that. "Also include your promise about Sebastian too." "I don't want him to be hurt," she said. "Okay. I will make sure that Evan never kills him," Victor added. He does not need to make sure. He was pretty sure. Sebastian was a SCION. "Fine then. I will sign," she said. "Then it's a deal," Victor said as he finalized changes to the contract, making her surprised. She didn't expect him to accept this fast. Wasn't he a pervert? She hesitated for an entire minute, reading the contract 3 times before she signed it with her blood as Victor urged her. "You are mine now," he said as he packed the contract, making her look away angrily, then surprised when Victor took off his coat and wrapped it around her carefully. She remembered that she was practically naked. "Stay here and watch. If my guess is correct that man would come here after the auction, make sure to do as I tell you," Victor added as he began to explain some things to her while stealthily using his ring to move to the lower room again to keep an eye on the idiot in there. Sebastian, on the other hand, had just watched her show Victor her body before he covered her with his coat after spanking her again and telling her that it's not the time for that. Was Hannah a pervert? Why was she the one harassing that young master? He was about to go crazy. Thankfully Evan had told him what happened to those who created trouble here, so he didn't dare to do anything. He will go scold that adulteress later. No, she was being forced. He convinced himself. Hannah, on the other hand, just sat down and said nothing, pretending to listen to Victor, whom she thought was still sitting beside her. She was looking toward Sebastian, who was looking back at her angrily. Why was he this upset? His eyes were very unnatural, as if his lover was being taken in front of him by another man. Chapter 208, His Mother. The basement had a very deep stairway leading down, and down Lily went with her sisters. Soon they reached the 3 stories below ground, where a white room with security cameras welcomed them. Those cameras were now recording only brown noise, as the girls were using the latest family jamming technology. The room had one steel door and a security window where a now sleeping guard was supposed to stand. The door can only be opened from inside. After a quick inspection, Lily used an explosive charge to blow the bulletproof window and the sleeping security guard behind it. Only idiots struggle against steel doors. Behind the charred security booth, a dim corridor extended. It had locked steel doors to both its sides. Those doors didn't have locks, so Lily presumed that they could only be opened by a central control room. The girls looked at each other, then carefully proceeded. In the corridor, they could see hatches with auto machine guns behind them. Were those supposed to keep people out or some things in? Thankfully, they were turned off now, as their operators soundly sleep. The girls continued until they reached a gate guarded by 4 sleeping guards who became dead guards a few seconds later. Lily performed an inspection and then nodded to her sister, who opened the door carefully using one of the guard's security cards. Behind it was a big room with many monitors and computers. The main control room. It had a big glass window overlooking a warehouse where many big glass tanks were placed in rows with strange creatures mummified inside of them. Others had men and women. They seemed to be dead. This place looked like a lab from some horror movie. The room had a few steel doors, one of them leading to that tank's room. No girl dared to go there. What the hell is this place? Assassin girl number 4, Gwen, asked. As she started butchering the sleeping scientists after taking their fingerprints, blood samples, and photos. Some kind of a lab. Lily was uncertain. She proceeded to look through the monitors. They were broadcasting camera footage from many small cells with strange things inside. They were humans but had strange deformities. Most of them were dead, she could tell from the vital signs monitor in each room. Few were alive though, sleeping locked in chains. In each room monitor, the results were displayed. Failure, 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 failure. Only 6 rooms didn't have a result. Inside them, some men seemed to be sleeping naked with tubes connected to their bodies. Suddenly one of the monitors to the side caught Lily's attention, as the occupants of what seemed to be a warehouse were moving. They were human, but moved like zombies in movies. A shiver ran through Lily's spine. Those were zombies, and they were not affected by the soul poison as they were moving. No. Wait, isn't that John Sigma? Oh, this was not a monitor but a TV. It was a movie. She knew that one. Lily sighed in relief, then kicked the TV to the ground. This thing has just scared the sh*t out of her. She took a deep breath again and then headed to the main computer where she used her phone to crack the security and get access to the data. After tinkering with the terminal for a while, she was able to get an idea of this place. They were doing human experiments here. Lily quickly started downloading the data as she checked around trying to figure out what Troy was planning. Ah! Lily. This thing. Why does it look like a monster from a dungeon? Eve suddenly asked, pointing to one tube, where the corpse of an octopus-like creature with a big gaping jaw and sharp teeth was floating. I don't really get it, but if my guess is correct, those guys have found a way to mass-produce semi-players. They are using some technology to infuse the cells of dungeon monsters into living beings. The procedure seems to be risky, but there is a 10% chance to turn humans into a semi-player. And granting them some of the monster's powers. She said as she swallowed while looking at the data. Aren't dungeon monsters impossible to take out? They would disintegrate the moment you defeat them. You can't even put them in the storage ring. I tried. Isla asked with a frown. I don't know how they did it either, Lily said. I finished downloading the data here. Let's go check on the cells and take some samples. She added with some hesitation, let's go, she shouted a little, encouraging herself. Her voice was louder than usual and seemed to have woken something up as one of the steel doors in the monitor room began shaking hard. This time it was real. In Tetraquad City's Merchants Hall, the last part of the auction was about to begin. Now we move to the real good stuff. The auctioneer said proudly, things here can only be traded with coins. We originally had 20 items. But thanks to a generous donor we have 30. The new objects are not in the catalog, they will be revealed in time. Let me remind you, if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be kicked out immediately. He added as he glared at Victor's balcony. Truth be told, he really liked Victor, as he had been raising the prices all night. Too bad he had a very dirty mouth. The first item is the light-cutting sword, an AAA rank weapon. The auctioneer said, then shot Victor a threatening glare. If he asked about it vibrating he would definitely kick him out. Victor just chuckled and kept silent. As he inspected the grim-looking sword on the table. He was not interested in any of the following items. He didn't even look at the auction's catalog. The sword was grabbed by none other than Troy, which made Victor wonder where did that guy get the coins from. As semi-players can't enter dungeons, someone was financing him. Anyway, eventually, this item will end up in his pocket, once Alpha kills Troy and grabs his stuff. The next few items were very normal for Victor. On the other hand, the guests almost lost their minds trying to get them. Hannah on the other hand looked with hatred at the items. They belonged to her family. They were the items Victor gave Alpha to sell. Victor casually bet and kept his cool as Alpha bought the real useful stuff back. This was to fool Hannah into believing he got these items at the auction. Now, we have the next lot. A bottle of rust blood. An SS rank material of unknown origin. The auctioneer said, making all the guests look at it with shining eyes. This is the highest ranking item in the auction until now. Many of them had never seen an S-ranked item before, let alone a SS. We don't know how this item can be used, so we will start with 100,000 coins. The auctioneer said. 120.000, Victor said, he also heard of this thing. He didn't expect it to appear here. 130.000, 140.000, 145.000, 150.000, 160.000, 170.000, 180.000. Victor stopped bidding at this time as Toril, the dark chamber agent he was stalking, began to bid on the orders of his lord. Buy it at all costs, he said. In the end, Toril won the item for 550.000 coins, not a small cost. Soon enough an assistant brought the rust blood bottle to Toril's room and took the payment using a special artifact that can store coins. What is this for, Lord Third? Toril asked his master in the mirror as the assistant left. Some people had been searching for this without knowing its name. He. I will make them pay a heavy price for this. Now start the operation, make sure to take the antidote first through, we will talk later. Lord Thur told Toril as the auctioneer brought the last item to be sold. Yes sir, Toril nodded, as he took a strange-looking jar from his ring. That was the last thing Toril did before turning into a green goo. The mirror was swiftly stored in a ring to stop the shocked lord from seeing anything. A dark chamber conspiracy ended like that. Victor casually grabbed the jar and cursed. This thing was so evil. Blood-boiling poison s. Every sunrise, the blood temperature of the infected would be raised a little until they burn. Giving the VIP room and balcony one last look, Victor returned to his own as the auctioneer began showing the next item with hesitation. Next, we have a troublesome item. This was given to us by a very strong master requesting to sell it. And we couldn't refuse him. It is a copy of a certain book. The old auctioneer said this book was given to him by Alpha, who insisted that it should be sold if any of the other items were to be auctioned here. This was a copy that Victor made, and his last money laundering scheme. That's why he was acting like a pervert all night. We will accept trading for normal money for this item, the auctioneer said as he revealed an untitled book with an expensive leather cover. The attendants watched as he opened the first few pages, causing many young ladies in the audience to turn bright red and turn away or close their eyes. The book featured some very pretty women in very exotic positions. We will start with $1.000.000. The auctioneer said while sweating. This was the agreed reserve price. $2.000.000. Victor quickly bid as he licked his lips. 3-4. 15. The price quickly increased by many bidding young masters in the crowd as the assistant kept flipping the pages. Harvey, who was chuckling as he watched with his grandson on the top balcony, suddenly stood up and ran to the balcony rails and looked down when he saw one of the women on a certain page. She was his mother. Damn it! He yelled, startling Gary. What? Gary asked in shock. His grandfather completely ignored him as he bid directly $50,000,000. Even he had to respect the auction rules that were engraved in his old bones. Victor was surprised. He wanted to increase the price more, but decided not to do that. He didn't want to mess with Harvey. He just opened the digital copy of the book on his phone and quickly flipped to that page where he read the label under the very erotic image. Olivia von Geldstadt. Oh. Thankfully he erased the names in the sold copy. Just in case. Some idiots were not sensible like Victor and bid against Harvey, who quickly remembered their names as he raised the price to $100,100,000 and won the book undisputed because the auctioneer cheated a little and hastened the calling. So the book quickly went to the top balcony, which Harvey began to leave through after kicking the assistant out. He didn't see it clearly from above earlier, but most of these women were people he knew. They were his mother's friends and enemies. Who was the bastard who drew this? They were very lifelike. Especially Venus von Krona. The most beautiful woman in the world. He froze at her page, making Gary look at it with a frown. That woman was hot. He wanted to look more, but his esteemed grandfather was bent over it strangely while drooling. Gary didn't dare to ask. The truth was that Harvey always had fantasies about Venus after he saw her once when his mother took him to one of her gatherings. The photo made him remember his adolescence. How that woman spanked his butt when he acted naughty. Ah! The good memories. Gary was disturbed as he watched his grandfather's perverted expression. Is this the same man who was lecturing him about the importance of his image earlier? WTF. Victor didn't know any of that. He was just happy with the extra amount of money he got for the book. He was considering publishing it. No, that might lead back to him. Maybe later when he finds a suitable scapegoat. Chapter 209, Victor vs. Sebastian. The banging on the door grew stronger as the girls looked at each other. They were not mishearing things. Lily quickly made sure that the door was holding, then jumped to the terminal where she began flipping through the security cameras until she found the one she wanted. It was a man, if you could consider an abomination, with 4 thorny arms and a lizard tail. A man. He was banging at the door, somewhat deforming it, but the control room's door is 5 inches of steel. They were made to withstand such an attack. She recognized that man. He was one of the 6 living experiments she saw locked up a minute ago. Did she release him by mistake? She quickly flipped through the cameras again until they showed the rooms. No, she didn't release him. This thing broke through its shackles on its own. That cell was now full of deformed steel. Lily quickly looked at the other 5. What? They were in the process of chewing their bonds. She couldn't make out the details before as they were covered in steel, but now she could see that all of them had strange deformities. They looked like monsters from a dungeon. Why were they awake? Lily didn't know, but she didn't have time to worry about that as the door that was separating them from that thing would not withstand the attack of all 6. Lily could tell that these ones were not sane, as the one banging at the door didn't bend down and try to take the security key from the half-eaten man at his feet. Wait, did this monster eat the sleeping man? Why don't you activate the machine guns in the corridors? Cora asked, making Lily remember about those. She quickly found the trigger and without hesitation activated it. Tata 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 ta brrrrrrrbgbbbbbtn. What happened? Lily looked at the corridor now full of smoke. Bang bang bang. The banging at the door continued as the screen cleared. That thing was barely injured. Only one of his eyes was hurt and some wounds on his arms could be seen healing. His tail was regrowing slowly too. All the machine guns were completely damaged. On the other monitors, the monsters exited their cells one by one and began to eat the corpses of the experiments in the other cells and whatever sleeping scientist they found. They were not fighting each other as Lily hoped. Lily stepped away from the monitor and looked at her sisters who were a little scared. They didn't fear death. But this thing was really scary. Although they were players, their level was very low and they had no strength to fight this thing. Even if they won, about half of them would die at the very least. Should they escape and let those things roam free? Lily had to make a choice. A monstrous howl forced her to make up her mind. Isla, reinforce all the doors with the talismans you have. The rest of you help me prepare for this formation. Lily said as she took a parchment from her ring. This was prepared for her by the young master. According to him, the cost of activating this formation is enormous and she should only use it if there were no other choice. The parchment paper itself was something he got from his family's vault. It was an SS rank. Lily chose to use it anyway. If those things got free, the capital would probably be engulfed in chaos. The world would be in shock. Many people would die. And most importantly, the incident might delay her wedding. That could never be allowed. The last item and the final piece in our auction tonight is this dragon egg. The auctioneer announced as the assistants brought a tray with a child-sized gray egg. Victor looked at the egg and shook his head. It was just a fossil that can be used as a material for something. Too bad it was just a lower-ranking dragon that would not be of any help to him. As expected though, most of the people at the auction were here just for this egg, so the competition was fierce. 50,000 coins. 100,000. 150,000. 200,000. 250,000. Leave this to your father, and your father will spare you 300,000. As long as they bid after the curse, the auctioneers didn't seem to mind. 400,000. Why don't you go f***ck yourself 450,000. How dare you curse at your father, 460,000. How dare you claim to be my father, 470,000. Ask your mother, 480,000. Really, he is my father, 490,000. Yes, don't tell anyone, especially my husband. That would hurt his feelings. 500,000. 510,000. Julia, is that really you, 550,000? Yes. Would you leave this for me, 600,000? You know I can't. But I can meet you later. 700,000. Really? 750,000? Yes. 800,000. See you at the Northern Hotel then. 850,000. Mom. That idiot is going to suffer. Margaret commented, don't you want to bid on this thing, young master? She asked as she watched the drama outside. It doesn't vibrate, he replied as Hannah gave him a disgusted look. The dragon egg's price reached 3,300,000 coins before getting snatched by Sebastian's new master Evan. He must have come here for this item too. As a ghoul, it might be useful to him as breakfast. Although it would taste rotten, it would definitely increase his dwindling lifespan. That's the price he had to pay for changing his bloodline. Thank you everyone for attending our auction. Be sure to leave your contact information if you wish to subscribe to our monthly report and newsletter. The auctioneer said, concluding the auction. Victor didn't leave his room, he just sat down waiting while playing with the golden goose. Others didn't know as he did, but all minerals and metals would change their properties after the reckoning. The higher an element in the periodic table, the more changes it would get. Not only that, the shock of the reckoning would make all elements heavier than silver unstable. So gold, mercury, and such elements would be very rare. Iron would get stronger so no buildings would fall, but its melting point would get 10 times higher, making it very expensive to work with. Copper, while keeping its strength, would stop conducting electricity, rendering all technology useless. Even normal fire weapons would stop working. In fact, that's why firearms and phones don't work inside the dungeon, as they follow different rules to some extent but not 100%. On the other hand, gold would stop being soft and would be the perfect element for weapons. In addition to that, it would not lose its electrical conduction properties, making it the only element capable of supporting technology. Now he had an artifact that produced gold. And if he could study its array, he might be able to get it to create other elements. He had already started digesting the knowledge he got from that artificer soul. Hannah looked at him with disgust as he kept looking through the goose's anus. He was searching for the array, but in the girl's eyes, he was being a pervert. Did he have a geese fetish? A knock on the door spared young Master Victor from getting a new social identity. Margaret looked at Victor, who nodded and put the goose away, then sent a signal to Alpha. She could now leave her room and begin the Troy elimination operation. Margaret slowly went and opened the door, where a man and a child stood. She gasped as she looked at Sebastian, then quickly hid it and stepped away. Sebastian looked at her for a second, then moved his eyes to Hannah and Victor. It was normal for some slutty girls to gasp at his handsomeness and cuteness. Too bad he was not in the mood for hunting girls now. He could see Hannah was wearing Victor's coat. He didn't know that the reason Margaret gasped was that she recognized him. She couldn't recognize him earlier because he was half hidden behind the curtain, but now she could see him. He was the one from that arachne porn. She never forgets a face. Especially a pervert's face. Can I help you? Victor chuckled and asked. Sebastian didn't talk, he just headed straight to Victor and punched him in the face, causing him to fly and hit the wall behind him. Sebastian! Hannah yelled in shock. Hannah! Sebastian ignored Victor as he turned to look at Hannah. Did this bastard do anything to you? He asked. Why are you acting like this? He did nothing, we just talked. She said. Just talked? He asked angrily, do you call all that just talk? Yes, we just talked, he helped save me. Go apologies to him, she said. She was surprised by Sebastian's outburst. Victor didn't do anything bad to her, on the contrary, he has been acting like a gentleman. To a certain extent. Oh. Apologize. Did you start liking this piece of shit now? Sebastian asked sarcastically. He was super pissed off about what he watched earlier. Are you here to curse at me? Victor yelled angrily as he slowly stood up. Hannah was not acting according to her script. She was supposed to act like a girl in love and hug him. He couldn't let her resolve the misunderstanding. Sebastian looked at Victor coldly after hearing him. I remember you. You were that young master who bought the villa. And ruined our plans, ... Oh. I didn't realize it was you. Victor yelled as if he was hit by a sudden realization. Yes, it was me. So what? Sebastian asked. Was it you who burnt my new villa? Victor yelled angrily as he pointed at Sebastian, who totally forgot about that. Sebastian didn't know how to answer that. It was him. Excuse me. Are you perhaps Master Victor? Evan, who had enough, dragged Sebastian to his side and shot him a warning glare as he stepped forward and faced Victor. He only wanted to check on Hannah, but this idiot Sebastian was ruining his plan. Luckily Victor didn't call for security. Yes, are you this dog's guardian? Victor asked, making Sebastian begin to struggle against his master's grip but stop when his master glared at him again. My name is Evan Brown. And this is my disciple Sebastian. He might be a bit unruly sometimes, so please excuse him, Evan said slowly as Sebastian calmed down. I am here about the girl, you see she is my disciple's sister and we wish to buy her back. That's why he was so agitated, Evan said pointing at Hannah. Oh. Is that true? Victor asked Hannah as he wiped the blood from his mouth. He had to take that hit as he used the chance Sebastian approached him to stealthily slip a bug on him. He wanted to hear how Evan was scamming him. He also wants Hannah to take care of him later. It was her fault after all. He is my younger brother. Hannah nodded. I already paid a lot for her though. And he hit me. Victor said as if thinking. I can compensate you. Might I check on her? She has poor health. Evan said as he looked at Hannah. Oh. It's okay I guess. Just checking though, don't do anything funny. Victor said reluctantly as he glared at Sebastian angrily. Evan approached the nervous Hannah and then pinched her wrist as if he was checking her pulse. He felt nothing. It took him an entire minute to let go with disappointment. She is fine. He said as he took his hand away, scratching Hannah's hand with his pointy nail accidentally. As sorry, he said as he put his finger in his mouth sampling her blood. He spat it all out a moment later. It tasted like sh*t. She was definitely not a von Richter. As their seal can't hide the blood taste. Master, let's get her and go. Sebastian complained as he glared at Hannah. Although she was acting like that with Victor, he was sure she was being forced. Hannah is a sweet and obedient girl. He convinced himself. Some questions first, Evan said, then turned to Hannah. Do you know who kidnapped you? He asked, making Sebastian stop nagging as he wanted to hear her answer quickly to get his revenge on the bastard who locked him in the vault. No, Hannah said with some stuttering, I found the vault open, and when I entered I was knocked out. She said after remembering Victor's instructions and making Evan frown. How did you know about the vault's location? He asked. Hannah hesitated, a mysterious man who saved my life about a year ago while I was on a mission. He told me about it, and wanted me to secure the location and wait for him. I wanted to buy the villa to have a chance at meeting him again, she lied. She wanted to buy the villa to avoid hurting anyone in there while digging. And to keep the vault for her future use, and maybe to build a nest for her and Sebastian. She quickly shook her head. What then? Evan asked, nudging her back to her grim reality. But when I failed to buy it, I decided to check the vault by myself. When I entered the hole and found the vault open, I passed out and woke up tied up in some cell in some warehouse. She said. I see. Evan frowned. Can you describe the man who saved you? He asked as Sebastian got annoyed by his master's repeated questions. It was as if he was interrogating her. Yes, he had long blonde hair and thick eyebrows with a very white poked face. She said with hesitation, describing the man who took care of her as a kid and then died because of some old poison. Evan squinted his eyes. He knew that man. He should keep an eye on that villa location. They were building a resort there now. Master, pay him quickly, let's leave this place, Sebastian said, making Evan glare at him. He was not ready to pay half of his properties for a useless girl. How much do you want for her? Evan had to ask. I am not evil. She was a really good girl. If she really wants to go with you, she is free to leave. Victor said, surprising Evan and making Sebastian curse silently, then look at Victor. Really? Sebastian asked with a frown. What was this bastard playing at? I don't keep girls against their wills, he said, making Hannah almost spit on him while Margaret nodded silently. Victor didn't force them, he just fooled them instead. Victor looked at Evan, who was a little skeptical, and whispered in a low voice. To tell the truth, I wanted her at first because I thought she could vibrate. And as you can see, she had stopped and was unable to do it again no matter how much I ordered her to. Her batteries are probably dead, Victor said, making Evan and Sebastian freeze as they tried hard to comprehend the garbage Victor was spouting. She was frozen too. What batteries? Evan was trying hard to know if Victor was kidding or if was he serious. He had a feeling that Victor was unfathomable. As expected of an elite heir. He didn't know why he was giving Hannah away though, and that made him uneasy. Hannah, right? Evan decided to ask her directly. Let's go. He decided to totally ignore Victor as Sebastian extended his hand to her. Hannah hesitated for a second as she didn't know what to do. But remembering the contract, she cursed at Victor, then suddenly jumped and clung to him. "Young master, don't abandon me. I promise to vibrate after I eat. I am just hungry and have no energy," she said with unwilling tears in her eyes. Of course, Victor disguised those. Both Even and Sebastian freeze in shock again. Is that girl crazy? Did they do anything to her mind? Margaret had to pinch her thigh to stop herself from laughing out loud. What is the meaning of this? Sebastian asked as he shook a little, not fully comprehending the situation. Sorry Sebe, I want you to return home and tell our master that I fell in love, she said, trying to make his return to the sect and leave this man. I will be staying with young Master Victor from now on. So please return to my master and give him my token, she said as he took her token and threw it to Sebastian, hitting him in the head as he didn't raise his hand to grab it. She didn't want to say this, but had no choice. She already made a deal with Victor and was now 100% sure that Evan was an enemy after he tasted her blood. Take it, Sebastian. Do this as a favor to me. For our friendship. She said she really wanted him to get away from Evan. What do you mean? You are mine. You be *tch. Sebastian began to rage, surprising her and forcing Evan to activate the seal he placed on him to control the dark souls. It can also control him. Sebastian became docile all of a sudden, but Hannah didn't notice as Victor hid some things and she was preoccupied with Sebastian calling her a bitch. So she didn't notice. Sorry about that. I will talk to him. Take care of yourselves, Evan said as he swiftly dragged the stunned Sebastian and walked out, not fully understanding what the hell happened in here. He knew that women's hearts were very fickle and that they fell in love pretty fast, but this was his first time witnessing that. Victor was very charming though, this was probably the reason. Victor watched as Evan left with Sebastian and then rubbed Hannah's hair, her eyes were full of tears. She wanted to follow them, but Victor grabbed her hand and stopped her as Theta got the token that Sebastian left on the ground. Don't worry about Sebastian, he will be fine. I already promised that. Victor lied, as he tried to hug her, but she pushed him away. Just keep to our deal, she said coldly. She didn't know why Sebastian was unreasonably angry. But he was still her little brother. Even if he didn't even look at her when he left. Even if he was slightly older than her. Victor could only sigh as he watched her. It would take some real work to get Sebastian out of her head. At that moment the door was knocked again, this time it was an auction assistant. What? Victor asked. Sir, young Master Gray is waiting for you upstairs, the pretty assistant said, then ran away as if he would eat her. His reputation was getting a new momentum toward the bottom. Margaret, take Hannah and Theta back to the hotel, he said, I will catch up with you later. Saying that he headed to the door following the assistant. Suddenly he stopped, as in the next movement a series of system notifications appeared in front of them. He had no chance to read them though, as a piercing pain made him lose consciousness. The previous moment, a huge bolt of black lightning struck the auction house, but strangely enough, no one felt it except poor Victor. Chapter 210, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 1. Lily and the girls were ready. The banging at the doors, although disturbing, didn't make them pause as they filled the control room with gems around the scroll which Lily placed in the middle of the room. To be precise, 149 gems. Lily carefully calculated them using Victor's formula, according to the building's dimensions. The girls had no idea why they did this, they were only following Lily's commands. The steel doors were barely holding at this moment. If it weren't for the reinforcement talismans the gals pasted all over them, they would have been breached long ago. AHH. Lily. You told me there were 6 monsters, Cora, who was tasked to keep an eye on the monitors, suddenly said. Yes. Lily asked. There are more, she replied, absent-mindedly. How much? A lot. About 100. She said. What? Lily let go of the gems in her hand and hurried to look at the monitor, where she froze in shock. Where did those come from? She asked. I don't know, just a minute, Cora said as she began flipping through the security cameras. I can't find it. No, no, no. There. Cora suddenly stopped, pointing to a side monitor which displayed the end of another corridor. There was an opening in the floor where those things were coming out. This secret basement facility obviously had a secret basement of its own. Let's finish this quickly, Lily said as her forehead became full of sweat. At first, she thought that one of the careless guards might have caused the monsters to escape when he fell asleep. But now she had another theory: it might have something to do with the soul gas they used. It may have interfered with whatever containment mechanism that guys placed here. These monsters, strangely enough, didn't hurt each other. On the contrary, they were cooperating as they headed toward the control room, the only connection this place had to the surface. We will be increasing the number of gems to 300, Lily said as the girls began to work faster. Thankfully, after they got familiar with the formation, they finished in no time. Making sure that everything was ready, Lily nodded, then took out a dark brown stone and put it at the center of the scroll. Thankfully she chose this method. It will eradicate everything up to 5 stories below ground. If this base went deeper, whatever was there would be buried for a long time. What is that? Ivy asked. Uranium, Lily replied. Uranium? Isn't this radioactive? Cora asked as she stepped away. Barely. This thing will not hurt you for holding it for a while, Lily replied after making sure that everything was in place. She finished by placing a talisman in the center and staining it with her blood. We have 15 minutes. Let's go, she said as she bolted out of the room. The girls, who had an intuition about what was this about, quickly followed her out of the basement without forgetting to firmly close the doors behind them. Are you going to make that uranium explode? Ivy couldn't help but ask. There will be an explosion, but it will not be the uranium. This is only to leave a trace. The young master doesn't want people to ask unnecessary questions, Lily said. That would make people ask more questions, Ivy complained as she hurried behind her sisters. I don't really know. I am telling you what the young master told me. We will throw the blame on the army. He talked about depleted uranium warheads or something. Anyway, the explosion will be very contained. I calculated it well, no need to worry, Lily said. She was also curious about this. Would the young master punish her for using this so soon? But this was the only way she thought of to cleanly eliminate whatever was in there. Without stopping, they ran out of the mansion through the yard's back door, which was nearest to where they parked their bikes. A lazy guard who was not there when they went in was surprised to see a group of masked girls running out of the mansion as if their life depended on it. Hey, he wanted to stop them, but the next moment a mean girl kicked him nuts because he was standing in her way, making him regret coming to work today despite waking up very late. He watched as the girls disappeared into the forest, then as the sound of motorbikes started then faded at the distance. What the hell? As Victor collapsed to the ground, the girl stood in shock. Ah, Margaret quickly ran to Victor's side and checked on him. She didn't notice as Hannah smirked and then frowned in the back. Victor was breathing. He seemed to be in pain first, then relaxed slowly, as if he was soundly sleeping. Margaret quickly remembered his instructions when he woke up from his coma the last time and scolded them for acting like headless chickens. She quickly remembered what to do as she took out a small notebook and began to flip through it. Don't panic. Act as if this was normal. Feed him a healing pill and an antidote pill. Wait for 2 to 3 hours first. If nothing changes, use a dispelling talisman, then transport him to a safe location if possible. Try to hide his condition for the next 48 hours. Try to contact a healer like Anna. These instructions were written before Ruby got her new class. If he didn't wake up after that, contact George or his father to follow their instructions. That's all Victor told her back then. According to him, he had many life-saving abilities and he would wake up sooner or later. So Margaret was not really afraid for his life. She was just wondering what the hell happened to him all of a sudden? Could it be Sebastian's punch? She considered telling the security to get Sebastian, but remembered what Victor told her to keep this a secret. And that Sebastian was a scion. The further away from him the better. Is the young master okay? Theta asked. He must have exhausted himself last night. It is my fault for demanding to do it in that position, Margaret said, making the panicking assistant look at her and then at him with a weird face. Hannah frowned too. Both wanted to ask, what position? Hannah wondered whether Victor suffering from poisoning after hugging her? She didn't tell him about her curse on purpose, as the contract didn't specify that, and he was the one who hugged her. Though Hannah felt that something was wrong. The poison curse was very slow acting. It usually takes days. It only activates fast if the target gets too excited. Was Victor really this horny? Wait. Didn't he show her Sebastian's attributes earlier? He seemed to have an appraisal skill. Did he also see hers? Did he know about the curse? She didn't know the answer to that. Do you have a room where he can rest a bit? Margaret asked the assistant as she popped a healing pill in Victor's mouth. He was not swallowing, so she quickly resorted to a mouth-to-mouth method, making Theta and Hannah blush. The assistant hesitated as she watched her. Please wait a second, she said as she ran out, then returned a minute later with 2 guards. The master instructed me to help me transfer your young master to the VIP suite upstairs, she said, making Margaret sigh in relief as Theta and Hannah frowned, not knowing what was going on with the young master. For now, all they could do is wait and see. Alpha left the auction hall in a hurry after getting Victor's signal. She quickly located Troy's 3 SUVs convoy, which was delayed for some reason. Alpha wanted to quickly begin the massacre, but the convoy didn't move, making her curse as she couldn't wait near the auction house where the von Geldstadt guards would suspect her. So she quickly left, deciding to wait at a certain intersection near the highway. Troy would surely pass there. She also used the communication talisman to inform Victor about her plans before leaving. She got no reply after 3 tries, making her frown as she put the talisman away, not knowing that Victor was passed out at the moment. Master, what just happened to me? Sebastian asked as he looked around. They were in the auction house's lobby. You lost your mind there and fell for that evil Victor's tricks. He wanted you to really hurt him so that he would call the auction guards to take you out and then kill you. Evan lied with a straight face. What? Sabbatane said. I had to drag you away before that guy's method activated. It was a close call. Those guys here had weird formations, not even I can stop them, he said. What about Hannah? Sebastian asked. You heard her. She wants to stay with him. I tried to convince her before leaving, but she refused. Do you want me to help you kidnap her? Evan asked. No, he said with angry eyes, making Evan smile. Another sign of SCIONs is their over-reliance on their own strength, and refusing others' help despite facing an overpowered enemy. Could it be that he used some skill on her? Sebastian asked. Possible. But does he need to? He already bought her, Evan said, making Sebastian nod. He was not happy at all but somewhat convinced. He didn't realize that Evan's power was affecting his thoughts to be more gullible. According to Evan's calculations, that pervert Victor will be in some very deep shit pretty soon. Come on now. Cheer up. You are still young, you will find better girls in the future. Evan said, I have a good friend who knows a thing or two about girls, come I will introduce you. He added, making Sebastian hesitate then nod. Since that B*TCH was not around him anymore, he should just enjoy his time. In a dark room far below ground, the old master opened his eyes. When did he fall asleep? He was sent here by his family to protect this place. This is the first time something like this happened. He must be getting old. Suddenly he frowned as he could hear the sounds of howling outside. Did one of the failed subjects escape again? Those fools can't even apply the soul sealing talisman correctly. Did they fail to connect it to soul formation again? He flexed his old bones and stood up, then headed to the door and opened it. It was empty outside. He took 2 steps and then swung his sword to his left, cutting a monster that was crawling at the ceiling. It had 12 eyes covering its human-like body. It slid to the ground in 2 halves, exactly 6 eyes on each side. He didn't lose his touch yet, and his instincts were as sharp as ever. But when did this subject escape? Wasn't this one stored in the 5th hole? Why didn't those idiots follow the protocol? The master quickly walked to the side and pulled the emergency switch on the wall. Nothing happened. No sirens and no guards. This was not normal. A shiver ran through his back as he took out a golden compass and activated its inspection skill that resonated with the formation around the facility, allowing him to see everything. What? All the guards were dead. The monsters were roaming around. No, *T. They were digging their way to the surface. He quickly tried to activate the soul restraining formation. He failed. What? He tried again. The compass in his hand made a strange noise and then stopped working. WTF? *T. *T. If the patriarch and the young master knew that this happened on his watch, they would surely cut him to pieces. The failed subjects were supposed to be stored here and kept as the family's secret weapons to be released upon their enemies. They have been working with Troy for years to set up this laboratory. Their main objective was to turn humans into players by transporting monsters' blood to them. The ones who succeeded turned into super soldiers. The failures were kept here. They were monsters with very simple minds, only knowing how to kill and devour. Although they kept this place a secret, he knew better than anyone that no secrets can remain if the families put all of their energies to unravel them. He couldn't let those monsters reach the surface and escape, as they would surely be traced back to them. Their blood contained samples of monster carcasses that the family had purchased throughout the years. This would surely be traced back to them, and that would incite public anger without a doubt. Their destiny would be no better than that of the von Richters. The master ran toward the control room, killing every monster on his way. For someone of level 120 like him, this was supposed to be a piece of cake. But those damn monsters are crazy, they keep regenerating, draining him out of his stamina. If the monster didn't die in one strike, it would regenerate. How do you kill a slime in one strike? The master changed his approach, he just ran forward, striking only once to deter the monsters before proceeding. Damn it! They should have made them less resilient. Soon he reached the control room, whose door was about to completely crumble under the claws of a group of monsters that he beheaded in seconds, then ran into the control room where he threw a talisman at the door, sealing it temporarily. He intended to go to the control console to assess the situation, and if necessary, he would retrieve the safe and then activate the secret self-destruct mechanism. Hopefully, all the monsters will be buried here. Although a few of them might be able to regenerate and escape, it would take them years, and by that time the family would have long erased all evidence of their involvement. He paused. The control room was not the one he knew. The terminals were all pushed to the side and the floor was full of gems in a strange array. They were glowing red hot. What is this? He wanted to ask but didn't get the chance, as his intrusion into the room seemed to have triggered something that was not meant for him. Chapter 211, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 2. Archie was standing nervously in front of his grandfather, Armand Wyron, the High Prince and the completely powerless ruler of the Wyron Principality. Why are you here? Did you finally decide to let go of that slut, Marley? Did you finally realize how much of a slut she was? Did she cheat on you yet? His grandfather asked after kicking the servants out of the room. He didn't want anyone to hear what his disgraceful grandson had to say. No, I will never leave her. She is not a slut. Archie quickly defended her, making his grandfather glare at him angrily. Then why are you here? His grandfather yelled angrily as he looked away, not wanting to look at his unfilial grandson. I just became a player, and wanted to tell you that. Archie quickly explained. If you don't want to leave her. What? A player? Armand asked as he turned around to look at Archie again with shocked eyes. Yes, Archie said and flipped his hand, making a small sphere of semi-transparent green energy slowly form. How? When did you become a player? Armand asked with surprise as he looked at the air sphere in his grandson's hands. Ah, a few days ago. I was going to buy a gift for my Marley. And I found this pretty amulet at a stall in Golden Waterfall City. I wanted to clean it because it was full of dirt, but I ended up cutting myself with its sharp edge. Ah. Then the amulet shone and I became a player, Archie narrated the story Victor taught him. Oh. And you must have quickly figured out that we were a family of players. His grandfather said. Yes. Not exactly, Archie began to explain. What's your class? His grandfather interrupted again. An air mage, Archie replied. Not bad. Armand said quickly with a smile. They only had a handful of players in the family. And a mage was a great addition. A moment later Armand frowned and sighed as he looked out of the window. Surprising Archie, who didn't expect such a reaction. Too bad you are too late. I would have preferred you over that batard Troy. He said, making Archie frown. Bastard, he wanted to ask, but his grandfather interrupted him. Be careful of him, he is a very petty person. I wish I had known of his true personality before giving him the heir position. Why can't you change it? Archie asked. The family always preferred Troy over him. Troy had made some very strong friends. I can't hurt him or touch him anymore. Armand said. Strong friends. Yes, The Vonsway family. But grandfather. I want to tell you something, Archie said. Don't interrupt me. Look out there. His grandfather suddenly said to him, do you see that hill in the distance? Troy is building his base there. No one can go there, even me. He said with anger, pointing to a hill in the far distance. That place should be a part of our family property. It's inside our ancestral lands. That bastard even wanted me to give this hill to him too. He dared to threaten me. Even my father didn't threaten me. Archie looked out at a hill that was barely visible in the distance on this moonlit night. Troy's base was built in that lush forest on the side of the capital. Close enough to be able to occupy the capital at any moment and far enough that no one can know what they were doing there. Grandfather. I have something to tell you. It's about Marley's, Archie tried again. Don't mention that slut's name ever again. Even if you are a player, his stubborn grandfather scolded. Archie cursed silently. He was trying to tell his grandfather about the Von Wise relationship with Marley, but his grandfather was not giving him a chance. Grandpa, listen. He finally shouted, gaining his grandfather's attention. What? It's about, he didn't continue as he was interrupted again, but not by his grandfather this time. A very bright flash of light shone on the horizon, turning night into day and illuminating their room, making them look out of the window as a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the hill they were looking at a moment ago. A shockwave and an explosion sound followed seconds later, breaking the window and knocking Archie and his grandfather to the ground. Boom. Alpha only had to wait 15 more minutes for Troy's convoy to pass through the road she was waiting for them at. She could see them from the top of the tree coming in her direction, so she activated her sky eye to locate the car Troy was sitting in. Unfortunately, the cars had closed shaded windows, and she could see nothing. Having no other choice, she quickly formulated an attack plan. She will not use a rocket launcher like her young master would have, as she wanted to steal his storage ring that might get destroyed in the attack. Troy had bought many treasures, some of them were ones she auctioned. Although Victor ordered her to sell them to fool Hannah, she was very reluctant, and she would use every chance to take her family artifacts back. After going through her options, she decided to do this as stealthily as possible. Mission start. The last time she saw Troy, he was in the last SUV, molesting the newly bought girls, so she decided to attack that car first as it had a sunroof. She quickly jumped to another tree next to a turn in the road. If she attacked from here, the other cars in front would notice nothing. It took the cars another minute to reach her position. Timing her jump right, she descended on the car's roof, using all her strength to break the roof glass and enter the back of the car, then swiftly surveyed the situation and acted. The car was Troy-free. Alpha quickly adjusted her plan accordingly. By the time the driver and the one guard who was busy bullying the girls realized they were under attack, Alpha had already sliced their thoughts as she took the driver's position. The car only paused for a second as the driver had already slowed down for the turn, so no one noticed anything unusual. Just a simple jerk when Alpha kicked the headless man away from the steering wheel. The girls in the back held into each other, not knowing what to do. They were in shock, not fully realizing what just happened in front of their eyes. Alpha's movement was too elegant. Too deadly. Search those guys. Do any of them have a strange ring or a box with talismans? Alpha ordered, making the girls look at each other not knowing what to do. They were both terrified and relieved by that man's death. He was a sadist. He was telling them how they would rape them to make them pregnant. They would do experiments on them too. From his tone, he was not kidding. Alpha's intrusion was their life-saving straw. Unfortunately, the girls were very timid, they didn't dare to touch the headless corpse. Only one girl, a white-haired one, dared to check the bodies. They only have some rings. They seem ordinary. No talismans, she told Alpha, who was focusing on following the other cars. Making her surprised. She didn't expect to find a good one here. Did you check his inner pockets? Alpha asked. Yes. Are you looking for our enslavement contracts? She asked. Yes. You might not believe me, but those are cursed contracts. If they tear them apart, you girls will die. She said. I already saw a girl die when they branded us with those, the girl said, although it was like a fantasy, she saw it with her own eyes. Now she believed, despite her reluctance to keep the rings, they might be storage artifacts. I will be able to check if the contract might be inside them later. she said without looking back. The girls didn't really believe her. But they didn't disbelieve either. They have seen many things these past few days. Are you here to save us? One girl asked as she noticed that the car was accelerating and was about to pass the one in the front. I am here to kill Troy, the guy with pointy hair, who was here earlier. If you girls want to escape, be my guests, she said, making the girls frown. Do you know what car he is sitting in? No. Can we follow you after you finish? The white-haired girl asked. She was the smartest of those. If they escaped alone, it was only a matter of time for them to be put in a similar situation, or worse. Yes. We will talk later, be sure to hide well and wait for me, Alpha said. Now prepare yourself, she added as she took out a talisman and activated it, making the entire car slides shine in golden light. The girls didn't have a chance to ask what she meant or be prepared as Alpha suddenly made a sudden turn, causing the car to move to the side, pushing the other car on its left and cursing it to hit a cement road block and deform. Then their car itself hit another block, but in another angle, causing it to flip over it and reach the vegetation on the other side but upside down. The car flipped a few times as it slid on the dirt. The girls screamed as the car flipped twice and slid into the vegetation. Strangely enough, though, they remained fixed in their seats. That golden light stopped the cars inside from getting deformed as it slid upside down and hit a tree near the road in the end. Find a chance to escape, Alpha told them as she slipped out, leaving them to undo their safety belts, and act as decoys as she hid on a nearby tree where she activated her sky eye to check on the second car where 3 men stepped down and dragged a fourth who had a head injury. They were not suspecting an attack, as she made it look like an accident. Unfortunately, Troy was not in it either, bad luck. She should have brought Theta with her. That leaves only the last car, which stopped then turned around, and was now making its way back to the accident site. Alpha activated a hiding talisman and waited. As the car moved into the dirt, not caring about the second car, it quickly headed in her direction. They went back for the girls. As expected, Troy was there as he lowered the window and began to yell at his men as the car moved in her direction. The girls were struggling out at that moment. Alpha prepared to assassinate Troy at that moment. No matter what talismans he had, if one strike didn't kill him, she would attack twice. If 2 failed, she would strike thrice. The car stopped, and Troy stepped down in a hurry as he yelled at the girls to stop. They were heading to the forest. Troy was busy taking out the contracts from his ring when Alpha descended, pushing the dagger into the back of his neck at that same moment. Too bad, his defense talisman activated and pushed Alpha away and alerting him as she made an air flip and used a spear that she took out at the right moment to slit his throat as she fell to her feet. Stop! A man who just stepped down following Troy yelled to stop her, but he was too late. She could see Troy's headless body fall to the ground as she flipped again using her spear's shaft, then turned around to face the shouting man in a fighting stance. She froze. Out of the car, an angry man stepped down followed by a handsome boy. The boy's expression slowly changed from frowning to anger. Moments later he looked like a furious beast. Not like a kid at all. It's you. B*TCH. Sebastian yelled while pointing at her angrily. He remembered her. She was that bastard's Alex's maid. The one who kept bullying poor Vivi. Chapter 212, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 3. Lily and her sisters slowly stood up and dusted the dirt that covered their bodies as they looked back with shocked eyes at the mess they made. Isn't this too much? Wasn't this supposed to be a contained explosion? The entire hill had been vaporized. Ivy asked as she looked around. Luckily they vacated that area fast, fearing that they would be traced by satellites if they waited for the explosion. This was a close call. If Lily didn't activate that talisman in time after the explosion flash, they would have been very hurt right now due to the aftershock. Maybe a little, Lily said as she silently cursed at her young master. He only told her that this would make a huge explosion. He never mentioned anything about a nuclear bomb scale. She was sure she did the calculations correctly. The poor girl had no idea that below the control room, at the center of the base, there was a hidden safe full of gems that Troy was keeping to operate his soul-suppressing formation. Although the diffusion was not optimal because the gems' positions were not following the formation, the sheer number of them made that detail irrelevant. Where to now? Ivy asked. Lily frowned as she tried to call Victor's phone, but failed to get a signal. Let's go to our new base. The candidates' test should finish soon, Lily said after some hesitation. She had just realized that all of the Von Krona agents who were following her were nowhere to be found. This was a rare chance. Alpha frowned as she looked at Sebastian and Evan. She never expected that those two would be in the same car with Troy. Now, she could easily figure out who the ones behind Troy were. It was none other than her mortal enemy, the Von Zwei family. Do you know her? Evan asked Sebastian. Yes, master, she was with the one who locked me in that vault. Sebastian said after some hesitation, mentioning nothing about a certain Arachne. Oh, Evan's eyes twinkled as he looked at Alpha. He activated his inspection ability. This time it worked, making him smile in a very perverted way. She was a Von Richter. At last, he found one. A Von Richter. I didn't expect you to come to my side by yourself, he said, making her step back a little. A Von Richter. Sebastian frowned, he didn't hear this name before. Alpha hesitated, didn't Victor tell her that she was safe? How did this guy find out? No matter what, she was stronger than him. Even with Sebastian here, she will be able to kill him. But first, she must get rid of the distractions. Escape now. I will find you later. She told the girls who got out of the car behind her and stepped back as they looked at Evan, who was licking his lips as he looked at them. She couldn't guarantee their safety, as she could see the survivors of Troy's men begin to gather while preparing their guns as they looked at their master's corpse. Strangely enough, those men didn't appear sad. As if Troy was not their boss. The girls didn't hesitate and ran away. No one followed them. Once Alpha was dead, they would use the contracts in Troy's ring to get them back. Dear Sebastian, it seems like we are destined to be a master and an apprentice. This woman's family massacred mine 20 years ago. Evan lied, making Sebastian shocked. You were hurt by that young master Alex too? He asked, making Sebastian freeze. Alex? Yes. She works for Alex of the Thunder Sect, Sebastian said. Oh. Something like that, Evan said as he remembered that name, Alex. Sebastian was reluctant to say it earlier, he kept telling him it was a masked man. It seemed like he was still wary of him. This was expected though, taming a SCION would take some time. That's what the incomplete memories he had told him. Suddenly Evan felt a sense of danger, he quickly dodged to the left, as Alpha, who was standing a few feet away, seemed to have decided to attack out of nowhere and threw a dagger at him. Ah! A man who was standing behind Evan fell to the ground as he held his throat where the dagger landed. Idiot! Idiots, you would die if she attacked you like this. Transform quickly. He ordered as Alpha dodged a fireball thrown by Sebastian and beheaded another man while wondering what Evan meant. She knew the answer seconds later as the men began to change slowly. Some began to grow horns and some began to have extra hands. Master, what are those? Sebastian asked as he looked at the men. Genetically modified warriors. The future. Evan explained as he watched proudly. They are all semi-players with supernatural powers that can rival any normal player. He added. He didn't attack straight away for two reasons. Alpha was way more powerful than him, and he wanted to test his men's strength. Alpha was horrified as she tried to decapitate the man as he transformed. Too bad she missed because of a fireball by Sebastian. She could only cut his arm, which began to regrow at a visible spread. She struck again, this time cutting his head. He finally died. Stop. It's over. Evan said as quickly realized that his men were rubbish in front of a true Von Richter. Alpha didn't care, she just turned to face the others. She wanted to throw another dagger, but suddenly a strange sense of weakness took over her as she nearly fell to one leg. Do you like that? Evan, who was watching her earlier, seemed to have taken out some kind of orb. This artifact reactivates your family seals, he said, we found it at. He paused as he felt an earthquake. It was a light one, but it made the entire mountain shake. This was not natural, probably caused by an explosion. He frowned and looked again at Alpha, who took the opportunity to take out a haste talisman and activated it, as she jumped and began to run at a very fast speed toward the forest. She kept burning talismans as she ran away. She was very decisive. Damn it! Why can she still use her strength? Why didn't you stop her? Evan asked in surprise, not realizing that Alpha's lock was broken and could only lock 90% of her energy if activated. Alpha was only hidden from his family earlier due to Victor's skills. Follow her quickly, Evan ordered the men as he watched Sebastian run after her too. It made him curious what that young master Alex did to him to make him this spiteful. Evan decided to follow quickly. He must get to her and eat her flesh as soon as she died, but he needed to do something first. He quickly approached Troy's corpse to take his ring, which contained many important things. It was gone. Troy's entire hand was cut off cleanly. Damn it, that girl must have done it while she was attacking them. Evan yelled angrily, then began to run after them. After taking 2 steps he suddenly stopped as a strange sense of pain began to spread through his body. Ah, he screamed as he fell to the ground. What was wrong with him? What is this pain? He quickly took a healing pill. The pain dulled a little, then struck again, 10 times stronger. Ah! Evan screamed, what did that B*TCH do to me? He asked as he growled in pain, not realizing that he was cursing at the wrong girl. His excited state when he saw Alpha seemed to have made Hannah's poison touch curse activate. He had touched her earlier when he took her pulse. And now it was time for him to feel the curse's pain. Alpha ran. She ran and ran again. She didn't like that, but she knew better than anyone that with her current state she can't fight those men combined, let alone Evan. Her power was locked to 10%. So she had about 50 points on every attribute. 5 times the strength of a normal man, but far away from Evan's strength. Didn't Victor tell her that her lock was fixed by him? Why the hell was that man using it against her now? Didn't he tell her that her identity would be hidden? If she survived this, she will make sure to castrate that pervert Victor for revenge. Thankfully, this place was near one of the 4 mountains surrounding Tetraquad City. That's where she headed, intending to hide in the mountain's lush forest. Those monster men were on her track. Sebastian was too. She could hear his angry shouts every once in a while among the men's howling. Reaching the forest, she decided to start her counterattack using the darkness of the night. If her intuition was to be trusted, the artifact in Evan's hand might be able to track her. She didn't know why he was not after her with the others, and that made her uneasy. But it also got her a chance. But she needed to kill as many of those men as possible before he arrived if she wanted to have a chance to escape. She used her sky eye as she activated a hiding talisman blending with a tree. The men were spreading apart as they searched for her. The first one to approach her was a man with 3 horns. He seemed to have good night vision as he stupidly stood below the tree she was at and began to look around. He died a moment later when Alpha descended upon him, pushing her spear in his skull between his horns and then swirling it as she pulled back, making sure he was dead. She quickly climbed the tree again using a hook she prepared, then jumped to another one as the man fell into a bloody pool, alerting one of his friends who began to shout. Alpha was tempted to shoot them with her gun, but chose not to do that as she could see that the men had strange shimmer-like scales on their bodies. She could tell that bullets were not powerful enough, only artifacts like the S-rank spear she took from Victor could work. And a gun, even with a silencer, would surely reveal her position to others. She sneaked to another location and started waiting for another prey. This time it was a man with 2 strange feelers on the top of his head. Like with the other one, she descended upon him with her spear and he was dead in seconds, but this time she made a huge mistake. She didn't notice that this one had a tail with a barbed spike on its end coiled around his waist as a belt. The moment she descended, the tail coiled back and the spike struck her in her lower abdomen, making her fall to the ground with her target's corpse. Alpha hissed and quickly tried to take the spike out, but failed. This damn thing seemed to have some protrusions that made taking it out without cutting half of her stomach impossible. Damn it! She cursed as she heard the sound of approaching men. She quickly cut the tail with her spear and then struggled away with the poison-dripping spike, piercing her stomach. That's what she gets for being overly confident. Chapter 213, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 4. Sebastian chased Alpha like a maniac into the forest. That was until he lost her. Those damn talismans she kept using were the reason. Where the hell did she get all of that? Even he, one of the elites of the Eternal Sect, only got 3, and one of those was given to him by Hannah. Damn it, he cursed. He was really pissed at Alpha. Not only because she helped trap him before in the dungeon, but also because she killed his new friend Troy, the heir to the High Prince's chair, in front of his eyes. He was introduced to him by Evan. Troy was a little arrogant, but he could easily get along with Sebastian, who was Evan's disciple. He was supposed to help him keep an eye on Hannah, as according to him, he also hated Victor, who killed one of his men. So they shared an enemy. Damn it! Sebastian cursed again as he looked around. He had no idea where Alpha was. He had no idea where he was. He was about to turn around and go in another direction when he noticed the shadow of a blonde girl that was running away. Alpha. Without hesitation, he summoned a fireball and threw it at her. The girl burned and fell to the ground as she screamed. He quickly hurried to her side to find that she was not that girl Alpha, but a white-haired one. He quickly put down the fire by flicking his finger. He made a mistake due to the darkness. This girl was one of the girls from the auction bought by Troy. "Sorry, I was not aiming for you, but that bitch," he said as he checked on the girl. Half of her body was completely burnt. Her hair was completely gone and her face was badly scarred. He could even see the charred bones of her left arm where the fireball hit her. She didn't scream any longer. He could see that her throat was already burnt. It was a miracle she didn't die already. That's what happens when a player attacks a normal person. He was tempted to give her one of his precious healing pills but shook his head after thinking about it. Healing pills can't be given to mortals, they would explode due to the excessive energy. And healing pills were not cheap. He felt sorry for the girl who was now breathing with difficulty. He was also surprised that she didn't faint and kept glaring at him angrily with her barely opened eyes. "Look," I said. "I am sorry," he said, then hesitated. "This area has many wolves." "I will spare you the suffering," he said as he knelt beside her as she opened her eyes in shock, realizing what he was about to do. He was going to kill her. She didn't want to die. "This is a poison pill. It's very fast, it will kill you in seconds," he said as he pushed the pill into her mouth. She bit hard on his finger, making Sebastian retract his hand quickly as she spat the pill. "Och, F***ck," he yelled as he looked at his bloodied finger. "What AB***tch? He kicked her. "That's what you get when you help AB***tch. He added as he turned around. "Let the wolves eat you." "What an ungrateful girl," he screamed as he walked away angrily, leaving the girl to die. He had no idea that his soul injury due to the evil soul's curse was affecting his temper. The girl could not speak, but if she could, she would have cursed back at him. He just burned her, then expected her to accept his apology. He wanted to kill her, and when she defended herself she became the evil one? Was this kid's head screwed or something? The poor girl didn't know that Sebastian was raised in a traditional martial sect, where the strongest sets the rules. Where mortal human lives are dispensable. If someone died there, then too bad, he was too weak. Or his daddy was too weak. No one kills someone with a big daddy. And Sebastian was not a kid as he appeared, but a grown man who killed many enemies as he grew up arrogantly. He has no naive thoughts about human life. Nightshade got really desperate as she watched that cruel kid disappear. Only once before in her life, as she felt like this. She thought she was ready, but she was not. All of her life she believed that she was unlucky. Now she was sure of that. She grew up in the streets, like a beggar, a thief. She got hit and abused repeatedly by older thieves and crooks all the time. Despite that, she lived. She survived for one reason, and that was revenge, against those who killed her family. That night when her hair turned white. After a year, she got lucky as she saved a blind beggar who turned out to be an old crook. She stayed with him for a few years where he taught her many of the industry tricks. She learned from others on her own. The beggar died a year ago, and that's when she decided to pursue her revenge. She forged a few documents giving herself an older age, and she got accepted into the police academy. The white hair made her look older. She graduated with honors. Got assigned to her dream job at the Mysterious Crimes Unit, the one she wanted. That unit was created secretly to investigate the many strange phenomena and murders around the country. That's what the chief told her, but she could tell from the looks of the officers there that they were all a group of misfits that no one cared about. And as expected, she was discovered pretty quickly. Those guys were the best. To her surprise, after confronting her and hearing her story, the leader of the unit decided to help her hide her true age. He said that he needed someone like her. That's when her undercover mission to unveil the secret of young girls' kidnapping and suspected sex trafficking that was getting rampant recently started. With her unit's help, she managed to enter an orphanage that was suspected of being a front for the underworld. They were right. The orphanage turned out to belong to a slaving gang, where she was sold in just a few days. She didn't care as she was sure that her unit was following her, as she saw signs of their operation. All that changed when an old man bought her. He used some kind of a strange device to test her before taking her away without her being able to notify her unit. He removed the hidden implanted tracking chip on her. That's how she ended up in the auction house where she realized that magic truly existed. They branded some kind of a curse on her. She couldn't even think of escaping without having a headache. That made her really troubled but really excited too. At last, she found a sign about the men who killed her family. They used curses too to torture them back then as she hid in the closet. In the end, she was auctioned. She hoped to get bought by some idiot young master so that she could contact her team. That one who was screaming about vibrating girls seemed idiot enough, too bad she got bought by another man. Apparently, she was not vibrating enough. Her new owner was to her surprise none other than Prince Troy. She had read a report about him in some magazine before. They called him the best gentleman. Then genius. All was a lie, he was an absolute scumbag. She could tell from the moment he bought her and began to molest her and the girls, seemingly enjoying their powerless protests. She could also smell it on him, the same smell as those criminals in her youth. The smell of death. Troy was not a good guy at all. Then that blonde girl came and magically killed those men. She had two choices: she could use this opportunity to run away and maybe lose all tracks, or she could follow that girl. She might lead her to discover deeper secrets. To her surprise, the girl didn't refuse her. But she turned out to be a scumbag too. She used the girls as a decoy. She could feel the blood pooling in her throat as she lay on her back and watched the stars in the sky twinkle between the leaves. She couldn't move at all, and she knew that she was dying. Thankfully, her body no longer hurt. Most of her nerves were probably burnt. That's when she heard a sound. Was it a wolf? Will this be her end? She panicked, then relaxed as a blonde girl landed beside her. The same girl who killed the men in the car. You are here too? The blonde girl said in surprise as she knelt to her side, making her realize that the blonde was her too. A weird-looking barbed spike was sticking from her abdomen. Sorry for implicating you. The blonde girl said with a frown as she sat beside her checking on her situation, then took a pill and intended to put it in her mouth. She closed her mouth. Even now, she refused to die. This is a healing pill. The blonde girl said, it will not hurt normal people. That bastard, despite being a pervert, has some useful things, she cursed at someone. Nightshade hesitated, then swallowed the pill. Hopefully, the girl was not fooling her. She didn't die. The girl was actually helping her. She quickly began to feel better, but this was only temporary, as the pain attacked her again stronger. She could feel her body this time. It was rotting as if something was moving in it. What kind of sick bastard would use such an attack? The blonde girl yelled in shock. That bastard contaminated his attack with some curse. How did you survive until now? She added. Nightshade couldn't answer. She didn't know why she lived. Why does she keep living and all around her die? After hesitating for another moment, then seemingly making up her mind, the blonde girl took another pill and a talisman. This is going to hurt you a lot, you might die. It is not meant for normal humans, but it should have enough energy to stop the damage. She told her as she put the golden pill in her mouth. The healing began, faster this time. Before the rot attacked again, the blonde girl pushed the talisman she prepared on Nightshade's burnt hand, at the exact point where the fireball landed. This is just temporary. I can't dispel the curse on you. The blonde girl said, that bastard Victor might have a solution though. Bear with it, she said as Nightshade felt a cool wind in her veins at first, then the burning sensation came. She wanted to scream but couldn't. It only lasted for seconds, but for her, it seemed an eternity. You have some very strong bloodlines. Don't worry, the pain will subside in a while, the blonde said. True, a few moments later the pain began to dull. I will drag you to a nearby cave, then I will make sure you survive. The blonde began to drag her somewhere with difficulty. Nightshade was surprised. Why was that girl helping her? Unlike that kid. She quickly remembered something and began to resist. A. She suddenly made a voice and pointed with her eyes at a spot on the ground near her. The blonde girl frowned and stopped dragging her while looking where she pointed. There, on the ground between the grass, there was a ring full of blood. This is Sebastian's ring. Was he the one who did this to you? The blonde girl asked, making Nightshade frown. Sebastian is the kid from earlier, the girl clarified. Nightshade nodded, She unconsciously took it when she bit his hand and then spit it with the poison pill. It was a bad habit from her street days. That kid was so angry he didn't notice that at all. The blonde girl smiled as she looked at the ring, then frowned. Her face became very ugly in a few seconds. We need to move. That guy will definitely return for his ring once he notices it's missing, she said as she put a pill in her mouth. She was eating them like candies, but they didn't seem to work. I will carry you on my back, the blonde began to say but didn't continue as she suddenly fell on her knees while grimacing in pain. Nightshade suddenly noticed that black blood was oozing from her stomach wound. She was poisoned. Master, why are you moving slowly? That bitch who took my ring is still there. Sebastian's voice came from a little far away. He couldn't have picked a worse time. It was as if he was destined to arrive at this moment. Damn it, the blonde cursed as she sat with difficulty, then leaned on a tree trunk as she popped another pill in her mouth. It seems like I can't save you after all. She chuckled despite her pain. I can't even save myself, she added as she tried to stand up but failed. Nightshade frowned. Why did this girl want to help her? She couldn't ask. Master, are you sure you are okay? Sebastian's voice got closer. Yes. I will be fine in a while, another tired voice said. Sorry. The blonde girl suddenly whispered to her, coughing some blood. I promised to lead you to safety earlier and failed. She added as a spear materialized in her hand which she swung and then pushed into the ground. She was preparing to fight to the end. Careful with that thing. Do you want to castrate this young master before his wedding? A familiar voice scolded, frightening the two desperate girls. The blonde sighed as Nightshade gasped. A purple-haired handsome youth appeared out of thin air. The sharp spear was a few inches away from his crotch. Chapter 214, Fates. 30 minutes ago Victor suffered the consequence of a very serious miscalculation. He thought he knew everything. He was mistaken. He expected that his fate shield skill would be sufficient to protect him from the backlash of confronting Sebastian, especially since his level was now high enough. And he was right about that, the shield withstood the backlash. What he didn't expect was the system notification that appeared a moment later. Fate rank had been updated to A. Critical fate change had been achieved. Congratulations. The Fate Weaver class had leveled up. Warning. X rank class upgrade had incurred a world tribulation. All system active skills effects were cancelled. All system passive skills effects were paused. Warning. System delete has been attempted. Attempt failed, error 405. Warning. Player SSS level divination has been attempted. Attempt failed, error 405. Warning. Connected fates had been temporarily blocked. Outside influence might increase. All that happened when a light backlash hit, then a flash of black lightning hit Victor's soul directly. If he was a normal human, he would have completely died due to the tribulation that targeted his very soul. But he was not. He had already used many soul-protecting talismans after he split his soul, just in case. Like every tribulation, if it didn't kill you, it would make you stronger. So Victor's system used the energy of the failed tribulation to perform the class upgrade. Victor should have been unconscious due to his soul being preoccupied with the update, but he wasn't, as he had a spare soul being carried by Lily far away. It was monitoring everything. Unfortunately, it could not activate any of Victor's main body skills as the system was preoccupied, but it could read his logs and send energy to him. Souls that belong to a single being are always connected in a mystical way. So after the tribulation, when Margaret was panicking over what to do, Victor was about to lose his mind reading the barrage of logs that was thrown at him as the system updated. Critical fate change had been achieved. Log of accumulated changes. Log, Margaret UNKNONNUM164/death/overwritten, 500,000 PTS. Log, Claricia UNKNONNUM164/death/overwritten, 500,000 PTS. Log, REF *NOTFOUND UNKNONNUM164/death/overwritten, 500,000 PTS. Log, REF *NOTFOUND UNKNONNUM164/death/overwritten, 500,000 PTS. Log, Lily, X birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10 million PTS. Log, Lily, A, ID _X_1473337, Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 5000 PTS. Log, Nick, B Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 500 PTS. Log, N, A, ID _X_1473337, Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 5000 PTS. Log, Hilda, B Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Mina, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 30,000 PTS. Log, Mina, S World Destiny/Love/Removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Mana, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 30,000 PTS. Log, Mana, S World Destiny/Love/Removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Tom, S World Destiny/Love/Removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Tom, S World Destiny/Love/Removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Tom, SS Selfset Destiny/Love/Removed, 5,000 PTS. Log, Tom, SS Selfset Destiny/Servitude/Added, 15,000 PTS. Log, John, F, ID _X_1473337, Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 50 PTS. Log, Beta, B Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Delta, D Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Gamma, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Epsilon, D Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Zeta, D Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Wang, D Selfset Destiny/Death/Added, 1,000 PTS. Log, EDA, D Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Theta, D Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Theta Dash, UNKNONNUM179/Demonization/Removed, 20,000 PTS. Log, Myra, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 30,000 PTS. Log, Myra, D Birth Destiny/Love/Strengthened, 1,000 PTS. Log, Lee, E Selfset Destiny/Love/Added, 1,000 PTS. Log, Lee, E Selfset Destiny/Love/Corrupted, 500 PTS. Log, Arya, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Alex, SS Selfset Destiny/Love/Added, 10,000 PTS. Log, Alex, SS World Destiny/Death/Corrupted, 1,000 PTS. Log, Windy Dash, S World Destiny/Love/Changed, 500 PTS. Log, Windy, A Selfset Destiny/Revenge/Added, 100 PTS. Log, Windy, A Selfset Destiny/Servitude/Added, 100 PTS. Log, Lin, S Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 50,000 PTS. Log, Pussy, B Birth Destiny/Greatness/Removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Susu, F Birth Destiny/Love/Corrupted, 50 PTS. Log, Susan, F Birth Destiny/Love/Corrupted, 50 PTS. Log, Iris, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 30,000 PTS. Log, Rita, S Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 100,000 PTS. Log, Luke, A Birth Destiny/Greatness/Removed, 1,000 PTS. Log, Missing in Action, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 10,000 PTS. Log, Lara, A Birth Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 30,000 PTS. Log, Alpha, SS World Destiny/Love/Removed, 50,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian, SS World Destiny/Love/Removed, 50,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian, SS World Destiny/Love/Corrupted, 5,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian, SS Selfset/Love/Added, 5,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian, SS self-set destiny slash first time slash shattered, 500,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian, S, ID underscore X underscore 147337, destiny slash inheritance slash corrupted, 50,000 PTS. Log, Sebastian dash, X world destiny slash corrupted, 500,000 PTS. Log, Zoe, SS self-set destiny slash love slash corrupted, 5,000 PTS. Log, Abe, E self-set destiny slash pimp slash shattered, 50 PTS. Log, Oliver, SS birth destiny slash love slash corrupted, 5,000 PTS. Log, Oliver, S self-set destiny slash greatness slash removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Oliver, S self-set destiny slash revenge slash added, 10,000 PTS. Log, Oliver, SS world destiny slash death slash added, 50,000 PTS. Log, Oliver, SS world destiny slash misery slash added, 50,000 PTS. Log, Jerry, S self-set destiny slash revenge slash added, 5,000 PTS. Log, Jane, D self-set destiny slash death slash added, 500 PTS. Log, Malcolm, S self-set destiny slash love slash added, 1000 PTS. Log, Ruby, B self-set destiny slash love slash added, 1000 PTS. Log, Kelvin, B birth destiny slash death slash overwritten, 5,000 PTS. Log, Madeline B birth destiny slash horse slash removed, 5,000 PTS. Log, Monica A birth destiny slash death slash removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Gary S, ID underscore X underscore 147337, destiny slash death slash removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, April B self-set destiny slash death slash removed, 10,000 PTS. Log, Hannah, SS world destiny slash love slash corrupted, 5,000 PTS. Log, Harvey, S, ID underscore X underscore 147337, destiny slash death slash corrupted, 5,000 PTS. Log, REF asterisk NOTFOUND dash, SS world destiny slash birth slash shattered, 500,000 PTS. Additional terminated logs X147, 14,700 PTS. Additional slash death slash destiny overwrites logs X571, 571,000 PTS. Additional slash love slash destiny added logs X117, 117,000 PTS. Additional slash love slash destiny shattered logs X11, 11,000 PTS. Additional direct destiny major changes logs X411, 411,000 PTS. Additional indirect destiny major changes logs X3411, 34,110 PTS. Additional direct destiny minor changes logs X17700, 177,00 PTS. Additional indirect destiny minor changes logs X31777, 31,777 PTS. Press to expand. You have enough points to upgrade. Upgrade initiated. Destiny list skill has been unlocked. Destiny change alert has been unlocked. Alert plus equals self.destiny. For each, bloodslave in self.bloodslaves. Alert plus equals bloodslave.destiny. Fate eyes had been upgraded. Fate shield had been upgraded. Victor didn't know where to begin at this. WTF. Was the only thing he could think of. What's wrong with Margaret? Who the F asterisk CK was Claricia? Why was Lily's fate so overbearing? Who is Jerry? Why was his destiny S? Another scion? When did he meet him? Why does he want revenge? Oh. That Oliver wanted revenge too. Let him come. Victor shook his head and continued to read. Next was a Malcolm. Who was this one too? Two scions out of nowhere? Wait. Wasn't that guy he killed a while ago named Malcolm too? Was he another Malcolm? Victor quickly pressed on the name, it expanded. Malcolm, / Little Mouse. Yes, it was another Malcolm. This one had no last name. But a nickname. This one didn't want revenge, but love. What did his love life had to do with Victor? Was he gay? Did Victor need to start protecting his chastity? Although Victor didn't fully understand this list, he realized for the first time that he had made a big mess since returning. He had been creating enemies and changing things all around. He should have acted more low-key. As if that would work. Victor decided to take things slowly. He had to understand what all these terms meant: world, self-set, overwritten. What does that mean? Suddenly he could feel a stream of information fill his mind. It made his soul scream in pain, but when it was over, his skill had fully upgraded. He had additional data in his mind. It was how fate worked, and it made him realize that he was scammed big time. Everyone was scammed. The information he got was not only partial, it had mistakes. After the reckoning, there was a sect that appeared, preaching about scions and warning people about them. The Fate sect. They held the primary knowledge about all the info about scions, fates, and dark scions. Many world powers ignored them at first, but as time progressed more and more chose to believe them. Especially after some unlucky powers perished under the hands of scions. After that, most of the world powers had advisors from that sect. They requested them to make sure that they attacked no scions. Even when von Krona united the world, they didn't dare to interfere with them. They just ignored them as they believed that they had no real power anymore. Victor now realized that those guys were more dangerous than every other power combined. They were controlling destiny itself. He was not sure if it was a skill or an artifact though. Victor had now a clear idea of how fate worked. Every creature had a fate list. It is like a list of effects of threads and destinies. The first one was a creature's own fate power. It is the power to set its own destiny. It can affect everything around them, from luck, to love to even death. The stronger it is, the more changes it can make to the world, and to other destinies. It is also the main defense against others' fates. Creatures with S-ranked fates are the strongest. They can change the fates around them to suit them. Those are the scions. The second point is birth destiny. It is something that is given at birth, be it greatness or poverty. There are many of those. Death is the birth destiny that everyone has. It cannot be removed, not easily anyway, it can only be overwritten. A self-set destiny is the one a person creates, many through hard work, others through luck and fate's strength. It is rare to have a self-set destiny. However, once it was set, the fates of those around him would converge to make that destiny happen. A world destiny is the world's plan for a certain individual. This can change. For example, a good person might get a better world destiny if he keeps helping others, while a killer would get a bad one. It's like karma but with one distinction. The world would always prioritize its own survival. That's when science comes into the picture. A scion is a person that has an S fate. The world would start guiding this person for its own good. Sometimes though, that person would have another destiny that is conflicting with the world, like a birth fate to destroy the world, or a self-set fate to kill some very important character. If that fate couldn't be removed, the world would stop helping that scion and add a death and a misery destiny to his fate list, turning the scion into a dark scion, making him focus on survival instead of fulfilling some destiny. Like what happened to Oliver. Victor needed to look at his list to know for sure, but he must have decided on some really crazy self-set destiny, that the world decided he was no longer worth the effort. Now to the juicy stuff. The name, ID_X_147337, seemed to refer to a certain fate-controlling artifact or skill. Victor believed it belonged to that fate sect. Those people were not acting by themselves, they were changing the fates of certain powers in secret. He never expected them to be this active. For example, they must have been the ones behind the poisoning of his grandmother. They didn't do it directly, but by influencing her fate, they made one of her enemies do the dirty work. Thankfully, he was no longer affected by fate. And he could freely change things. For him, scions are no longer an undefeatable enemy, because as long as he stayed hidden and didn't interfere with the world plan, he would be easily able to avoid backlashes. And as long as he raises his own fate power to X, he would be able to kill them. The question was, could he add fates to others too? Of course, he could, but not yet. He needed to level up his Fate Weaver class, and now he knew how. He had to do it. He just needed to mess other fates up. The stronger the better. Another disturbing thought struck Victor. Now, he was pretty sure that the Fate sect guys would soon be searching for him. Wanting to know who was the one interfering with their plans. But those guys would not be able to find him. Not with his authority would render any predicting skill useless. So what he had to do was to increase his influence and spread it as far as possible, while staying low-key. Acting according to others' fates on the surface. And maybe use some puppets. Victor smiled evilly, but that smile quickly fell as a new notification, ruining his good mood. Warning. Fate change detected. Current connected fates have been tampered by /world/ Bloodslave Alpha death. Current connected fates have been tampered by /Sebastian/ Bloodslave Alpha lose. Chapter 215, Eternal. After reading the system alert, Victor began to actively send energy from his other soul half to the main one. Although the process was not efficient due to the distance. But Victor had to wake up quickly. Alpha had a death destiny, and Victor was sure that it will be very close. It only took 20 minutes for Victor to wake up and find himself in the VIP room in the auction house. Margaret and Theta were looking at him worriedly, while Hannah was absent-minded. "Ah. You are awake." Margaret sighed in relief when she saw him sitting down. "Are you okay? What happened?" she asked. "Just a miscalculation. Some naughty girl poisoned me. I will forgive her this time," he said cryptically, making Margaret frown as Hannah shivered in the back. He quickly gave Margaret an inspecting look. It was different. The old one only gave him a summary, and if a certain fate is dominant. Now, the fate inspection screen has changed. Fate. Fate power, D. Summary, positive. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Victor cursed, "Nothing free in this life. Is there anything wrong, young master?" she asked. The look on his eyes made her feel strange. "No, let me think about something." He said he was really curious about her death fate that he changed. When did he do that? It was definitely not when he saved her at the dungeon. As she was not fated to go there anyway. Unfortunately, he would have to leave Margaret's inspection for later, as Alpha was his main priority for now. He began to restart his connection to Alpha, checking on her. She was being chased while heavily injured and poisoned. When did Troy get enough power to harm her? Victor wondered. No, he quickly realized that her bloodline and powers were locked. It must have been Evan and Sebastian. The first thing Victor did was to hide Alpha's bloodline, then he was intending to unlock it but he stopped. He was planning to just let her deal with Evan and whoever was chasing her by herself, but that is no longer an option. Damn it! He cursed loudly as he stood up. Fate is really scary. He had to go there himself. Stay here and pretend that I am still sleeping. I will return in a while, he said as he grabbed the surprised Theta's hand and then dragged her through the wall. Margaret cursed silently and quickly began to arrange the bed. Then she took off her clothes and hugged a pillow. Just in case someone was peeping. Theta squealed as she experienced shadow teleportation for the first time, then found herself in midair. "Don't make trouble," Victor said as flung her in the air and then grabbed her in his arm, carrying her like a princess as he flew in the air. She had a small body stature anyway and was like a big kitten in his arms. Theta blushed heavily as she felt his heart beat through her body. He was hugging her hard. "Where are we going, young master?" she asked in a mosquito-like voice. "Will it happen today at last? Did Victor finally awaken his inner Lilicon? Alpha is in trouble. We will go save her," he said, making Theta quickly forget her earlier perverted thoughts. "What happened to her?" Theta quickly asked as Victor flew in a certain direction. "She is being chased. I might need to do some hunting, so you will stay with her," Victor said. "I understand." Theta nodded as she looked at the mountain where Victor was headed. They landed at Alpha's location pretty fast. She was leaning against a tree with some badly injured girl. This was one of the girls from the auction. Theta frowned. Victor, who was still holding her, didn't move, nor did Alpha notice him as he looked at the distance where some shadows were moving. His head slowly turned toward Alpha, as if he was following some sort of a thread. Theta was wondering when will he put her back on the ground, when a close encounter with a treacherous spear answered her, making Victor, who nearly escaped a castration, quickly put Theta down and revealed his disguise while cursing. He also shrouded the entire area with his power. He didn't want Sebastian, who was getting closer, to intervene. Alpha was shocked as Victor appeared out of thin air, followed by Theta, who ran to her side with a strange pill. "Take this," she said, pushing the pill in Alpha's mouth. This was a normal medicine to slow blood circulation. It will delay the poison's effect. Theta. Stand to the side. Take care of the injured girl. Leave Alpha to me. Victor suddenly said as he frowned. He was looking at Alpha's chest. Theta nodded and moved to inspect Nightshade as Alpha cursed silently. Can't this pervert read the situation? She wanted to say something, but to her shock, Victor suddenly grabbed her shirt and tore it away, exposing her white skin. Nightshade, who was fascinated by Victor's handsomeness until now, shrunk a little as she realized what he was doing. She recognized him. He was the pervert from the auction. Why, damn it! Alpha cursed, but couldn't resist. She was about to die and this pervert was taking advantage of her instead of healing her. What was wrong with him? Theta opened her mouth wide in shock as Victor in a very perverted way began to feel around Alpha's chest. The injury is in my stomach, she said. He ignored her. Sebastian is nearby. She spat again, reminding him of the problem. I know. I already sent the intruders away. We have all the time in the world, he said. True, she could hear Sebastian's voice getting further away. Victor was doing his magic again. Victor interrupted her thoughts by putting his hand on her breast. She shrunk a little and involuntarily blushed. Nightshade was losing her mind. She was looking at Victor with very disgusting eyes. This is not the time for this. Alpha protested softly. Victor was using the blood slave skill to stop her from moving. She looked at Theta for help, but that traitor girl blushed and looked away. Wasn't she supposed to be her little sister? Shouldn't she be helping her? Was she completely corrupted by Victor? It's not there, Victor spoke, almost talking to himself as he continued to grope around. Alpha was about to lose it when she quickly noticed something. His eyes. They were the same as what he did back then in the dungeon. They had yin-yang symbols. He was reading something. She stopped resisting. As she decided to trust him this once. She was right, Victor was now using his fate vision to see the threads connecting her to Sebastian, who was close by. A normal human has the fate threads spread and moving all around his body. Sebastian's fate line was stable. It was piercing right into her heart. Victor frowned. He didn't show it, but Alpha's situation was very bad. She could die at any moment. This might hurt, Victor said in a low voice as he took a deep breath and suddenly pushed his hand inside her chest and out again. It took but a second as his hand passed through her skin and almost touched her heart. He was using the shadow ring. Alpha gasped as he took his hand out and slowly opened it. It was no longer empty, but had a glass bead with a small green leaf-shaped flame inside of it. Was this inside of her? What is this? She asked, gasping for breath. As the girls also looked at it. I have absolutely no idea. But this is the item that Sebastian was destined to get from you. It was planted in your heart. Victor said with a deep frown as he appraised the bead, but nothing appeared. The system completely ignored it as if it didn't exist. He could feel some strange energy from it though. Life energy. He decided to look into this later, so he put the bead in his ring. He failed. The ring rejected it. Victor frowned. He didn't have time for this. Alpha's situation was getting worse. Why don't you unlock my power already? She asked. She didn't expect that the bead was on her. She quickly changed the subject. The poison is integrating with your blood. It is a blood-based poison, he said, making her gasp as she realized something. You have really shitty luck, he added as he sat next to her and looked at the spike in her abdomen. This thing can't be removed easily. Alpha gasped. At that moment she realized something. She quickly focused on her body but she failed. Damn it! All this time she has been trying to dissolve the poison by using blood skills to purify her blood. That's what her class allowed her to do. But this was a mistake, as the poison was made of blood. So what she was doing was assimilating it into her entire being. No wonder the poison spread so fast. And if Victor listened to her and unlocked her bloodline, the assimilation would get so rapid, that she would die in seconds. Can you heal me? She asked as she swallowed. Her situation was disastrous. For the first time since she met him, she looked to Victor for help. He was a pervert, but he knew many things. Her intuition was correct, she was fated to die, and the only one who could save her was Victor, who can totally ignore fate. Not easily, he sighed, weighing his options. The best solution is to freeze you, for now, that will hurt your vitality, but it will give us time. It might take years for me to get an artifact that can fix you, he said with a frown, thinking of some possibilities. This was why he hurried here. She frowned too. Is there really no other solution? Wait. Use the bead. She said as Victor began to prepare some materials, making him stop. The bead? He asked. You know what this is? He asked. No. But it has a lot of vitality. My family found it in a dungeon. They were using it as an energy source for a healing artifact, but the artifact broke because of its berserk energy. Oof. She coughed some blood. After the family's collapse, they hid it with one of the heirs, but no one knew who. She added. She had no idea. It turned out to be inside of her. How do you use it? He asked, making the severely injured Nightshade almost spit on him. What she saw was him taking out a condom. He didn't want her to see the bead, so he was showing her some perverted actions. Shouldn't you be the smart one? She asked. She really had no idea. Victor frowned. This thing was probably the reason Alpha survived Titus's assault back then. It managed to keep her alive. But Victor had no idea if returning it inside Alpha would work, as it didn't do anything earlier. And Sebastian was still after it? After some thinking, he took the book of knowledge from his ring. The girls watched as he put the bead next to it and wrote in a runic language. Nightshade was wondering if this was a condom manual. She couldn't see well from her location. What is this? Victor wrote. Cost 1, order point / cooldown time 120 minutes. Yes/no. He was about to press yes. Only one? Oh. Oops. He quickly changed his question. What is the green thing inside the glass bead? He fixed his question. He didn't want to make the mistake he did before. He had no time, so he had to be precise. Cost 100, order point / cooldown time 365 days. Yes/no. And how to use it, he added. Cost 10,000 000000000000000 plus E99 order point / cooldown time 999999999 years. Yes/no. WTF. How should he know that now? After some thinking, Victor took a deep breath and paid the 100 order points, reducing his total points to 8. He was not happy at all, but he felt the need to do this. Anything fated for SCIONs was never a trivial thing. Especially this thing that Victor believed to be the one with the X-World destiny. He got one line of new info in return. Minor spark eternal vitality. Spark. He didn't know what is that. But another world grabbed his attention. Eternal. Wasn't Sebastian practicing some eternal body arts or something like that? Fate is really amazing. Alpha was meant to be Sebastian's bride. She was meant to deliver this thing right into his filthy hands. Dead or alive. What should he do now? Victor frowned as the girls looked at him with expecting eyes. Not all of them. Nightshade was wondering if he finally figured out how to use a condom. Unfortunately, Victor had no answer. He couldn't afford to figure out how to activate this thing. He could try eating it or feeding it to Alpha, but if it was easy, the von Richter family would have long done that. If only. Wait. He has a way. Victor smiled, making a shiver run through the girl's spine. He looked evil. Super evil. Nightshade wondered if he figured it out at last. Will she become a woman today? What was she thinking? Theta, take care of Alpha, oh, and... Victor suddenly remembered something and threw a talisman at Nightshade, who flinched as the talisman shone. He didn't really care about her, but didn't want to make Alpha's efforts of saving her go to waste. Nightshade was shocked as a screaming voice could be heard as a few dark shadows escaped from her body while burning. She lost consciousness a moment later. Maybe he should have done this earlier. Secure the girls here. And make sure to keep feeding Alpha healing pills. He told Theta. Ignoring Nightshade, whose skin began healing after the factor inhibiting the healing was removed. Victor had no time for this bag of trouble though, so he secretly added a sealing talisman. Theta frowned as she watched. What about the spike? She asked. Alpha still had that ominous spike in her. Don't touch it for now. I will return as fast as possible. He said. Removing the spike would make Alpha bleed more. Her body would start consuming the poison faster. Where to, young master? She asked. As Alpha watched him with complex eyes. I need to have some constructive conversation. It involves hunting, scamming and maybe some intimidation. He said, carefully putting the bead in his pocket as he began to walk in the direction Sebastian went. That bastard was still loitering around with Evangelist. Hopefully one of them will have an antidote. Chapter 216, The Bead. It didn't take a lot of time for Victor to catch up with Sebastian and Evan, who were walking slowly as if he was in great pain. Victor nodded. That's what he got for touching Hannah. Victor didn't quickly dispel her curse for this very reason. He just made sure not to touch her at all. Even when she thought he tried to hug her, it was an illusion. Too bad that Evan was a ghoul class player. He has a very high poison resistance. So the poison that was supposed to make him suffer in pain for 9 days and nights, only acted about 10%. Victor quickly ran after them, ignoring the 5 remaining demonized men who were guarding and searching their surroundings in an impenetrable circle. Victor knew about those. They were a part of the Von's Way secret army. They used them just before the reckoning, and they almost succeeded if it were not for some stupid scion whom they angered by mistake. They survived total annihilation though, thanks to their heir's friendship with a more powerful scion. Someone Victor really wanted to cut into very tiny pieces. By analyzing those monsters, many other powers began to develop similar warriors. There was a project financed by some countries too. Victor didn't expect those to appear this early though. All of that became irrelevant after the reckoning. As everyone became a player, the research didn't stop but shifted into trying to grant players monster powers, paving the way for Bloodlines research. Victor decided not to kill those for now as he might be able to control them. He just ran to Evan and Sebastian's side and began to walk between them like a close friend. He even began to chit-chat with them. Too bad he couldn't offer them some of his blood. He had no empty spots for new blood slaves. Master. Your men. Can they be called that? What are they really? Sebastian asked. I already told you, I will explain later. They are men. Evan scolded lightly. That girl. Alpha. I saw her get pierced by one of your men's spike. She seemed poisoned. Sebastian said. That would be better. It means she can't travel fast. Evan said with some difficulty. What if she has an antidote? Sebastian asked again. What did the man who injured her look like? Evan asked. I don't know, she cut him in half before I could tell. The spike had a lot of barbs and some black dots. Sebastian contemplated. Oh. That's Freddy. The poison he has. It is some kind of centipede blood poison. It is slow acting but lethal. We don't have a cure. Evan seemed disturbed. He didn't like poisoned food. You should have told me earlier. What? How can you develop a poison without a cure? Sebastian asked in surprise as he watched Evan take out a round artifact and began to activate it. It was no longer working. We didn't exactly develop it. We will talk later. Evan said, then paused. He was feeling strange. His survival instincts were telling him to run away as if he was facing an imminent danger coming from all directions. Evan was carefully scanning the area around him for the last 5 minutes, but he could find nothing wrong. He was now convinced that this was a hallucination caused by the poison in him. Who the hell poisoned him? Was it that seashell? He knew that restaurant was sketchy. Master, are those men loyal? I was thinking. What if they suddenly attacked us with such evil poisons? Sebastian asked as he walked. Don't worry, they are under my control. We will speak about them later. Evan touched his ring as he repeated and never spoke ever again after that. Green goo does not speak. Master. You are moving too slowly, Sebastian complained as he looked around. I am sure that white-haired B*TCH is still here somewhere, but why do I feel the forest keeps changing, he added. Weren't you after that blonde girl? Evan asked in surprise. Ah. I forgot to tell you. I mistakenly injured a girl before you caught up. I tried to give her a quick death but she was ungrateful and bit my finger. That B*TCH must have stolen my ring then. He said. Your ring? Even so, Sebastian, walk slowly, you must learn to be careful. What if she had allies hidden around? Evan scolded. Ah. Sorry. But my ring had many valuables. Sebastian said. Don't worry, with my artifact I can easily find her. I got it from those guys at the Fate sect. So it can't be blocked, I just need to change the target, you should have told me before. Evan said as he took the orb he used to weaken Alpha earlier. AHH. You met with the Fate sect too? Sebastian asked in surprise. Oh. So you know about them, Evan asked. Yes. I met one of their disciples once. She helped me escape a certain danger in exchange for a blood promise, Sebastian said. You too? Evan said in surprise. Did you encounter that cold chick too, Master? Sebastian asked as he looked back. No. It was a cold old woman. But she saved my life and taught me a lot of my arts, and in exchange, my mission was to search for a certain treasure in a very dangerous dungeon, then deliver it to its rightful heir. Evan said. Really? Sebastian was surprised. Yes. I found the treasure after nearly losing my life, but I still couldn't locate the heir. What about your promise? Maybe we could help each other. Evan said. I promised that I will fulfill 3 requests for them in the future. So I still don't know, Sebastian said as he continued to walk forward, hiding his face. Fool. How can you give them such power over you? Evan scolded. Well, I put some restrictions, of course, their requests can't go against my principles and would never be to harm me or my allies and loved ones. Sebastian defended himself. He knew that he made a mistake, but he was still young at that time. And that chick was really hot, and cold. You must be careful in the future. They asked me for something similar at first, but I didn't accept, so they only asked me to locate a player who practices a certain immortal art and give them the artifact I located. They even told me that I am destined to meet him, but I have been searching for 10 years, and still looking. Evan shook his head with a sigh. He was way more talkative than usual, but Sebastian didn't mind. What immortal art? Sebastian asked. Something called eternal martial arts, Evan answered after some pondering, making Sebastian stop in his tracks and look back again. Master. Are you sure? Evan asked. Yes. They said something about that player becoming one of the strongest in the world. Too bad I already made that blood promise, or I would have used it myself, Evan sighed. Master, can I see the artifact? Sebastian licked his lips. No. I can only give it to its true owner. Evan refused firmly. What if I told you that I practice the eternal body art? It is the first book of the eternal martial arts script, Sebastian whispered. Evan froze, then signaled with his hand, causing the 4 demonized men who were surrounding them to turn around and move away a little. You are not lying to me? He asked suspiciously. I am not, Sebastian replied as he took out a small dagger artifact that was hidden in his boot and pushed it against his hand. It didn't pierce through. Is this really eternal body art? Evan hesitated. Yes. It allows me to freely make any part of my body very tough, and it also makes me heal faster. Sebastian said. If you can activate it, then it is yours, Evan said after some pondering. Sebastian smiled as he watched his master reach for a pouch around his neck and take out a glass bead containing a leaf-shaped flame. He could feel the huge amount of vitality inside of it resonating with his body. Evan hesitated, then put it in Sebastian's hand. The bead began to shine in a soft light. Victor was really nervous, but no one saw that. Can you bind it? Evan asked with some skepticism. Yes, Sebastian was not sure. He pricked his finger with the dagger he was already holding. It bled this time, just 1 drop which fell onto the bead. Nothing happens. Evan frowned. Sebastian got nervous and dropped 2 more drops, but still, nothing happened. Sebastian, Evan was getting angry. 1 second, Master, Sebastian quickly thought. He had never heard of such a treasure before, but the resonance between it and his body meant something. A bead. A bead. A green leaf. A green flame. Then it struck him. Yes, he knew a way. Master. Just watch. Sebastian said as he cut his finger again and began to draw certain symbols on the bead. Those are dungeon symbols, Evan said. Yes. I saw this in a mural in the dungeon where I got my art. A huge green flame and below it was a bead with such symbols. Sebastian finished drawing, causing the bead to shine and then explode. Boom. Evan and Sebastian were thrown away by the grenade explosion. No one comes near, Evan screamed at his men as he stood with some difficulty, He was in a sorry state when he ran to Sebastian's side. Sebastian was injured too, but not a lot. Just some scratches and a couple of small cuts here and there. He was guarding against Evan but did not expect such an explosion from the bead. Quickly take this healing pill. Evan knelt to his side and pushed a healing pill to him, but Sebastian didn't take it. He shook his head and only wiped the blood off his mouth with his sleeve. Victor cursed. I am okay, he said as he stood up and looked around until he found the bead, still looking the same on the ground, just a little hot. Sebastian licked his injured lip as he headed to pick it up. Victor smiled. What happened? Are you sure you know how to activate this? Evan frowned and asked. Sebastian could hear the impatience in his voice. I may have made a mistake as I also needed to draw the same symbols on my body. Sebastian contemplated with a frown. It should have only dimmed again, not exploded, he added, then paused and looked at Evan. Why was he telling him this? He didn't reveal the entire method because he didn't entirely trust Evan, and he was right. But why the hell was he telling the truth? Now, Evan said coldly, ordering his men who unknowingly got close because of the explosion. They didn't hesitate to attack Sebastian, who quickly grabbed the bead from the ground and began to run away. He was right, Evan was never his ally. Sebastian only wanted to get his help to find Hannah, that's why he accepted him as a master. Where do you think you are going? Evan asked as he took out a talisman and activated it, making Sebastian go docile as the demonized men attacked him. This was the same talisman Evan used at the auction house to control Sebastian. He bound it to the evil souls inside of him when he saved his life. The monster's teeth and claws that were about to shred Sebastian into pieces suddenly froze in midair, as their owners turned into dust. An amulet that was on Sebastian's neck shone with a blinding light, turning everything into dust, including the evil spirits that were influencing Sebastian, and Evan, who was watching with shocked eyes. The white light resides, revealing a scorched ground with the phantom of a short girl holding a blue umbrella in the epicenter. She was looking at the now awakened Sebastian. Now we are even. The phantom girl spat as she slowly dissipated. The necklace on his neck broke into pieces at the same time. Sebastian sighed while shaking his head. That princess is really spicy. But that's how he liked them. After using the necklace, he will have to find another way to put her in his debt again, but that's for another time. He has many ways to scam little girls. Looking at his hand, a smile slowly appeared on his face then disappeared. His hand was not holding the bead, but a stone. No! He howled into the night. Chapter 217, Victor's Dilemma. Victor cursed as he stood up, slowly wiping the blood off his mouth. He looked really sorry with his clothes torn into tatters. Thankfully he held the bead firmly in his hand, or it would have been flung away. That was a close call. If he didn't step back at the right moment, he would have been turned into dust too. He anticipated that Sebastian would have some life-saving treasures. But seeing that B*TCH was the last thing he expected. No, he should no longer call her a B*TCH. She was going to become his sister-in-law very soon. Nope, she will always stay a B*TCH in his heart. Even her SCION big brother Julian called her a B*TCH. Thankfully this was only a residual trace of her power, which she seemed to have purposely left on Sebastian. Victor began to walk back in Alpha's direction while pondering how Sebastian met that girl. Despite her last name, she didn't belong to the von Krone family, but to another semi-hidden power. Victor didn't know much about her, as he never saw her again. He only learned about her past when he accidentally stepped on her cape in one of the Royal Library's corridors, which led to him being sentenced to 500 whips with a steel dragon tendon. It would have killed him 1,000 times. Twice with every strike. That B*TCH even dared to call him a stinky old fart as the guards drag his sorry ass away. Thankfully, Julian saved his life at the last moment. According to him, after his little sister Lily disappeared, his mother was very angry with his father, blaming him for Lily's supposed demise. So she returned to her natal family, saying she had enough of the von Krone crazy traditions. Some people say she was pregnant at that time, and some say she was not. But the fact remained that 9 months later she gave birth to a B*TCH. As a result, the B*TCH was not raised as an heir for the von Krone family and didn't undergo their humbling training, so she grew up as a spoiled princess in her mother's imperial family. As for her power, no one knew how she got it. Victor didn't expect her to be this powerful this early. And that made him wonder if Sebastian or other scions had anything to do with that. She had a reputation for being very friendly with scions. Was she one of them? No one knew. Victor reaffirmed his decision to stay low-key. He couldn't risk exposing his powers at this time, as the world was full of hidden dragons. But the damn fate keeps throwing garbage at him. Victor was lost in thoughts when he reached the girls. Alpha's situation had gotten much worse. He could easily tell that she only had a few hours to live. Her fingers had already turned black. "Did you get the antidote, young master?" Theta worriedly asked. "There is no antidote. That's what Evan told me, and he didn't seem to be lying," he said, making Theta gasp. "Suck this." He told Alpha, making Nightshade, who was faking being unconscious, open her eyes slightly to see what the pervert wanted Alpha to suck. It was a torn, blood-stained piece of cloth. It looked familiar. Victor was putting it in Alpha's mouth while she glared at him. "This is Sebastian's blood. I had to blow a grenade in his ugly face for such a tiny amount." Victor sighed. This cloth was Sebastian's sleeve, which he used to wipe the blood off his mouth. Alpha frowned but began to suck on the cloth while glaring at Victor. "Sebastian has an eternal body. His blood might be able to fight the poison that reached into your organs. Make sure to integrate it with your blood," Victor explained, making Alpha relax a little, then close her eyes and focus on healing. Slowly her face became less pale. A few moments later, she spat out the now blood-free cloth and began to cough black blood. "Are you okay?" Theta asked. "I need more blood. This is far from enough," she said in a harsh voice. "Why isn't it working?" Theta asked. "It's my fault. My blood had integrated the blood poison, and my body is producing the poison itself now. I am killing myself, and I can't do a thing about it," she said. "Sebastian's blood had some body strengthening effect, but it is far from enough," Alpha said. "Sadly, I can't go milk that Sebastian anymore. He will be very vigilant," Victor said as he pondered. "What then?" Theta asked as she squeezed her little hands. She believed in her young master. "There is a solution. But it is risky," Victor said as he took out the bead. He had expected all of these. "Oh. Do you have Sebastian's ring?" he asked. Alpha pointed with her eyes to her pocket, where Victor found the ring. "Did you get this?" he asked Nightshade, who quickly closed her eyes, feigning being unconscious again. Victor sighed as he shook his head. He quickly used a talisman to break the ring's defense and open it. Others can't do it, but with his authority, this was a piece of cake. The ring was full of gems and treasures, but Victor didn't care about those. He quickly found some notebooks and began to flip through them until he found an untitled page in a dirty notebook. It had a lot of scribbles. However, in its corner, there were some specific symbols. They looked similar to the ones Sebastian used earlier, but a little different. That bastard was fooling him. Earlier, he disguised himself as Sebastian and talked to Evan, who told him about the poison having no antidote. Victor suspected as much. Alpha was destined to die. How can an antidote exist? Most of those men were created with monster remains. There is no way the Von Zwei family would have an antidote for every one of their poisons. Giving Victor that info, Evan lost all his importance and earned himself a needle in the back. After that, Victor decided to go after his real target, Sebastian. He had to get the info about using the bead from him, as it was meant for him, and Victor believed that fate would have already shown him the way. He was right. So he gave Sebastian a stone and fooled him into binding it. Being someone who can read rune symbols, Victor could tell easily that the ones Sebastian was drawing were authentic but not complete. Victor could repair them easily, but he had to make sure that there were no extra steps. Now reading it in the notebook, he realized that Sebastian was purposely hiding one last symbol. With it, Victor could easily read this. It was an ownership and soul transfer. This array will transfer the bead into the soul realm of the binder. Yes, the bead was his original plan. He went to scam Sebastian to tell him how to activate it, as he didn't believe that giving Alpha Sebastian's blood would be enough to heal her. It was just a step to increase the probability of the bead working on her. As for using the bead to empower himself, Victor did consider it, but saving Alpha was a priority, and he was very wary of it, as appraisal didn't work on it. He would never integrate unknown things, this his soul. Alpha was his blood slave anyway. All of her belonged to him. He took out some tools, punctured his finger, and using a brush that he washed in alcohol, he began to draw the symbols array on the bead. His handwriting was different from Sebastian's scribbles, his symbols were more elegant and refined. They had a purple sheen that made them magical. After finishing, he began to draw the same symbols on Alpha's body. She didn't resist, just blushed and looked away. He had to touch many sensitive parts. "What will this do?" Alpha asked, hiding her embarrassment. "It has something to do with Sebastian's eternal arts. That's all I know." Victor said, "Hopefully after this, you would completely heal, and hopefully turn into a lowly so that I might be able to give you the love you missed as a child." He said. F***CKU, Alpha replied in a soft voice. She couldn't think of a more suitable answer. Victor chuckled, finishing the operation. He formed a strange symbol in his hand, making the bead begin to shine. No turning back now. Victor watched as it levitated in the air and then began to head in Alpha's direction. Straight into the spot between her eyebrows where it shattered, then the green leaf-shaped flame in it entered Alpha's body. Theta and Nightshade nervously watched as Alpha closed her eyes and then opened them widely as a green light beam shot into the sky. Slowly she began to float in the air as her body began to shine. Victor quickly activated his disguise skill to the limit to hide the natural phenomena. "Theta, Nightshade doesn't resist. Let the energy enter your body." Victor said this energy had a lot of vitality. He should have taken Alpha back to the mansion if he knew she would waste all of this energy. Nightshade was surprised he knew her name. No one knew her name. How did he do it? She didn't follow that thought as her body began to feel strange. It was as if it were on fire. Something was crawling in. She wanted to resist, but remembering Victor's words, she hesitated, then decided to risk it. She let the energy enter her body, and to her surprise, her body began to heal slowly. Her charred hand, lung, and throat were getting better. Then something strange happened. A dried drop of blood in the corner of her mouth began to get scalding hot, resonating with the energy. That drop of blood slowly dripped through her injured throat and entered her bloodstream where it mixed with her blood. It all happened in a mere second. She only felt her blood boil as that drop mixed with it. She screamed. Victor, who was watching Alpha, turned to her and opened his eyes wide in surprise. What the hell was happening? She was shining with white light as two horns grew from the top of her head. Her bloodline was awakening, but why? He quickly thought of something and took Sebastian's ring. On it, there was also a small drop of blood. Sebastian's blood was acting as an antenna, it was capturing the energy and transferring it to her blood. After hesitating for a split second, Victor licked it. The drop of blood entered Victor's body and began to activate under the influence of the energy. But unlike Nightshade, Victor didn't let it enter his bloodstream, he left it in his stomach. He couldn't risk awakening his bloodline. He was only using it to help him capture the energy. Theta, who didn't have eternal blood, could only use the available energy to heal herself. Victor didn't want her to awaken her bloodline yet, as he also plans to upgrade it for her. Alpha, on another hand, despite appearing majestic, was in a hell lot of pain. She was burning in that green flame. Her body was being torn apart and reconstructed, millions of times every second. Her bloodline awakened, but she didn't care as she realized the huge opportunity she had got. Victor was right, Sebastian's eternal blood, which he took 30 years to cultivate, was important for this. It was multiplying and storing the energy inside of her, allowing her to regulate the energy output and direct it as she wished. If it were not for it being integrated into her body, she would have died long ago from the excessive energy. In the cycles of destruction and reforming, she easily began to reshape her body. The poison was removed bit by bit. Even the spike in her stomach fell off at some moment. She was fixing everything wrong in her. Bit by bit, cell by cell. At last, she reached for her soul, for the thing that she wanted to change most in her body. Victor's F***ing blood, which made her his slave. The energy of the flame was not bound by the system. It easily burnt the slavery symbol etched on her soul as it integrated with it. Just wait for it. She thought she would make sure to kick that pervert's ass when this was over. She didn't plan to kill him, but she would not let him feel any better either. It was his time to be her slave. Shall she castrate him? No. She might find him useful when she... What was she thinking? Chapter 218, Punishment, 3. Sebastian was walking angrily in the forest, trying hard to find a trace of the bead. That's when he felt it. A beam of light shot in the sky, resonating with his bloodline. He cursed and ran toward it. Too bad it disappeared a moment later, but nevertheless, it gave him a direction to search at. He must find that bead no matter what. Sebastian was told about it by his sect master. He also saw it in the murals in the sacred ruins guarded by his sect. The eternal bead was supposed to be his sect's supreme treasure. It was found in the ruin guarded by the golden skeletons of 4 giants 3,000 years ago. At that time, the founder of the sect tried to bind it using the method depicted by the murals on the walls of the ruins, but failed miserably. As he couldn't handle its energy, and his slight contact with it nearly destroyed his entire body. But he saw it. In the moment of contact, he saw a vision of an art that would make the body eternal, like the flame in the bead. That art became the foundation of the sect, where only 10 chosen from every generation can practice it. Most of them would fail. But few would become immortals. Back then, one of those who succeeded should have had the chance to bind the bead and become the sect master. 3 disciples succeeded and began to fight for the bead. But due to the internal strife, some of the sect's enemies used the chaos to their advantage and managed to steal the bead. It was lost ever since. That bead was his sect's lost treasure. He knew it the moment he saw it. He believed it more when Evan told him about the Fate sect. He was fated to get this. Too bad that bastard Evan was greedy and was one step ahead of him. He cost him one of his treasures. He didn't know how Evan survived the pendant's attack, but now he must be injured. And he still had the bead. He must get it back, no matter what. Sebastian ran and ran. He ran and ran. He kept searching for it for the whole night, and the night after. He found nothing. Sebastian knew that it was time for him to ask for some help. This treasure was too precious to fall into others' hands. He reached for his ring to activate the emergency talisman. He had no ring. He had no phone. He had no money. He was in trouble. No, he was in deep trouble. He realized that when he exited the forest and felt very strange as random people on the street started pointing at him. Some of them even began to take photos. They were calling him Spider Boy. After the bead shattered and the green beam shot into the sky, the entire flame merging took 7 minutes to finish. Bit by bit, Alpha stopped shining as she slowly descended onto the ground again after a final burst of energy that made Theta and Nightshade pass out. It was too much for them, but they gained a lot, especially Nightshade, whose newly acquired horns began to fade away. If she became a player, she would be able to use those. Alpha opened her eyes slowly and looked at the unconscious girls as her bare feet touched the ground. She was making sure they were fine. They will wake up stronger than ever. Her bloodline had awakened at last. She was the first one to do it in the last 2,000 years. Her family fell because they didn't have an awakened bloodline holder, a true elf blood holder who can use the hidden artifacts. Her blonde hair had turned golden, and her eyes were now sharper with a golden glint. Especially the damaged one. Under her guidance and the energy from the eternal flame, the Sky Eye artifact became alive, integrating with her as new flesh grew around it. She felt perfect. She looked perfect. Like an immortal fairy. Victor watched with a broad smile. She was stunning, about 90% on the Lily scale. Too bad she didn't turn into a loli, but he liked her new look better. Most importantly was not the looks though, but what was inside. Victor had realized many things as the bead integrated with Alpha's soul, dumping a lot of info into her and his mind. Not only did it contain the basic usage of the flame, but also a complete set of eternal body arts. Not just the tiny parts that Sebastian thought he knew, but the entire art. Victor didn't know what that bead was. It didn't have a description of itself. Most likely it was some supreme treasure from another world. No matter what, it was now his. With this, his harem would be eternal. That's what he thought, looking at Alpha, who was getting familiar with her reconstructed body. Alpha, who was completely naked after the flame burned her clothes, was glaring at Victor too. She watched as he chuckled like an idiot. "Do you like what you see?" she asked coldly. "Yes. I wouldn't mind marrying you now." He nodded his head, and quickly wiped his drool. "How about I give you a taste of the goods first?" she asked as she stepped toward him with her jade-like bare feet. "I wouldn't mind. But you will have to wait until I awaken my bloodline," Victor said as he swallowed his saliva, "but I wouldn't mind using you as a hug pillow for a few nights. Lily will be a little annoyed, but for you, I am willing to beg her. He added as she stepped forward toward him, standing right in front of him. Oh. You are very courageous. She said, would you feel the same if I told you that I am no longer your puppet? She spat coldly. Victor frowned, then the expression on his face fell as he stepped back abruptly. You removed the blood slave stigma. How? He asked as he watched her take a silk robe from her ring and put it around her crystal body. She no longer wanted to tease him. The flame. It is not a part of the system. It had no rules. It just burned my soul when it integrated with it. Your stinky slave stigma was in the way. She said, too bad that this energy was not something she could summon, it was released when the flame bounded to her soul, like a nuclear bomb, releasing excess energy. It was a one-time operation. Then what are you going to do now? We are friends, right? I helped you many times, he asked as he stepped back again, widening the space between them. Friends? Do you think I am a fool? Don't try to activate your illusion skill now, my bloodline has awakened, and your illusion is useless. She said, looking at his true body which was moving to the left sneakily. Victor stopped and glared at her as if he was trying to guess her thoughts. His hands were moving behind his back. Despite being a little foggy, she could see them. Don't be afraid. I will not kill you, you saved my life after all. She said as she disappeared and then appeared behind him holding his hand that had a poisonous needle in it. She was much stronger and faster than him. Victor tried to struggle but she punched his stomach making him drop the needle as he flew and hit a tree nearby, and collapsed. She didn't mean to do that, she was stronger than she remembered. You said that you will not kill me. He said as he tried to stand up, without my help, you would never be able to hide your bloodline, he threatened. I no longer need your services for that. My awakened bloodline can change its frequency, she said proudly. She felt relieved that he was not hurt. As I said, I will not kill you. But you deserve some punishment for being a pervert, she added, enjoying her dominant position as she looked down at him. She liked the scared look on his handsome face. I will let you work for me. I will even let you keep your powers and your little harem. But I will be the mistress now. You will serve me as a good puppy from now on, and maybe this young mistress will let you lick her foot every once in a while. She said with a slight blush. Why did she say that? She was intending to castrate him first, but a tiny part of her was reluctant to do that. And how exactly are you going to make me do that? He said in an unyielding tone. You have that contractor skill, don't you? Why don't we make a deal for your life? For your smooth white skin's safety. She asked as she looked serious again while taking out a whip from her ring making him curse. It brought back some nasty memories. If you intend to hit me with that thing, I will not agree. This young master is not a masochist. He declared as he looked around carefully while pushing his back toward the poor tree behind him. She knew that he was trying to find a way out, but in front of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. You will become one after a few rounds. You will learn to like it? She said with a light blush. She lightly waved her whip, intending to make him taste it first. This was an S-ranked blood-sucking whip. So she didn't use all of her strength, she didn't want to leave any scars. The whip slid fast, cutting the air and slicing through Victor's illusion and hitting the tree behind him. He was not there. Alpha frowned and looked around, then panicked as she felt all power get drained from her body. She couldn't turn around. She couldn't move. Victor slowly appeared at her side and began to undress her again as if he had not had enough of her beauty earlier. He was chuckling like a pervert. How? She asked with difficulty. I don't need my illusion skill to fool you. Didn't you watch me earlier? When I gave you the bead I marked it with my blood, not yours. I also added a part of my soul to it. He said with an evil smile. I don't need the slave mark to control you anymore, as your soul is now mine. He said, making her realize that she had just made the biggest mistake in her life. How can a fox-like young master like him make a stupid mistake like that? He had made her willingly accept a curse into her soul. She was doomed. Now what? She asked coldly as she watched his hand caress her silky skin. His hand felt scalding hot. You passed my test. But not with a good score, so now. It is time for your punishment, he said as he stroked her naked butt making her shiver as she blushed. Afraid? He asked, whispering in her blushing ear. She didn't reply but shivered a little. Don't worry, you will learn to like it, he said, and with that, he began to work toward upgrading his long-neglected spanking skill. Chapter 219, Frozen. Alpha knelt on her knees and glared hatefully at Victor as he changed his tattered clothes with a new suit from his ring. She couldn't believe he made her beg him to stop like that. She couldn't believe she gave up this easily. The spanking didn't hurt at all, but his hands were being very dishonest, and she feared the worst. Don't look at me like that. You deserved it, Victor said as he adjusted his jacket. She didn't reply. She really deserved it? She should not have acted this cocky the moment she regained her freedom. She should have been more low-key. Biding her time. Suddenly she felt something covering her body. It was a shirt, Victor's shirt. How long do you intend to stay naked? He asked, making her quickly cover her body, with a blush. She totally forgot. From now on you will have to wear a veil, like Lily, he said as he sat next to her, and looked at her pretty face. You became very beautiful, and I don't want any other flies to come near you. You are only mine, he said, making her blush again. Wait, did he just compare himself to a fly? I can change my looks now to a certain degree, she said bashfully as she concentrated on her muscles, making them change just a little. Enough to make her return to her usual looks. Oh. Is this power granted to you by that bead? Victor asked. It's not the bead, but the flame trapped inside of it. It allows me to have certain control over my body, she said. She would even be able to change her body shape after learning to control this completely, but she would never tell him that. Her perverted young master would surely make her turn into a loli. Do you know what this flame is? Victor asked, totally unaware of her dirty thoughts. No. According to the memories I got from the bead, this flame was found by some alien civilization. They explored it, then encased it in the bead to act as a medium. They were the ones who developed the eternal techniques using it and many experiments. The flame itself is like a treasure of nature, she said. Victor frowned. Those are things he got too. It seemed like she didn't know anything extra. It is very strange. My body now has this strange vitality, as if nothing can ever hurt me, she said with a frown. We both know that this is wrong, he said with a dirty smile, making her blush. She was not really hurt by his spanking. Just humiliated. She didn't dare to tell him that though. What if he decided to punish her more? What if he released that slut, Margaret, upon her? She saw what she did to poor Alex. Can you walk now? Victor asked Alpha, making her return to reality. She glared at him and nodded. Good, take the girls and go to the hotel. I still have things to do, he said as he slowly stood up. What about the other girls? She asked. Others? He asked. Yes, the other two Troy got from the auction, she explained, taking out a box from Troy's ring. It contained 3 contracts. Oh. Let me see, Victor said, looking at the contracts. They were low grade, they didn't have a locating feature, just a distance command, and punishment. They required gems to operate. Bind these and order the girls through them to meet you at the highway. No, let them walk a few extra miles first, he said. I don't want them to meet Sebastian, he added. You didn't kill them? Alpha asked. I killed everyone but Sebastian. That guy is a SCION. How can I hurt him? Victor interjected. I was lucky to escape alive. But didn't the white-haired girl steal his ring from him? Alpha asked. Hurting them should be possible. It is, but it would cost me a lot. The ring was destined to be stolen. Nightshade was meant to do that so that he would return after a while and find you here, Victor explained, making Alpha gasp. Wait, the girl's name is Nightshade? Alpha asked. The contract listed her name as Nana. Yes, make sure to interrogate her together with the other 2 girls using soul wine when you return, he said. They might have some dirty little secrets. Fine, she said as she began to think about how to carry Theta and Nightshade. The most optimal method is one with each hand, like bags of potatoes. She can also use Troy's abandoned car, but she will have to dump it somewhere before heading to the hotel. Be careful on your way, you are no longer my blood slave, and I will not be able to use my disguise skill through you, he warned. Why don't you make me your blood slave again? She asked coldly, It didn't matter. She can't disobey him no matter what after he cursed her soul. I don't have many blood slave slots. You no longer need me, and I might need this one. He said, if you miss being my blood slave, I can make you one again when I get some extra slots. He said as he began to levitate in the air. No need, but if you were planning to use this on Sebastian I would advise you not to, she replied firmly. Why? Victor asked. She had just read his mind. He was planning to go search for Sebastian and disguise a normal plant stained with his blood as a treasure to let him eat it. Sebastian can control his blood flow and would easily notice the foreign blood in his body. He would disintegrate it before it ever reached his soul. He might even be able to expel it and use it against you. She said, making Victor frown. She was right, he was lucky he didn't have empty slots earlier, or he would have made a big mistake. You are a really good girl, Louise. Taking care of your husband already? He teased with a smile. I am not. I just don't want you to die. And who died and made you my husband? I never agreed to this. She spat at him coldly. I never said it is me. My Louise has feelings for me. I am touched, he chuckled, making her blush as she kicked the ground with her foot. Bastard. She spat as she watched him levitated in the sky. Take care. He said, winking at her before vanishing. Victor's return trip to the auction house was supposed to be quick and mostly uneventful. But to his surprise, he spotted Sebastian on the way, so he used his disguise skill to send him in a completely different direction from Alpha. Victor was tempted to attack him again, but his intuition was telling him not to corner this dog, so he decided to leave him be. He was no longer dangerous as his destiny with Alpha was severed. Victor could easily see it. Sebastian X World Destiny / Shattered, 100 million PTS. Alpha S World Destiny / Death / Overwritten, 1 million PTS. Alpha S World Destiny / Lose / Shattered, 1 million PTS. Nightshade C World Destiny / Death / Overwritten, 100,000 PTS. Mimi C World Destiny / Death / Overwritten, 100,000 PTS. Candle C World Destiny / Death / Overwritten, 100,000 PTS. Sebastian S Self-Set Destiny / Me Tulip / Corrupted, 100,000 PTS. Not bad at all. 15 minutes later he silently slid into the VIP room, startling Margaret, who was busy molesting Hannah using some tools that Victor had never seen before. Did she carry those on her? She was questioning Hannah, who was breathing heavily, about her poison curse. She wanted to know if she was the one who hurt Victor. Young master. Where is Theta? Margaret asked as she watched him pass through the window, quickly hiding the candle in her hand behind her back. I left her with Alpha. I got her to go with me because I thought she was my lucky charm, but I ended up being hers, Victor said as he shook his head. Don't go too tough on Hannah, she was not the reason I collapsed, Victor said, as he looked at Hannah's teary eyes. Don't worry, young master, I was only preparing her for you. She will be obedient from now on. Margaret said evilly, making him shake his head. Why were most of his girls perverts? It was as if they were getting some very bad influence from someone. It must be Alex. He will make sure to scold her when he gets back to the mansion. Did anyone ask about me? He asked, shaking his head to remove some stupid ideas. Yes, a maid. I told her that you were a little tired after venting on the new girl. And your phone kept ringing. Margaret said, giving him his phone back. He left it with her earlier, so that no one could trace him in the forest. The moment Victor held his phone, it started ringing and vibrating. Was it happy to get its young master back? Of course not, it was Kai ringing for the 5th time. What? Victor answered. Young master, all of your family credit accounts had just been frozen by the family council due to your lavish overspending. Kai got quickly to the point. That was fast. Victor frowned, he had expected to at least be questioned first. He was ready to play the perverted young master part again. It was Elder Frank, young master Titus's grandfather. He is trying to get more power, but the patriarch is not yielding, so they are now using every little incident to hack at each other's influence. Kai explained. What finances were left for me then? Victor asked. You still have your properties, the company's profits, and your personal account, but the young master might need to start spending a little more, reasonably from now on. Kai said. Fine. Did you investigate that beggar who broke into the school? Victor asked. Yes. Julian Poorman. Just a normal beggar, he comes from a family of beggars, nothing dangerous. I guess he was looking for some spot to beg at when he broke into the school. Kai said, you no longer need to worry about him. He added. Why? Did anything happen to him? Victor asked. He kept some of his plans secret from even Kai. Julian was crucial to these plans. When they arrested him, some crazy officer found some drugs on him. He will be serving some time in prison. Kai said. When will he be out? Victor asked with a frown. The 20th of next month. Do you want me to arrange for someone to kill him? Kai asked. No, don't touch him. Will he be out in the morning or the afternoon? Victor asked again. Early in the morning. That's the usual protocol. Kai said, not knowing why his young master was interested in this guy. Good. Forget about him for now. Victor said as he hung up, then began to check his missed calls. He frowned, most of them were from Kai. But some were from an unknown number. He called it but no one answered. He quickly checked for messages. The unknown number was Lily, using a stolen phone. She sent him only one message. She was informing him that there was a little complication, but other than that the operation was a success and she was okay. No other details. She would have to brief him later face to face. Phones were not safe at these times, as he was sure that the family was turning against each other. That's why she borrowed one. Is everything okay? Margaret asked as she saw his frown. From now on you and Arya will be responsible for all of my money. The family froze my card. He said, I will need you to register a company in a few days and start investing the money we laundered. You better take care and not make me go bankrupt. He said jokingly. Don't worry, if that ever happens I will pay you back with my body. I will make Sister Hannah help too, she replied firmly with bright eyes, making Hannah who was listening flinch. She never agreed to this. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Victor said with a chuckle as he put the phone in his pocket and adjusted his new suit. Let's go meet young Master Gray. He said. He slowly opened the room's door and walked out followed by Margaret and Hannah who was walking funny. It was as if her entire family was destined to be spanked that night. That's what Victor liked to think. A maid was waiting for him with a blushing face. She heard noises from inside earlier. Very lewd noises. Sir, my young master is waiting for you at the southern meeting room. She said as she bowed down. Let's go then, Victor ordered, gesturing for her to lead the way. The maid bowed and began to walk as Victor and the girls followed. Chapter 220, Negotiations. Victor and the girls followed the maid through a series of corridors leading to a very grand door where she stopped and bowed respectfully. The young master is waiting for you inside. She said with a blush. This young master Victor was super handsome up close. Victor smiled and nodded gesturing for her to leave after spanking her butt. She didn't dare to complain. She didn't want to either. Victor chuckled and looked at Margaret and Hannah, wait for me here. I will not be late. He ordered before entering the room. Margaret was annoyed, but she figured it out. He wanted to talk about things that Hannah should not hear, and she was left out to watch over her. But why didn't he let them go to the hotel without him? She didn't know. Young Master Victor, we meet again. Gary quickly welcomed him as he passed through the door. This is my grandfather, he added introducing Harvey, who looked much better after disappearing somewhere with that book for 23 minutes. Victor could easily see that. Master Harvey, the patriarch of the von Geldstadt family. This junior is honored to meet you, sir, Victor bowed down respectfully, interrupting Gary. Oh. Not bad, you know your elders. Sit down, Harvey said with a nod as he inspected Victor who sat down quietly. Young Master Victor, why did you want to meet me? Gary asked nervously, hoping that Victor would not anger his grandfather, as he still owed for his help with April yesterday. You should just call me Victor, elder brother Victor would work too. You promised. Victor interjected, making Gary look nervously at his grandfather who chuckled. Brother Victor. Do you need anything? Gary asked again. How is April? Did you do it last night? Victor asked as he made a very dirty gesture with his fingers. April is fine. We are fine, Gary blushed. Do you need anything else? He asked again as his grandfather squinted his eyes, making him nervous. Yes and no. I have something for you, Victor said as he finished inspecting the room, making sure it was isolated. He slowly took out a recording device and passed it to Gary, who frowned and then started it after glancing at his grandfather. It was a young man's voice that sounded familiar. He was talking about working for the Dark Chamber and planning revenge against his family. Of course, any mention of a certain jewel was edited out. Harvey, who was smiling like a fox until that moment, suddenly frowned as he listened. He recognized the voice. It was his exiled loser grandchild Clint. He also clenched his fist when he heard the name, Dark Chamber. Where did you get this? Harvey quickly asked the moment the recording ended, startling Gary, who didn't really get it. At Dave Davis's house. Your grandson was killed by him. So I eliminated him and his family, Victor said, making Harvey's eyes look sharper. Gary gasped. You removed the witnesses, Harvey corrected. How did you make him say these things? He asked as Gary watched in shock. How can Victor talk this confidently with his grandfather? Was that his cousin Clint? Was he dead? An artifact that makes people speak the truth. It only works on the weak though, Victor lied. Oh, Harvey didn't ask any further. Every family has its secrets. You want us not to seek revenge? He asked. You will not, he is exiled. Not a part of your family, Victor corrected. You will not start a war over an insect. Then why are you sharing this? Harvey asked, squinting his sharp eyes again. He was right, Victor was a fox like him. 2 reasons. I don't want any idiot to come knocking on my door for revenge. And this was only a sample for the other things I have, Victor said. Oh, Harvey said, then took out an old flip phone. He made a call. Tell me about Clint, he said, then waited for a moment. Don't do a thing, and also make Tobias step down, he said before hanging up. No problems now. What more do you have? Harvey asked. Victor chuckled and took out another recording device. This time it was a conversion between 2 men. Harvey realized that they were at the auction hall as he could hear the sound of the auctioneer in the background. They were about to poison everyone. They also mentioned one name in particular that made Gary, who was a little surprised, stand up in anger. Charlotte. That B*TCH wanted to sabotage his auction. Harvey gestured for him to sit down as he eyed Victor, who smiled and took out the poison jar. They were in the room below mine, I took them out. They were planning to release this, Victor said. Harvey frowned looking at the jar. He didn't recognize the poison but knew that Victor was not lying. He took out his phone again. Get me the info on VIP room 35. And send Charlotte's recent date log to the Inquisition Hall. Also, put a copy on my desk, he said. Then listen to the other side's report while eyeing Victor. I see, he said after a few minutes, then looked at Victor with complex eyes as he hung up. That room had only one guest, he said. Victor took out the mirror, which was not covered with a blocking talisman. He was talking to the other side using this, Victor said, making Harvey almost stand up. He realized the mirror of Z later. They got one 10 years ago when they caught a spy. Dark Chamber. He didn't expect them to be this active. How did you sneak there and kill him? Harvey asked. He was keeping an eye on Victor. One of my girls did it, Victor said, making Harvey look at the door and then at Victor again. He only had 2 girls here. Where was that young one? No one reported that she left the auction house. Did she have a skill that can pass through walls? He would send his men to investigate later. I see. Why are you helping us? He asked casually, hiding his thoughts. This is just a goodwill gesture. The real deal is now, Victor said as he chuckled, making Gary flinch as his grandfather stopped sitting leisurely and switched to his business mode. Sitting like a king as he eyed Victor. It had been a long time since he saw his grandfather act like this. Speak, Harvey said. I want the control of your entire spy network in my family. Don't worry, I will not kill them, I will use them, Victor said. Oh. You have a big appetite. What do you have to offer? Harvey didn't refuse. The cure for your poisoning. If I am not wrong, You got it with my grandmother at the same time. Victor said, making Harvey open his eyes wide as Gary gasped. Maybe he should not be here after all. He couldn't unhear these dirty secrets after all. You know about that? Harvey asked with surprise. He was poisoned 20 years ago when he was on a date with and someone poisoned his condom. Such an evil plan. Poisoning them both at the same time and causing him to have very serious problems as a man. He still does not know who did it, and if Victor existed at that time, he would have suspected him. I have my methods. Victor didn't elaborate. I was the one who cured my grandmother. I have a white lotus pill, Victor said, making Harvey freeze and look in shock at Victor. He already took every antidote in the system store, but it didn't work, and as far as he knew, Victor was a merchant too. Where would he get that pill from? The white lotus pill was the perfect antidote for slow-acting poisons. Too bad it only appeared in the system store 3 times in history. It was expensive, but its price in coins was insignificant in comparison to its rarity. Do you have it? Harvey asked as he swallowed. He realized that he had already lost this negotiation. Can you afford it? Victor asked. Giving you our network in your family is a little too much. He said the Von Wise family was disintegrating. Giving up his network was like giving up his slice of the pie. A very big pie. You are putting a price on your life. Victor corrected him, making him grunt. True, he would have killed all of those spies in a blink of an eye if he knew that would cure him. But he was reluctant to be played like this by a teenager. I will need something else from you then. To balance things out. Harvey said after pondering. He can't lose this. What? Victor asked. 2 conditions. Harvey replied as an evil smile slowly appeared on his face. In the dark forest, a group of disciples were starting to complain. Elder. When would that pervert come out? We have already been waiting for an hour, a disciple said. How should I know? The elder cursed at him. We just have to wait. That feather belonged to a celestial being. It can allow our sect to gain more players, he said. Does that mean I can become a player too? Another disciple asked. No, you idiot. You are a semi-player, you can't become a player. But your younger brothers would get this chance. He scolded. His sect only had 20 players. Making it a degree 5 sect. If he could get that fire feather and sacrifice it to the awakening artifact, the sect might get a chance to make a new batch of players, making it a degree 4 sect. Elder, what if that guy had many guards? Isn't he from some big family? Another disciple asked. Don't worry, I already checked, he only had 2 teenage girls with him. We have 4 players here and 10 semi-players, so it would be easy to beat them and retrieve the feather. The elder said, just make sure to wear your masks properly and don't kill anyone. He warned. This was not his first time doing this, and he knew where the red lines were. As long as no one died, the major families usually let their heirs deal with their own troubles. Understood, his disciple answered, not entirely convinced. The elder nodded and smiled in anticipation as he watched the highway. After today, the Flying Myth sect will soar again. Chapter 221, Negotiations, 2. 2 extra conditions. I am all ears. Victor said as he looked at Harvey, who desperately wanted the negotiations to be under his control. The first condition is that you marry a girl from the von Geldstadt family. He said as he watched Victor's reaction carefully. Victor frowned and pondered, plausible. I don't mind adding another girl to my collection. But only as a concubine. Victor said after pausing for a moment. He had to use all the will he had to stop himself from overreacting. This was a chance. A huge freaking chance. He didn't expect to get an opportunity to scam that gem out of their hands this early. He wanted to get her through Gary once he became good friends with him. Harvey didn't suspect anything when he noticed Victor's sparkling eyes. Not realizing that he was making the biggest mistake in his life, he smiled because he had long predicted that Victor, as an elite Von Wise heir, would not refuse a marriage offer. I have a girl in mind. I will contact your father to talk about it. We will work out an agreement. Harvey said with an evil smile. No, that's unnecessary. We already have Gary here. Victor said cryptically as he looked at Gary, who straightened in his seat and closed his legs, feeling that his chastity was in grave danger. No wonder he felt that Victor was acting weird yesterday. He was not aiming for April, but for him. Oh, Harvey raised an eyebrow. I am not gay. And I already have a girl I like. Gary said firmly. His grandfather was looking at him with very dangerous eyes. He was considering selling him. I didn't mean that, Victor said with a chuckle. What I meant is that if I let Master Harvey pick my bride later, I am sure I would end up with a very pretty, yet dangerous spy in my bed, Victor said, making Harvey smile. So? Harvey asked, not annoyed at all by Victor's comment because it was 100% right. He wanted to put a girl from his family next to Victor, not only as a spy but also so that in case the Von Wise family was destroyed, she would be able to drag Victor and all his wealth to their side. I meant that Gary must be the one who will choose the bride for me. And he will choose her right now, right here, without consulting anyone. And she would be a legitimate girl from Master Harvey's descendants. Victor stated his condition rapidly. He had a good idea of who Gary would choose. He didn't leave him a choice anyway, as Harvey only has 5+1 legitimate granddaughters. The von Geldstadt family had a different system from the other families. Every heir can only have one main wife who would give birth to direct heirs. All children from other women would be considered illegitimate no matter how gifted they were, and they can only find an heir to work for. This system was designed to avoid internal struggles and keep the power hierarchy. They had no need to care for the purity of their bloodline, as, unlike the Von Wise, theirs was easily transferable. All their descendants had it to a certain degree of purity. Oh. You are making this very hard, Harvey said as he squinted his eyes, seemingly thinking. It has to be, Victor said, and I almost forgot, you can't nominate that slut Charlotte. That B*TCH tried to seduce that dark chamber agent. Victor stated as if he could see through Harvey. Oh. Harvey pondered, I will agree. But you will also have to accept Gary's choice, no matter what, you can't change it later. He declared, believing that he read through Victor's plan. Hopefully, Gary will not fall for it. As long as she is pretty. Victor stated another condition as he licked his lips. Oh, okay then. Gary, nominate one of your cousins to be young Victor's future concubine. She must be pretty. He emphasized, causing Gary to curse at both Victor and his grandfather. No matter what girl he chose, he would be in deep trouble because her parents would hate him for causing her to marry a pervert like Victor. He hesitated, thinking about the possibilities. He really wanted to nominate Charlotte, to get rid of her, but Victor clearly stated that she was not an option. If he chose one of his cousins, his uncles would definitely kill him. One was married, and another was only 5 years old. The last one was ugly. Too ugly. And she didn't like men anyway. That leaves one possibility. His big sister Valerie. She was now an elite disciple of the heavenly sect. If she knew he was the one who married her off, she would surely cripple him. Damn it. Victor was aiming for her. Gary opened his eyes wide when he realized that. But Valerie was very important to the family. She can't be married as a concubine. He knew that better than anyone. She was already secretly engaged to the holy son of the heavenly sect. But they can't reveal that yet. Gary looked at his grandfather for help. Harvey winked at him. Gary didn't get it. Harvey silently cursed as he stepped on his stupid grandson's foot, nearly breaking it. Gary finally got it. His grandfather said cousins. So he must have meant that cripple. She was a little young, but marrying Victor might be good for her. This might even save her life by eliminating her from the competition for the next family head position. What? Victor frowned and asked as if he didn't know what they were conspiring about. How about my younger cousin Elise? Gary asked his grandfather after some hesitation, making Harvey look at him with contentment. He got it right? Yes. No wait. What? Elise. Not Valerie? I never heard of that girl. Victor asked with a frown as if this was not the answer he expected. She is also my granddaughter, the daughter of my late daughter. Very pretty. She is a little sick though, that's why you never heard of her. Harvey said. Are you scamming me? What about Valerie? Victor asked, making Gary smile. Thankfully his grandfather warned him, or he would have fallen into Victor's trap. I am telling the truth. Young Master Victor, Gary had already chosen, there is no going back. Now let's carry on with our deal. Harvey said coldly, striking the coffee table with his palm. Victor frowned as if his plan was discovered. But. No buts, Valerie is not an option. Her marriage decision is up to her sect, not the family. Harvey stated, you must know, your sister Alice is the same. He added. I didn't know about that, Victor hesitated. Fine then, what is your second condition, he said reluctantly after a moment as if he miscalculated. You must not tell anyone about the fact that I was cured, Harvey said with a triumphant smile. Victor was still too young to negotiate with him. I never intended to. So we have a deal? Victor asked. Yes, shall I call a contract maker? Harvey nodded. No need, Victor said, making a golden contract form in front of him out of thin air. It caused both Harvey and Gary to be surprised. This was a high-ranking contracting skill. After cursing silently, Harvey watched Victor lay the newly minted contract on the table. He wanted to invite his contract maker who might be able to sneak in some evil clauses, but Victor made sure to write the clauses in the contract one by one very clearly. No. This bastard. Write Elisa's name in the contract, Harvey demanded, making Victor curse and reluctantly add it. Do you have the pill now? Harvey asked angrily. Sign first. Victor said. Harvey reread the contract 3 times and then signed it with his blood. Victor followed quickly as if he was afraid Harvey would change his mind. All good, Victor said as the contract burned in a gray flame that left a mark on both his and Harvey's souls. The pill? Harvey asked. You first. A list of the names of the spies and a way to control them. Victor demanded. Harvey clapped his hand, making an assistant come in with a thick briefcase. All you need is inside, Harvey said, placing the briefcase on the table. The spies are being controlled by the servitude contracts in the bag, make sure to keep it safe, Harvey said. Victor nodded, then took out a bottle containing a shiny white pill. When I cured my grandmother's poisoning, the bottle I bought happened to have 2 pills, so I pocketed one. Victor lied as he gave Harvey the bottle. Such things were rare but happened before, as the description of the store does not always indicate the number of pills. Harvey quickly took it, and after a quick inspection nodded and stood up. Thanks for the opportunity, young Master Victor. I hope we will have the chance to do business again. Now, I have other things to do, so I will excuse myself. He said as he left the room in a hurry. Victor knew that he was going to inspect the pill using an artifact, then take it. Victor chuckled then took the briefcase. After a quick look inside, he put it in his ring. He will review it later. It had a lot of papers. Brother Victor. Do you need anything else from me? Gary asked nervously. Why are you so tense? Victor asked, I just want to do you a favor. He added as he took a scroll and placed it on the table. This is? Gary asked. Awakening scroll, for April. He said, making Gary open his eyes wide. What? Is this real? He asked as he checked it. 100% Victor stated, you can make a trusted appraiser check it. What do you want in exchange for it? Gary asked, trying to appear like his grandfather. He really wanted this thing. The family's awakening method only works on their family members. He was sure that his father would oppose their marriage, as she was a mortal and an orphan with no family power. But Gary wanted her to be his main wife. If she was a player, that would make things much easier. Nothing. Just don't tell anyone that you got it from me. April saved my life once, this is my way of repaying her, Victor said as he stood up, making Gary surprised. He would have to investigate that. Don't worry about unnecessary things, Victor said as he adjusted his jacket. Consider it proof that I really want to be your friend. He added, making Gary really believe him this time. This thing would cause a war if it were revealed. Oh, Gary sighed, sorry about earlier, I know you wanted Valerie. But my grandfather would never agree. He said, feeling guilty. I don't mind, you and your grandfather were playing according to my plan anyway, Victor said as he stepped out of the room, leaving Gary wondering what he meant. Boss, the target hasn't appeared yet. One man said. I know, you idiot. The boss scolded as he used his binoculars to scout the highway from his hiding place. Remember everyone, our main assignment is to kill everyone, that young master and his maids. Especially the youngest one, our employer wants proof of her death. He said as his men watched a recording on his phone. It was for Victor and the maid-dressed girls entering the auction house. But boss, what if that young master had guards? A smart man asked. Our employer had already looked into it. That young master only had 2 girls. And we have guns anyway, we can easily subdue them. The boss said in excitement. Boss, can we use the girls a little before killing them, they look too hot. A fat bald man said, licking his filthy lips. We will see, the boss said. He wanted to taste them too. Especially that loli. Boss, I don't want any girls. Just give me that young master. Look at his handsome face. Look at that ass. I promise to kill him after I finish. A skinny man sitting at the back said, forcing a shiver through his colleagues' spines. You can have him. The boss said, while silently cursing. If this sick pervert was not his wife's cousin, he would have killed him long ago. Wait. Po. Didn't I forbid you from sitting in the back behind the men? He yelled, go sit in the front now. He yelled, that bastard had been checking on their asses this entire time. Chapter 222, Psycho. Young master, you should see this. Margaret suddenly nudged Victor, who was resting his head on her lap. He opened his eyes and looked at her. They were still in the car, heading toward the hotel. He must have dozed off. Well, that's to be expected, he had to injure his soul again in order to subdue Alpha. What? He asked, ignoring Paul, who was driving the car, acting as if he was not listening. And Hannah, who was glaring at him, and Margaret. It's all over the news. A nuclear explosion in the capital. Isn't that where Lily and the girl went? I hope they are okay. Margaret said. Oh, Victor opened his eyes wide and sat up. He leaned over Margaret and looked at the news broadcast playing on her phone. It showed a big mushroom cloud on a faraway mountain. This must have been captured from the city. Our reporter has just been informed that the explosion had happened in the royal lands belonging to the Wyron family. It appears that what exploded was Crown Prince Troy's private mansion, the hot reporter said as she wiggled her body. We will await further info. Victor opened his mouth wide, then quickly took his phone and looked at Lily's massage again. This was the minor complication she mentioned. This was AF asterisk huge trouble. Why the hell did she use that explosion array? Didn't he warn her that it can only be used in emergencies? And why the hell was the explosion this big? It was as if it was fueled by 10 tons of gems. Oh. Victor seemed to realize something. But he would have to wait for Lily's return to make sure. No matter what, that girl needed some sense spanked into her again. Young master, is everything okay? Margaret asked as she saw his discolored face. Yeah. Lily is in the city, she is fine. He said. He couldn't say any more as Paul was listening. And he didn't want anyone to know he was behind this huge mess. Ah, that's good. Margaret sighed in relief. Victor sighed, then suddenly squinted his eyes. 2 strands of deadly fate threads were slowly strangling him. A weak one from the front, and another from the back. That one appeared to be very troublesome. Not only did it appear stronger and blacker than the other one. It was directed at his ass. Fate would mean a nearly inevitable destiny. Who would be strong enough to endanger his ass? He looked to the back. There were 3 black cars following them. That thread was from the front one. Paul, you idiot. Didn't you notice that we were getting followed? Victor scolded, making Paul jerk and look in the mirror. He didn't notice them. He was busy peeking at Margaret, and Hannah, who was forced to sit alone because of her curse. I will call for support. Paul said nervously. He had never faced something like this before. Only idiots would dare to attack a car with the Von Wise insignia. Yes, unfortunately they won't be here in time. Just keep moving for another. Let's see. Do you see that bridge? It is probably booby-trapped. Stop at that road sign right before it. Victor said, squinting his eyes as he began to activate his disguise skill as he whispered some different orders in Margaret's blushing ear. Ah. But, Paul didn't know what to say. Don't argue. After stopping, leave the car and start cursing loudly. This is an order. Victor said, making Paul frown, but said nothing. Damn it. That bastard young master wants him dead, but, as a low-ranking family member, he couldn't refuse. After stopping the car, Paul walked out, looked around at the black cars that stopped a few meters behind them, then started cursing nervously. Don't hide. You fell into our trap. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly heard himself saying, men surround those idiots and kill them. The voice impersonating him said again. Suddenly a group of masked young men headed by a mask-bearded old man jumped out of the forest at the same time when a group of burly men stepped down from the black SUVs in the back. They froze, cautiously looking at each other with Paul in the middle. The standstill didn't last, as someone fired a bullet, killing one of the masked young men, causing his friends to scream in anger and start firing fireballs at the startled burly men, killing two of them. Paul watched as all of this happened in seconds, as all hell broke loose as they began to fire at each other. The burly men hid behind their cars as the marked men began throwing talismans that froze bullets in midair, making them advance easily. This would have been an easy win, if not for an evil grenade that was thrown from somewhere, consuming the talisman's energy and making a few other masked men fall under the bullets again. Paul quickly wanted to return to the bulletproof car, but to his surprise, it was no longer there. It had disappeared without anyone noticing. Leaving him in the open, he quickly ducked to the ground, avoiding a bullet that passed by his ear. Damn it! He began to curse at Victor. But he couldn't even continue because out of nowhere, something pulled on his leg and began to drag him down into the dirt. He tried to resist, but a sudden feeling of electrical shock made him scream as all of his power was drained. He looked everywhere for help, but no one cared as his stiff body sank into the ground. Despite holding his breath, he swallowed some dirt, causing him to start suffocating. He was thinking that this was his end, but he was wrong. A moment later he was pulled out of the ground like a fish out of water. He was hanging upside down and could see that he was pulled by a string attached to his leg. He was in the forest, near the battle, and he could hear their shouts and someone ordering them to stop. He didn't care, as his paralyzed body was thrown to the ground by a very normal-looking thin man who was licking his lips while putting away a very strange-looking fishing pole. Look what we fished today. Young Master Victor, right? I always wanted to try a fresh young master. The young man said as checked Paul's ass. Wait. You are not Victor. He said with a frown. Well, I have got to work with what I have got. Mommy always warned me not to waste food. The young man said as he started to chuckle. Paul wanted to talk but couldn't. He was still paralyzed. He could only look with horror as the man took out a dagger and began to professionally cut Paul's clothes. As if he had done this 100, no, 1,000 times. Don't worry, it will be painful at first, then you will grow to like it. He said as he began to take off his own clothes. He kept the knife though. Paul, who was now peeled like a banana, was looking at it with fear. Oh, don't worry about this, it will be your best friend very soon. He said, you see, Mommy made me swear not to do it with men anymore before she died, so I have to make sure that you are no longer one. Stop. All parties stand down. The elder screamed as he used a talisman, causing a flash of light to blind everyone, causing his disciples as well the other side to stop fighting. He coughed slightly as the flare light dimmed. There was someone screaming to kill the enemy. Both sides suddenly realized that it was none of them as the voice abruptly stopped. They looked around, but other than the light smoke that filled the area, there was no other soul. Where did that voice come from? You don't work for that young master, don't you? This is a trap, the elder yelled at the other side using a mind-transmitting talisman again. He was not a fool. How else can a few mortal gangsters kill 6 of his semi-player disciples? He was screaming for a few minutes now, ordering his disciples to make a defensive formation so that the bullets would not affect them. But strangely enough, none of his disciples listened. They kept moving randomly like headless chickens. Someone was manipulating sounds, so he had to use this very expensive talisman to stop the fight. On the other side, the gangsters who were hiding behind the burnt cars began to look at each other. Only 4 were left from their 17 men's team. Even that sick bastard Poe was nowhere to be found. One of them began to talk, but his voice vanished. What the hell was going on here? He panicked. First, he thought that those fireballs thrown by the other side were some kind of a new weapon. Now he was sure that some really strange things were happening here. He didn't continue as a very pretty red-haired girl suddenly walked out of the forest. She was obviously hurt. Help me, she said, they want to kill me. They frowned, then got enchanted. Someone fired his gun again. All of them began to fight again, even the elder whose eyes turned red. He easily crushed his disciple's head a moment later. Only one idea remained in his mind now, help the pretty girl. I told you it is effective, Margaret told Victor as she leaned on the car that only moved a few feet from where Paul parked it, but no one seemed to notice it. Strange indeed, Victor said, this stuff is like a nuclear weapon. He added, looking at the corpses. Hannah was looking at it with shock too. What the hell was this? Why did those men start killing each other like wild dogs? She saw 5 young men work together to take down that old one, disregarding their safety. In the beginning, she could understand Victor's strategy. He was using a voice-canceling talisman while making some illusional voices to command the men to fire at each other. She expected him to start attacking by himself after that elder stopped the fight, but strangely enough, he only threw some kind of a gas bomb, then let Margaret do a little twirl around before returning. That's it? What the hell happened? Was it the gas? She really wanted to know. Her intuition as an alchemist began to take hold of her. I will tell you later, Victor said as he watched her eyes involuntarily look at him for answers. Who do those 2 groups belong to? Margaret asked curiously as she looked at the bodies. She got used to it after staying with Victor this long. That's what Victor presumed. The masked ones belong to the Flying Myth sect. They wanted to steal our treasures from the auction, Victor said as he took off the storage ring from the elder's finger. This one was the same idiot who threatened me at the auction. He added. And the others? She asked as Victor stood up. I have no idea. He said, we will have to search their corpses for clues. Sorry, Margaret, you will have to do that with Hannah, as I will have to go get Paul back. He said, making Margaret gasp. Right, Paul. When did he leave? She asked as she looked around. A while ago. That bastard probably got what he deserved. Victor said as he left the frowning Margaret and headed into the forest. He was looking for a good excuse to get rid of Paul before leaving Tetraquad City, and this was the perfect chance. It was he who caused Myra to die in his previous life after all, and Victor knew how to hold a grudge. After walking for about 100 feet, Victor could easily see what was happening there. Mark. Level, 10. Class, Psycho. Authority, 2. Strength, 37, x10 when targeting a player you like. Intelligence, 25/10 when targeting a player you like. Agility, 34, x10 when targeting a player you like. Luck, 14. Charm, 17. Order, 10. Skills. Parasitic regeneration, A. Pain control, A. Perfect cut, A. Knife arts, B. Paralyzing touch, B. Disguise, F. Equipment. Ethereal fishing pole, S. Blood-sucking dagger, D. Fate status. Fate's power, S. Summary, negative. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Victor froze in his place like a bird that encountered a cat. WTF. What did a player you like mean? No wonder his fate warning skill activated. This guy was dangerous, super dangerous. He swallowed hard as he looked at the busy young man and then at Paul, who didn't look like a human being anymore. Victor felt like he was going to throw up but firmly controlled himself, not knowing if he should retreat or kill this bastard first. But he was a scion. No. This one, despite having an S fate, had no destiny and no scion word next to his fate. Victor always presumed that all those with S destinies were scions, but it seemed that this was not the case. Maybe this guy was the type that the world didn't care about. It didn't want to recruit him either. Maybe villains in novels are like this. Strong enough to hurt normal people, but weak against the protagonists. He pondered. After considering many things, Victor decided to kill him. If this guy were to go after him someday, he would be in deep trouble. His girls would be in deep danger as well. Victor slowly approached Poe again despite feeling nauseous in his stomach. He could feel many fate threads that began to appear around him wanting to stop him. It was as if every cell in his body wanted him to leave there. As many excuses began to flood his mind. These were the fates protecting this maniac. Those with S fates are really scary. Victor ignored everything as he approached silently, then ducked as the maniac stood up and cut the air behind him. Strange. Poe said with a frown as he stepped forward, but didn't continue as he finally noticed the spear impaling him to the ground. When? He didn't continue to think as he collapsed to the ground with a headless body. Victor sighed in relief as he looked at Poe's dead body, then at Paul, who didn't look good at all. He would never look good after this. Fortunately for him, his eyes had long turned white, and he had long lost consciousness because of the pain. Hopefully, he had also lost his mind. Victor really wanted to feel sorry for him, but remembering the looks of Myra's mangled body after Rex finished with her back then, he didn't. He swore to make Rex feel the same someday. Victor took a deep breath, taking control back of his thoughts. His injured soul was making him a little unstable. Maybe he should stop cutting part of it. After checking the surroundings, he used a handkerchief to take the fishing pole that was thrown to the side. The knife would have to remain here for the investigators. This is going to be messy, Victor said as he took his phone and called Kai. He didn't want to pick up this mess from the ground. He didn't even want to come near it. Kai. I had an accident here, my driver Paul was heavily injured. Send an ambulance and a family team to my location. Victor said, oh. And make sure that there are no females on the team. I don't want any girl to have nightmares for the rest of her life. He added. Chapter 223, A New Pawn. Hanging up his phone, Victor sighed as he turned around to leave. He froze. His guts were telling him that something was very wrong here. Didn't Poe die too fast for someone with an S-ranked fate? Even if the world was not helping him, this was way too easy. Victor frowned as he looked at the corpse. He didn't use the soul poison because he didn't want the family investigators to ask him about the corpse. He can't hand them the green goo, after all. He needed it for his other project. He quickly used his appraisal skill on the headless body, but there was nothing. The head which fell to the side also didn't show anything. Was this uneasy feeling in his heart just an illusion? Of course not. Victor had long learned to trust his instincts. He activated his Eyes of Destiny skill, this time. Nothing happened. It didn't detect Poe at all. He looked at Paul. Targets 1. Human awakened, +2 order. Total cost, 2. Nothing unusual. But his instinct was telling him that Paul had something strange about him. Other than the obviously missing parts. Victor hesitated for a second, then paid the cost to activate the skill, reducing his remaining order points to 6. His eyes reversed their colors as 2 yin-yang symbols replaced his pupils. Many fate threads began to appear around Paul. Nothing else. Victor frowned. That was disappointing. There were a lot of lines. He decided to focus on the ones connected to him. There were 2. Although one was much fainter than the other, both of them were black. Did Poole wish to kill him twice? This didn't make any sense. Could it be that Poe had somehow merged with Paul? That would be the only explanation. That's what he was expecting, but he can't find any signs of that. Poe had the parasitic regeneration skill after all. As far as Victor knew, this was a way to use others' energy to regenerate. But what if this sick bastard used it to the limit? No. That's not really feasible, that skill was only at a rank. But what if? Victor quickly used his appraisal skill on Paul. Paul von Wise. Level, 0. Class, none. Authority, 1. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 15. Luck, 9. Charm, 13. Order, 10. Skills. Sword fight, C. Charm, F. Quick steps, F. Fate status. Fate's power, C. Summary, rising. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Nothing unusual. Damn it. No, why was his fate rising? Did he enjoy what happened to him? That made no sense. But fate never did. Victor was getting crazy, he wanted something to appear but there was nothing. Wait. Victor quickly followed the black fate lines with his eyes. One of them was reaching for his ass. Again. This was definitely that sick bastard. But how? Unless he transferred his soul, it would be impossible to be a single entity with Paul. And Poe didn't have any soul skills. Wait. Victor suddenly froze as he realized something. What if Poe was not really Poe? Then Paul was no longer Paul. It sounded crazy, but remembering that demon soul that was in the awakening scroll that Theta used, he suspected what was going on here. What if Poe's body was originally occupied by an alien soul? It would have changed shape when the body was damaged. It would never go near Victor as his soul would repel it. That would leave only one option for it. The system of someone was connected to the body, not the soul. But fate was something else. Victor had no idea about its relation to the soul. But this can perfectly explain Paul's rising fate. Victor looked at it again. Fate's power, B. He was correct. It was rising. It was definitely him. Paul's soul was already in a malleable state due to the pain and the shock it suffered. That bastard must have made the transfer when he impaled him, before the decapitation, as he was still connected to Paul at that moment. He must be eating or merging with Paul's soul at this moment. Victor realized that should have killed Paul when he had the chance earlier. Now that he has already called the family, there would be a lot of trouble if Paul were to end up dead. Especially with the family's current situation. Some elders would use this against him despite the lack of concrete evidence. Was it post-fate messing with his head at the moment? No. That's impossible, as his class would protect him from such effects. It was his desire for revenge. He wanted Puel to live in misery. That's what you get for being evil. Victor squinted his eyes, pondering what to do. He didn't have much time. Looking at Paul, he hesitated for a second, then knelt near his damaged body. Don't worry, cousin. That bastard is dead. I already called for help, and they will be here soon. They will definitely fix you up. Take this healing pill now, he said, pushing a blood-stained healing pill into the unconscious Paul's mouth. Blood ritual detected. Do you want to register a new blood slave? Yes, no. Oh, this bastard was awake. He was faking being unconscious. Victor quickly pressed yes, earning himself a new pawn. The family's team arrived 15 minutes later using 3 combat helicopters and a medical one. Young master, are you okay? An assistant wearing a combat uniform asked as he looked at Victor, who had a very pale face that contrasted well with his blood-covered clothes. He was sitting in the car with the girls, who were shaking in shock. I am fine. It is all those bastards' blood, Victor said. Luckily, those 2 teams were from different groups, so I tricked them into fighting each other. But in the midst of the fight, cousin, Paul disappeared, so after I finished killing those men, I ran after him. But. Victor paused again, then pointed toward the forest. That bastard. I was late. I gave him a healing pill, but. Blah. Victor began to throw up out of the car, making the assistant step aside and then look at his men. He ordered them to check the forest where Victor pointed. They quickly ran there, then returned pale-faced to get the stretcher. Thankfully no female members were dispatched. Young master, why don't you relax in the car for a bit? We will escort you to your residence as soon as we finish here. The assistant giving Victor a towel after listening to one of his men who whispered something in his ear, making him frown. Oh. Okay, Victor nodded, then rested his head in Margaret's lap as if he was still in shock. 2 hours later, Victor was escorted to the hotel, where he thanked the men and then climbed to his room with Margaret's help. He regained his spirit the moment the suit's door was firmly closed. Good acting, he told Margaret, then glared at Hannah. You need more training, he told her just as Alpha left her room, making Hannah look at her in shock. Her blood was resonating. I am Louise von Richter. Alpha introduced herself, making Hannah gasp. Victor had told her he had another maid from her family, but she didn't believe him back then. Tears began to well in her eyes, making Alpha approach her and hug her tightly. Ah. Don't. I have a poisonous curse, Hannah objected, but Alpha didn't let her go. It won't affect me, she said. Her new eternal body constitution was very resistant to poisons and curses. This gift was for Sebastian. Oh, Hannah said as she felt Alpha's hand tightly around her. Her eyes began to tear up. This was her first family contact. She hugged Alpha back and began to sob as she rested her head on Alpha's shoulder. I am getting jealous now, Victor suddenly said 5 minutes later, destroying the intimate atmosphere, and making Alpha glare at him as she slowly let go of Hannah, who wiped her tears with her hand. Let's go and sit down, Victor said casually. Hannah nodded with a slightly blushing face. How did you resist the curse? She Alpha as she looked at her, making sure she was fine. It's a skill I acquired recently. What is your curse about? Where did you get it from? Alpha said. It was an accident at the sex ruin. Everyone I touch would be randomly poisoned, some get it lightly. Some die, she added as she looked down, remembering some very sad memories. Why don't you let Victor remove it for you? Alpha asked, making Hannah, who sat down at a lavish sofa, surprised. Can you do that? She asked. Yes. Victor said as he quickly sat to her side and took out a talisman, then stuck it to her forehead before she could realize her mistake and change her mind. A white light shone from the talisman, then slowly dimmed as some black smoke burned out, escaping Hannah's body. It only took 10 seconds. Am I cured? Hannah asked in surprise after looking at the dissipating smoke in surprise. A certain feeling of darkness in her body seemed to have vanished. Yes, Victor said as he hugged her tightly. She was surprised. She was shocked. She was disgusted. She quickly wanted to push him away but failed. She looked at Alpha, who shook her head in remorse, making Hannah realize her mistake. She should have never let him remove that curse. It was the only thing protecting her from him. It was near morning when Harvey stepped into his grand office on Golden Mount Island. He was welcomed by a man kneeling on the ground. Comure, do you know your mistake? He asked as he looked at his son. Sorry, father, I didn't expect that piece of sh*T Clint would hide his movements from us. I had no idea he went to Vane City. Dark Chamber might be suspecting that I am a double agent. Comure replied. It doesn't matter. The real problem is that they found a new spy. Charlotte. She seemed to be working with them now. Harvey said as he sat down at his lavishly decorated desk. Colmar gasped. That's why you ordered me to get her log file? Is she a member of a parallel network? Yes, probably. I long suspected that your network was not the only one. Do her recent activities contain anything suspicious? Harvey asked, squinting his eyes. Nothing. She had some business relationships with the white faction in the Von Wise family, but nothing major. She went to see many proctologists a lot lately. He pondered. How many suspicious people did she meet lately? Harvey asked. A lot. She had a lot of meetings with shady businessmen from all over the country. But that was expected from her as a major family head candidate. She is building her own network. Comure hesitates, that man we told us to investigate. Toral. He met her twice. He is an antiques dealer who works in the capital. We found nothing strange concerning him. Can I examine the body? He asked. We don't have it. The guy who murdered him kept the body. Harvey pondered, could it be that Victor was scamming him? Probably not, the mirror is clear proof of Dark Chamber's involvement. Who did it? Comure asked. Keep it a secret. It was Victor, Theodore's youngest son. Harvey said. What? The pervert? Comure asked, opening his eyes in surprise. Yes, keep an eye on him, he might be the next Von Wise patriarch. I am going to send Elise to be his concubine. So make the necessary arrangements. Harvey said, making Comure gasp. Father, we have way better girls than her. She might not cooperate if we asked her to do our bidding. That's what I wanted to tell you about. Elise will not be a spy. I already gave Victor our entire B4 network anyway, so I need you to cut all connections with them. Harvey said. I see, wait. What? Comure gasped as he looked at his father, who was smiling. What did father get in return? Comure asked, quickly realizing that his father must have got something very important to sacrifice his share in a cake that was about to be cut. A new life, Harvey said with a wicked smile. It was completely worth it, especially with the tournament's date approaching. Chapter 224, A Game, 1. It took Victor 10 minutes to get bored of the very uneventful hug and let go of Hannah, who quickly retreated to sit beside Alpha. Her new best friend. How are Theta and the girls? Victor asked as he relaxed on a couch. They are already awake, I had no time to drug them, so you are free to do that yourself, Alpha said, making Hannah look at him with disgust. She couldn't believe he took advantage of her like that. Didn't the contract specify that he can't sleep with her? Wait, it only involved sleeping. She remembered what was written exactly. Damn it. She was very emotionally unstable at that time, and he took advantage of that. Bastard. Where are they? Victor ignored her and asked Alpha. They were filthy because of all the running in the forest, so I made them take a shower with Theta, Alpha replied. All together? He exclaimed. Alpha was waiting for him to start drooling but he didn't. Do you want to go check on them? She asked sarcastically, nudging him. Nah. This young master is not in a hurry, he disappointed her as he relaxed in his seat, making a gesture in his eyes to Margaret, who ran quickly to check on the girls. This girl always read his mind perfectly. It was as if she was a pervert in her previous life. The girls must be all naked and wet right now, Alpha interjected again. She had made a bet with Theta that Victor would surely intrude on them if he returned. She can't lose. I like my food slowly cooked, he disappointed her, forcing Alpha to sigh in disappointment as if she was saying whatever suits your perverted tastes. She owed Theta a favor now. Young master. Hannah hesitated after a few minutes of awkward silence. What was that material you threw at the men? Hannah asked just as Margaret returned to sit next to Victor after making an okay sign to him. She completely ignores Alpha's questioning gaze. Well, you are a part of the family now, so I don't really mind telling you. He said, making her feel awkward as he used a talisman to isolate the room. It's a kind of herb that we found in a dungeon. We combined it with some other poison from another dungeon. The mixture is distilled in alcohol which we bottled. He explained, when the bottle breaks, the mixture would start to evaporate, filling the air with the herb particles. He said. What's its effect? She asked, looking at him eagerly and totally forgetting what he did a few minutes ago. She was that kind of a girl. Basically, it makes the soul weaker. That's my theory anyway. It makes the people who inhale it very gullible and quick to anger. We found some other herbs too there, but their effect is still unknown, that's why I need you. He said, making Hannah nod. She finally realized why he paid this much money for her. As a Von Richter she knew exactly how valuable soul-affecting material was. Alpha, who was watching her reaction, really wanted to tell her the truth but chose to remain silent. Victor only spent that much money on her because he was using her to launder tons of money. That's all. He was the one who sold her in the first place. But, Hannah, who was totally oblivious to the truth, continued, why did those men start killing each other? Shouldn't people with weak souls be more friendly? She asked. Oh. My Margaret here used her charm technique on them. Awakening their inner instincts. Their hidden greed and desires. Victor said briefly. Hannah needed no other explanation as she looked at Margaret with complex eyes. This girl was literally a femme fatale. What other uses do these herbs have? She quickly changed the subject. You are about to find out, Victor said, flashing his teeth as the three girls were pushed into the room by a shorter one. All of them were dressed in some very revealing maid uniforms that barely covered their hot bodies. Theta with her short body was the exception. The maid's uniform made her look super cute. Young master. Theta quickly ran to Victor, twirled in front of him, then sat on his other side, hugging his arm. Do I look sexy? She asked. Absolutely. Do you feel better now? He asked her. She nodded with a bright smile. Thank you for not intruding into the bath, she whispered in his ear. She won the bet thanks to that. Victor chuckled as he watched Alpha glare angrily at the girls who kept pulling hard at their skirts, trying to cover the exposed skin that those skirts were meant to highlight. Why did you come out like this? Go wear the clothes I put on the bed. Alpha scolded the girls, who seemed to be very afraid of her. One of them was acting tough. Mistress. We couldn't find the clothes, only those were there, a girl with short orange hair replied. She was pulling down her skirt while covering her ample chest with her other hand. What do you mean you didn't find? Alpha stopped and then looked at Margaret. That damn slut. She must have replaced the clothes when she left a moment ago. Sit down, Victor ordered with a chuckle, but the girls didn't comply. They looked at Alpha. From now on, young Master Victor is your master. You better obey him. She said, making them quickly sit near each other on a wide couch. They didn't dare to disobey. They tried to argue with her earlier on the road. It was a big mistake. You can't argue with a sadist, it would make things only worse. Nightshade, who knew that Alpha, despite acting bossy, was really nice, was only acting. Victor could see that her eyes were secretly examining everyone in the room. Hearing Alpha's command, the girls quickly obeyed and sat down, not realizing that their skirts were not suitable for that. Victor watched as the girls who didn't wear any underwear realized their mistake and closed their legs. Too bad it was already late, He had seen everything by that time. Ahem, now. Alpha. Victor wiped his bleeding nose with a handkerchief, then looked at Alpha, gesturing to her to begin. This juvenile body of his was getting all excited on its own. Alpha silently cursed at him as she placed 3 glasses in front of the girls. They didn't notice where she got them from. We will be playing a drinking game, Victor said as Alpha took out a wine bottle after that and filled the 3 glasses full. One by one, you will answer my questions, he said. Any girl who answers wrong or tells lies would have to take a sip from her glass, he said, making the girls nod in a hurry. He was going to make them drunk and then assault them. They are familiar with this game. Does he need to do that? Was this one of his hobbies? How would he know if they were telling the truth anyway? The one who gets empties her glass first will be my plaything tonight, he added, confirming their hunch. Young master. That's not good. They will never tell you the truth like this. Margaret corrected him, let the one who loses be Alpha's plaything instead. Margaret said, making the girls shiver a little. Oh fine. Alpha, make sure to educate her well. I will take the one who finishes last, he complained, making Alpha curse again, and the girls look at each other nervously. Now the first question, he said, introduce yourselves, he commanded. Candle. I have no last name, the orange-haired one said. Mimi, the second one said she was tall with a thin body that had signs of malnourishment. Nightshade said she wanted to use her fake name, but remembering that Victor knew the truth, she didn't lie. Good, Victor nodded. Second question. How old am I? He asked. I am 17, 18, 17, Candle, Mimi, and Nightshade said one after the other. I said me. My age, not you, he corrected them. They paused. How would they know that? Did he desperately want to get drunk? This didn't make any sense. He can simply order them around to do whatever he wants. 20 no. 19 years old. Candle asked. Victor didn't reply. 19. Mimi said too. Victor really appears older than he really was. It was the effect of becoming a player. 23 Nightingale said. She analyzed this carefully. Victor's behavior earlier in the forest was not something a teenager can pull off. She was sure he was older, and that he wanted to make them drunk. All of you are wrong, he said, slapping his ID on the coffee table. 17 years old. What? The girls were surprised. If he is this handsome now, how much better would he look when he gets a little bit older? One of them wondered but hid it well. Drink up, he ordered. The girls hesitated, looking at Alpha, who gestured to them to drink, so they quickly took a sip, just a little bit. But it was enough for some non-player girls to become honest. The second question. One by one tell me how you became slaves, he said. You first, he told Candle. It's simple, my family sold me. They needed the money, she said, keeping her head down. Now I am your family. You don't have to worry, Victor said, as he looked at Alpha, who nodded. Their contracts had a brief background check on them. I was taken from an orphanage that was not really an orphanage. I have been raised there my entire life. One day a man came to choose. He had a strange staff. He touched every one of us before picking me up, she said, also looking down. Victor could see some old scars on her exposed thighs. She had a rough childhood. Don't worry, no one would hurt you here. As long as you are a good girl, Victor added. She nodded, being wary of Alpha. I am also an orphan. They bought me from an orphanage. I lived in the streets before. She didn't technically lie. And that story fit the background check that was on her contract. After all, she used a false name and certificates to join the police, so when she claimed to have been a beggar at that time frame, the von Geldstadt interrogators didn't have a reason to doubt her. She was still 17 after all. Oh, Victor squinted his eyes. This girl needed a higher dose. Was it because of her awakened bloodline? Now the next question. Let me think, he pondered. How much money can I spend using this card? He said, slapping the family credit card on the table. 1,000,000. Candle said. He was really trying to make them drunk. 10,000,000. Mimi said. This card is unlimited. Nightshade said she tried to forge one of these before but failed. Sadly, you are all wrong. This card was cancelled tonight for overspending. So, Victor pointed to the glasses, making the girls quickly take another sip. Dear Nightshade, your skirt had been flipped, Victor said at the right moment, making Nightshade, who was carefully acting as if she was sipping from her glass, take a big gulp as she looked down, confirming that her very short skirt was still covering her private parts, barely. She wanted to spit the drink that was in her mouth, but fearing that she would be discovered, she chose to swallow it. She has a very high alcohol tolerance after all. She glared at Victor hatefully after that. This bastard might be suspecting her. She really wanted to know how he knew her name and to ask him about the comic book-like events that happened in the forest, but she chose to delay this. She asked Alpha and Theta privately when she woke up completely healed. But both of them told her that she was not ready yet. Ready for what? Victor watched as Nightshade's facial expression changed as she was thinking about some random things. The wine was working, she was losing her cool. Now. The next question. He said with a lazy smile as he relaxed in his chair, what secrets are you hiding from me? He asked, making the girls flinch. Chapter 225, A Game, 2. Come on. We all should tell the truth here. Victor said, tell me your secrets, he added. The girls hesitated. Let's start with you, he looked at Candle first. She seemed the most honest one. I have a crush on you. I find you very attractive. Especially that you are younger than me, she said as she blushed, making Alpha wish to beat some sense into her. This girl fell fast. Too fast. Oh. This young master is very pleased with you, he nodded. Do you have any other dark secrets? He asked. She blushed as she looked down. Victor quickly gestured to Alpha, who cursed, then gave her a paper and a pen, which Candle quickly began to write onto after covering it like an exam paper. She flooded it and gave it to Victor moments later. Oh. We all do that, he smiled. From now on you will work at my mansion as a maid. He said, making her blush deeper. Too bad she won't remember any of that in the morning. You are next. Victor looked at Mimi. What about you? What secrets do you have? He asked. She hesitated, then took a deep breath. I like women. She looked at Theta, then stated bravely, making Theta look weirdly back at her. Alpha was now on the verge of exploding. What is wrong with this world? Are there no sane girls left? Oh. That's fine, stay with Alpha then. She has enough girls to feed you. Victor quickly got rid of her. He didn't dare to ask her any further. He could tell from the look in her eyes, this girl was bad news. And you? Little number 3. He asked Nightshade, what is your secret? I won't tell anyone, I promise, he said. She hesitated, I have many secrets. She whispered. Oh. Really? What? He asked. I am a police officer. I work for the Supernatural Crimes Division. I was investigating the recent kidnappings around the country, she said in a low voice. Making Theta gasp, as Alpha squinted her eyes. This girl was lying to her. She will be punished later. Oh. When was the last time you contacted your unit? Victor asked as he sent a message to Kai. 3 months ago, she said, those bastards at the auction destroyed all my luggage which contained my connection device and tracing bug. What are your plans now? He asked. I was planning to steal my contract and escape, but after the accident in the forest I decided to investigate more. She nodded, making Victor sigh. He must find a way to use her or get rid of her. Investigate for what? Margaret was the one who asked her, as she spotted a fleeting unnatural expression on her face. About the men who killed my family. She said. What men? Victor's interest was reignited. They wore black masks, they tortured my father and mother to death for 2 days. Then burnt their corpses and escaped. I hid in the ventilation shaft watching them. She said as her eyes began to tear up, but she didn't notice as her face was really scary at that moment. It was the face of someone who would do anything for revenge. Do you think I have anything to do with this? Victor asked as he prepared to subdue her if she began to act crazy. This was the effect of the wine. No. But those men were using ruins, Similar to the one you drew on Alpha's body. She said, making him relax a little. Did they say anything? Victor asked. They were crafting a pure soul talisman. That's what they talked about. They said my parents were of a low grade, she spat angrily, making Victor, Alpha, Margaret, and Hannah gasp at the same time. Did they say who they work for? Victor asked quickly. Limbo. Something. I don't remember. She said as she frowned and began to shake. Victor wanted to question her more, but he could tell that any more than that would make her relive the experience of that day, so he quickly gestured to Alpha, who professionally used a needle to knock her and the other two girls off. Do you know anything about this limbo thing? Alpha asked. Never heard of them. He said as he pondered. What are those? Pure Soul's talismans. Margaret asked after some hesitation. Some really evil sh*t. Alpha replied, it is dark magic, that darkest of dark magic. She added. What are they for? Margaret asked again. This time Alpha didn't answer, she didn't know. They are very useful, Victor said, earning himself a squint from Alpha. They are created by taming and extracting a soul through intense pain and anger, then inserting it in a special kind of rare talismans. Victor explained, so their main use is to extend your own soul. Simply mark one with your soul and put it in a doll. That doll will act as another body for you. So you are basically using the soul in the talisman as your own. Margaret pondered. Yes. To a certain extent. He said. Then. That soul. Would it be conscious? Margaret asked again. Probably not, the talisman had no pain respirators and the master has total control over it. It is basically being used as a client processor. It should have lost all its ego because of the pain it had to go through when it was extracted. He said, the low-quality ones only last for a few days, but some high-quality ones can survive for decades. In the end, they will perish though, no soul can survive without a body. He said. After the reckoning, these kinds of things were very common amidst the chaos. He is not proud of it, but he had to use 4 very high-grade talismans like that during the time travel ritual he did in the past. He got them from a very shady seller back then, and they cost him most of his savings. Wait. Victor suddenly remembered the fate log from earlier. The first 4 death overwrites. The list seemed to be chronological. I see, Margaret said, trying hard not to show a thing, not noticing that Victor was inspecting her very thoughtfully. When Nightshade mentioned the pure soul talisman, Margaret's hand began to shake. Now what shall we do to this little spy? Alpha asked, returning to the most important topic in her opinion. The same thing you do when you have something good. Double it? Make her a double spy. Victor replied, then paused, no, a triple spy is better. He added as she sent another message to Kai, with one word on it, Margaret. Oh. Alpha pondered, looking at him. Sunrise? She asked. They will come for her. He said, making her nod, that was a good idea. If only this young master was not a huge control freak pervert, she would have really liked him. What was she thinking again? This suit has 3 bedrooms, I will take one with Hannah and Theta. She said as she stood up intending to escape the room. Staying with Victor for a long time would always make her start to have strange thoughts. He was that handsome after all. Why me? Theta asked, breaking Alpha's thoughts flow. She only got a glare as a response. Alpha didn't want her to sleep with Victor. She had been corrupted enough already. The girls would not wake up until tomorrow, so I will keep them in the other room, Alpha added as she began to drag the girls like sacks of potatoes into the inner room. Good. Margaret, go take a shower. You will be my hugging pillow tonight. Victor said. Ah. Me. Yes, she nodded, then stood up absent-mindedly, then headed to the bathroom. She was a little pale. Victor was watching her go when his phone rang. It was Kai, who dumped a bunch of files onto his phone, without speaking a word. Most of them were about Margaret and Nightshade. Background checks, the last one was different. Theta. Victor suddenly said, starting with Theta, who was upset because she couldn't sleep with him tonight. She thought this was her chance with the super possessive Lily out of the picture. Do you want me to warm your bed too? She asked with anticipation. Of course I do, but not tonight, you are still too young for that. He disappointed her before beginning to speak seriously. You probably don't know yet, but I was attacked today on the way back here. Some of the men were sent by your cousin Erwin, he wants you dead. The family team traced the last payment sent to the attackers from his account. Victor said, startling her. Don't worry, he said as he hugged her suddenly, you are now mine, so I will protect you. He said, making her hug him back. Can I sleep with you tonight? She asked again in a lonely voice. I don't want to sleep alone. She added sneakily. Alpha will sleep with you, and Hannah too. So don't worry. He said, spanking her butt before letting her go. What's wrong with girls today? Didn't they have any shame? Victor quickly escaped Theta and headed to the inner room where Alpha had just finished throwing the girls on the big bed. Oh, are you here to taste the goods? She asked sarcastically. She couldn't help herself, something about him always gets on her nerves. Yes. He replied, making her shocked. Really? She quickly realized that he meant other things when he took a needle, then took blood samples from the girls one by one, then tested them with his bloodlines book. What? She asked. She couldn't read the ancient symbols in the book. Nightshade is a blood goat, A ranked. I can't tell the purity since she had already awakened, he said. Candle is a jade rabbit, B ranked at 73%, and Mimi is a rust dog, F ranked at 99%. I always had the feeling she was a B *TCH, he said with a nod. So, Nightshade might awaken as a player by herself? Alpha asked. It's not easy. There is only a 2% chance, but it is a possibility. Victor frowned, make sure to educate her well before that. I will leave all of her mess to you, he said as he left the room. Victor, who was relaxing on his bed, frowned as he read the reports on his phone. Nightshade was pretty good, she not only scammed the police but even the von Geldstadt investigators. If Victor didn't get her real name, tracing her might have been difficult. He quickly flipped to another file, this one he had read before. It was Margaret's info. Everything about her. From her birth to the time he met her. Her parents died in an accident, so her uncle took care of her after that. The files contained details of how he used her to earn his pocket money. She was very young back then. And this must have been very hard on her. Her misery ended 3 years ago when an anonymous sent some files and videos of her uncle's actions to the police. That's when Margaret began living with her aunt. They were not the best, but they didn't sell her. Not yet anyway. Victor pondered for a few seconds, then opened one of the video files. Those were the pieces of evidence sent to the police in Margaret's case. They were shot very professionally from a hidden camera that displayed everything clearly. Featuring the little star Margaret entertaining some guests with her uncle. The video had one strange thing though. Even in his past life, Victor didn't see any techniques like the ones she was using. When did she learn that? Those were Victor's thoughts when he was startled by Margaret, who suddenly opened the door and entered to see Victor engrossed in his phone. Are you watching some good drama? She asked with a chuckle as he quickly closed his phone. The best, he replied as he looked at her. She seemed a little better after taking a shower. Come sleep next to me, this young master is very tired today, he said. Margaret didn't refuse him, she didn't even wear her pajamas as she slipped under the blanket before throwing her towel away, giving young Master Victor some very exotic hug. It was as if he was the one acting as her hug pillow, not the other way around. He even had to start using a calming down technique to appease his youthful spirit. Margaret was really anxious tonight, and it took her 30 minutes to fully sleep to Victor's peaceful breathing rhythm. That's when he opened his eyes. It was time for him to confirm his theory.